Hey guys. Oh my god, this day has been so weird. Put a 1 in chat if you think this day has been like 1 for the Twilight Zone. Good evening. Yeah, definitely 1 for the books. Kind of reminds me of how like Chris Prophet said this would be a case that would be studied for a long time. I don't know. Things definitely are getting strange. Oh. Oops. Okay, sorry. I had my YouTube playing. Hey, jammers and the incognito potato. Good evening, ladies. Yeah, it's a little freaky. So I'm thinking we're going to open up our panel because we need to talk this one out. And all you got to do, guys, I know this isn't StreamYards, but all you have to do is click the link, go in your browser, pause your YouTube, and go into your browser, just like you do with Streamlabs. But I would love to get some opinions. Before we start, though, I want to share this. We're going to watch Dog, of course. We can talk about that, which is fucking weird, too. All of it's weird, okay? I'm just trying to make sense of it. But check this out. This is a weird story, and it involves White House, which is where Sebastian used to live. No, I didn't see your tag. I'm sorry. But check this out really quick. It's only a minute long.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation spent the day investigating the Millersville Police Department.
Early this morning, the department was locked down as the TBI executed a search warrant. News 2's Kenley Hargett joined us live from Millersville tonight with more on the reason behind the search.
They locked down the police department.
Yes, Bob and Haley, this is what we've learned tonight. There were 2 searches, one here at the Millersville City Hall and Millersville's Police Department, and another one was in White House. That's what a home there. Both of the TBI had crews there searching, and what we're working to learn is what exactly they were searching for. Now, TBI spokesperson would not give us those details exactly what they were searching for. All they said was they were executing 2 search warrants today. Now, they've done a very thorough search of vehicles here at Millersville's Police Department, opening up car hoods to look around. A TBI spokesperson says they are not commenting again exactly what they are searching, and no arrests have been made. Sumner County's District Attorney Ray Whitley did tell News 2 that the TBI has been working on this for quite a while. Right now, no one is facing charges or indictments. He also goes on to say search warrants were issued again from both Robertson and Sumner County. Whitley says today is part of evidence gathering. Now, this has been the talk of the town around Millersville as people going inside City Hall told me they were very concerned. Now, again, this is an ongoing situation that's going right now with this search, and TBI is still inside right now, still working and gathering details for their investigation. We're going to continue to monitor this and work to see exactly what they were searching for, and when we learn more, we'll update you on air and on.
Yes, Sumner County, guys. What the heck? Rapunzel, you think Dog is in this not for Sebastian, but for the Benjamins? I don't see, the thing about that is I don't think Dog needs the money. If anybody wants to come up on panel, here is the link. Please don't be shy. I don't know what this is all about. We don't have any answers. Hey, Kendo. Kendo, thank you for your PayPal today. I so appreciate that. I don't think it's a documentary, man.
Well, celebrity bounty hunter.
Oh, wait, here it is.
Well, celebrity bounty hunter is now joining the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers and is also raising the reward money. Several agencies, including the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, leading searches for the teen before eventually scaling back. Well, Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, tells News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry his team will get answers.
In the last 6 months, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, along with several other agencies, searched for a little over a week before officials said they were scaling back to focus efforts on the investigative side. Following the search for Riley Strain, search groups like the United Cajun Navy have helped look.
The outpouring was just so strong for us to stay and look for Sebastian. We said, you know what, since we're here, let's do it.
But that team withdrew from search efforts with no sign of Sebastian. Bullhorn Betty, a true crime social media influencer, also joined in on the search efforts, supporting Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers.
Our opinions are that a few people have more information than what they're saying.
Since Sebastian first went missing.
So really, they needed to use her clip? And the United Cajun Navy? Ugh is definitely an emotion.
His father, Seth, has not given up on searching for his son.
The search that we're doing today is a recovery effort.
I can't.
And I'm praying that we don't find him.
Now, celebrity bounty hunter Dwayne Chapman, known as Dog, has stepped in to help Seth.
This is one of the most horrendous cases of missing children that we've ever worked on.
Law enforcement has not said anything criminal happened to Sebastian, but Dog says he wants to find anyone responsible for Sebastian's disappearance.
The bottom line is, if you hurt a child like this, you've got a problem. So that is the main motivation for me to be hunting who did this.
Dog and his team created a new missing persons flyer for Sebastian Rogers. In it, they explain how they're working independently from law enforcement, reevaluating the information collected and following up on new leads. They also say they've added $50,000 more to the reward, making a total of $100,000.
You know, because that is a lot of money. I don't care if you're rich, you know, that's a lot of money.
Dog tells me he believes that by working with Seth, following up on leads, and an increase in the reward money, they will find the answers they've been looking for.
You can run, but you can't hide who did it. We're going to find out.
In Nashville, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
All right, so that's it. So some of you think he's setting a trap. I really don't know. I don't think that Dog would get involved in a scam, but there is a concerning portion to this whole getup, okay? Let me show you, because SF Investigates shared it. And we're going to go through what he said. So in this plan, that Nick the Hat's company, so Nick, let me explain a little bit. Nick the Hat is like a journalist, reporter guy. I know him because he used to work with JLR. I know him from the Cavalcante case, the prison escape. He allowed me to stream. He was really cool about it. I've never had a bad experience with Nick the Hat, but I don't know Nick the Hat. Okay. But I trust SF Investigates. And I think that this whole drug part of it is weird. Okay. So in this whole thing, they're talking about this investigation company at night, which I believe president is Nick the Hat. Okay. Like I said, I've never had any bad dealings with him, but like I said, I can't vouch for him either. You know what I mean? But we've all seen Dog, and I don't think it's going to be a documentary because I've never seen Dog do a documentary off cases he's picked up in the public like that. I mean, I know he's done his bounty hunter show, but like they did the Gabby Petito case, and that case was huge. If he was going to capitalize on something, don't you think he would have capitalized on Gabby Petito? I don't think Dog's hard up for 50K because he's putting his own 25K in. So I don't think it's that. But let's go over this drug situation, which is weird. I've never heard they were locked up together. And he's getting old. You know, he's not going to put his reputation on the line. It's not money. But I do think that he gets briefed. I do. I know that people in Granny's chats and I thought I was ridiculous, but I do think that he does speak to law enforcement. I didn't say he was a member of law enforcement, but I do think that he does speak with them because I remember I covered laundries extensively. And when Dog came down here, he was the one that actually found out that the laundries were at Fort DeSoto camping. No one knew.
Just help a brother out here.
Hey, Cramit, thank you for joining. Welcome back. Or welcome in, rather. But he's the one that originally found out that the laundries were camping. Yeah, we're going to go over it, Adrian. I'm going to let a few more people join before we get into the drug thing. He has rapport with Ellie, yes. So I just think he has connections. I'm not saying that he's working alongside law enforcement, like hand in hand, but I do think that they communicate. I think that he can work independently and still communicate with law enforcement. I don't think he faked the Brian Laundrie thing. I was here. I don't know. Anyways, I have a link to share with you before we go over this drug thing. I'm going to share this in the chat. I actually interviewed Dog's stepson, Greg. This is his new wife's son. We talked about the search. This was when they were staying at an Airbnb in St. Pete, actually, when they were down here. And they were going in the swamps during the day and shit. Greg is absolutely awesome. But anyways, I'll share the link with you guys because it's pretty interesting. I know why warrants for the police department. Millersville, and then they went to a home in White House. Well, he's not. There's Dog right there. See? They were in St. Pete, and we did this interview. Isn't that sweet? He said, hi, Jay is for justice. I think it was pretty sweet. Hey, Mick. I don't think Dog is... How can dogs solve cold cases,
Creek Town, dude.
How can dogs solve a cold case? You know what I mean? I mean, you have to do like DNA, and I think cold cases are extremely difficult. You remember this, Casper? Yeah, so if you guys want to check it out, there is the link to that video. This was actually 2 years ago. And this is Greg Zecca and he has Beyond the Bounty is his podcast. But I don't think that, I don't know why people are saying, oh, he just wants money. But right, Lip Locked, he's a bounty hunter. I think people would be more trusting. Well, okay, this is what I have to say. You have to think about the people that we think are suspects, right? I just feel like there's tactics. Yeah, there were reported sightings. Yeah, he wasn't just down here in that house just hanging out. They were actually out in the swamp. But anyways, he's not hurting for money, but a bounty hunter collects bounties. And even if he did, let's say, for shits and giggles, let's say he did. And the FBI is never going to acknowledge Dog publicly. Are you kidding me? Y'all, we have to reel this in, okay? We have to reel this in. If he's found, who cares? If he puts $25K in and someone talks. Right? Like, who cares? No, Sebastian's not a cold case. The TBI just came out and said that Summer Wells wasn't a cold case. But think about, like, the caliber of people, okay? If we think that maybe Seth had something to do with it and it was a parental abduction type thing, like we've discussed, look at the characters he surrounds himself with. Do you think that one of those characters from one of those vigils might just contact Dog the Bounty Hunter? I mean, just saying. I don't think that Dog is going to do a ground search. I don't think that's what this is about. Do you guys? Somebody come up here. I'm not talking to myself. Oh my gosh, I'm whining. I'm all kind of crabby tonight. I need you guys to like cheer me up. How do you know that's why he didn't get involved in the Summer case? Did he ever say, I didn't get involved in Summer's case because I don't look for kids? And Summer's 5, Sebastian's 15. It's different. Amy, thank you so much. I'm tired of people that are not here for the right reasons trying to implement their own narrative. Dog is legit. Do your research. I think he is too. And you know what? If Seth thinks that Dog is working for him, maybe that's what, you know, they want. Michelle, do you want your camera on or off? I see it's on right now. If you want me to turn it off, I will. Hey, Michelle. I can't hear you, Michelle. Okay, let's get into the drug thing. Michelle, you might have to hop off and fix your audio. Okay, so it says press release from Dogs Group. Down here, and then it says that they're going to act independently, da-da-da-da-da. And then it says here.
Just help a brother out here.
At Night's commitment. Cricket. 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 Oh my God, none of my guests can hear me, can talk. Shit. Cricket, I can't hear you. Why does everybody have an issue with audio when they come up here? Damn it. It says, At Night's commitment to the case involves deploying an array of advanced investigative techniques and methodologies. This includes conducting various tests, such as hypothesization and the strategic use of psychoactive compounds. Ethanol, da-da-da-da-da, whatever they name all these drugs. These substances employed in controlled settings are part of At Night's approach to extract critical information from subjects who may be otherwise unwilling or unable to cooperate. That sounds like some kind of like date rape bullshit. Subjects who are unwilling or unable to cooperate. Get the fuck out of here with that. This is benzos and like anesthesia type drugs. This is weird. Jay, in my opinion. Wait, hold on. Dog is good at reading people. Jay, in my opinion, reading between the lines is they will treat Seth the same as KP and CP as long as he fully works with them. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's illegal, right? I mean, but okay, hear me out. Welcome to the panel, B. Oh my God, none of my guests can talk. Oh shit.
Just help a brother out here.
Welcome back, Kendo. Okay, so no, hear me out. So what if they're trying to
Just
like
attract
a pillhead or something? Space, welcome to the Cooter Crew. The Secret Service has been involved because they get involved with you know, missing kids cases and shit.
Can anyone hear me?
Michelle and Amy, you are on panel.
Can anyone hear me?
Is that Michelle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you
me?
now. I can. Is that Amy?
Yeah, how do I get the echo? Because I'm on my computer.
I don't hear an echo.
Okay, as long as you don't hear it, that's fine.
I mean, if it's Bob, maybe you could pause your YouTube.
Okay.
If it's playing, that might be giving you a double. Try that. Did it work? Well, Cricket and B in Florida, they don't have audio. Their audio is not working. So, welcome to the panel, ladies.
Hi, thank you. It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you as well.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
I just kind of missed you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just had a rough going after we did that last live, and I don't really want to get into it more than that, but
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. What do you
yeah,
think about what's going on right now with
I'm
this
trying. I'm
stuff?
trying. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about this. I try to read up on it, but the psychoactive compounds. How does this case relate to those medications?
Well, that's what I was trying to think about. Okay, because we
Okay.
don't exactly know, do we?
I don't.
I mean, that's why I kind of looked them up. I know one's like a benzo, like a form of a Xanax, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I didn't look up the last few, but I looked up a couple of them, and I was trying to figure that out. So I thought to myself, would this be put in this so someone would see the name of that drug and be interested?
Which drug?
Any of
Sorry. Okay.
I mean,
I used to work in pain management.
okay.
So I do know about some of these medications, but yeah, it looks like it's a compound where they would have to get it at a compound pharmacy. So this is a special mix of medications for sure.
What do you make of this?
I don't know because I don't know what the
What do you make of this?
what these medications. Uh-oh, it's echoey.
Amy, you need to mute your YouTube. Okay, so compounded, right? It means it's kind of a cocktail, right?
Yeah, so they would write a prescription to a not all pharmacies compound medications, and they're literally compound pharmacies.
Uh-huh.
So, but I've never seen this mix all together before.
Right, and then it also says among others.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Let me check something real quick.
Sure. The military uses this for what?
Is that what it says?
No, that's what someone in chat said.
Oh, okay.
I've just never heard in a missing kids case, like someone to come out and say, hey, we're helping, but this is the method we use in our investigation is this cocktail of drugs. I know people are calling it truth serum. I don't know what that is. Like, I need to know what that is. I mean, I get it. It's a cocktail of drugs, but don't you think this is a little weird?
It for sure is weird. I've never seen all of these together. And some of them, I looked up some of them earlier, and there might be something to the truth serum, but I'll keep digging.
Okay. Yeah, let us know what you find out, but it's very concerning, right?
For sure. Let's see. What does that say?
If you're just joining, what we're looking at is the latest reward, which was put out 50,000 more from a guy named Nick the Hat, and Dog the Bounty Hunter is attached to this. But this part right here about the concoction they give in their investigation is just really concerning and weird. Extremely weird. And you know what else is weird is that, like, this that's what we're looking at right now, Tracy. This whole business that this Nick has is like one world. It's all to sound like cryptic, in my opinion. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it is weird.
He's like this underground journalist, and like he's got this website called One World, and it makes it look like it's all like he puts in his wording the elite, to make it sound more important than it is. That's the feeling I get. Like phony tries to sound more important than it is. Because anyone can start an LLC and make a website,
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl T says they're not going to mix the drugs together, but it says compounded.
Yeah, compound definitely, and unless I'm not seeing something, but yeah, compound definitely means it's like kind of like you were saying, it's a cocktail.
Kind of like the ketamine and Xanax cocktail that is used.
Yeah, it might be, because there's that benzo that's thrown in there.
The benzo, there's a sedative that's like an antihistamine, or not antihistamine, like an anesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
The military is involved with this known method. I get it, crimes, but we're not dealing with the military. We're dealing with a dude who's a journalist in Pennsylvania.
So some guy just threw this all together?
I guess.
I'm so lost.
I guess. But okay, so this is what SF said. Okay. SF is a private investigator. I'm sure we're all familiar with him by now, right? He said, this might be the most terrifying post I've ever seen on Twitter. And unsurprisingly, he says it involves the actions of Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis. Posted in Dog the Bounty Hunters group, this disturbing message describes a plan to drug individuals in order to, quote, extract critical information from subjects who may otherwise be unwilling or unable to cooperate. Shockingly, they refer to the use of ropanol. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is that what Michael Jackson died on?
That looks like it.
I'm going to look it up. Hold on.
I think it's prohypnol.
Oh, this is a potent sedative drug of the benzo class. Okay, so it says they use that as an advanced investigative technique. They plan to drug, quote unquote, suspects in the Sebastian Rogers case. Oh, he called it the date rape drug. Their plan includes administering dangerous psychoactive compounds like ethanol, scopolamine, 3-quincenyl benzylate, midazolam. I'm hacking these. Fluentrizabam, Pam, whatever, the date rape drug, sodium thiopental, and amobarbital, among others. I want to identify the physician willing to prescribe these substances and who conducts the interrogation so they can be arrested. This reckless, illegal, and unethical behavior poses a direct threat to public safety. Who are the victims of this operation? If anyone has been affected by this company, please reach out to me immediately. I will connect you with federal law enforcement agents who can take swift action. I already contacted a TBI agent I work closely with, and the DEA is on my next list because this is their jurisdiction. So then he goes into, he says, these are highly dangerous substances. It is mind-boggling to think this idea came from Seth and Tony's think tank. I'm beginning to think, oh, he says it straight out. I'm beginning to believe Seth may have killed Sebastian.
What?
What? Bing bong.
Where does it say that? I was on another screen looking up some of these medications.
It's right on this. It's right on the screen. It's SF Investigates Twitter. Whoa, what the fuck?
And we still don't know where this came from. This is just...
Wait a second, wait. I'm beginning to believe Seth may have killed Sebastian.
Hey.
Hey, Amy. You're scared.
What the heck?
You scared me, girl. Are you hearing this?
That's crazy.
I have always believed this was a runaway situation, but with this behavior... Hold on. With this behavior, I think there is a high probability Seth is a murderer. I can't even believe I'm reading this. SF? What? Oh my God, I'm shook right now. I am shooketh. SF investigates. Okay.
This is crazy.
Dude, what the fuck? He does not ever come out with these statements. Holy guacamole. I think there is a high probability Seth is a murderer and Tony thinks he's some sort of fixer. Probably because Tony has the same type of hidden background. Murdering background? Both Seth and Tony appear to be dangerously unhinged. desperate to cover up their crimes. This is SF Investigates. Hey, US.
Hey, I think did I put US or UA?
Oh, UA. Sorry, I'm blind
no,
as a
you're
bat.
fine. You're fine. You can just call me Crimson.
Hey, Crimson.
Yeah, this is. I don't think that you can legally actually. Well, one, I think the problem is what type of doctor that's a legitimate doctor would actually prescribe this? One.
Right.
Two, this would not be admissible in court. Like if they were to get any evidence, like where would they be able to, how would that be useful to be able to use that in any type of like prosecution? It wouldn't be.
Right.
Because you cannot first of all, you cannot like get somebody, because they're talking about getting people that are not wanting to cooperate or tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
So how would you be able to, you can't give someone drugs with the purpose of trying to elicit the truth, especially give them drugs against their will, and then think they would be admissible. So anything that they would learn from as a result of administering medications to people to get them to quote unquote tell the truth wouldn't even be able to be something that they would be able to use. The only thing that would be able to do is maybe get Sebastian back. But I'm just saying, like, I just don't know how this could ever be legal.
Me either.
Admissible.
That's why I'm saying, do you think it's like
a nurse to ever administer it?
Do you think it's like a ploy though? Do you think it's just a tactic, and it's because it's too outrageous for the general public to believe?
For sure.
That's where I'm like kind of like understand is why Dog the Bounty Hunter. I mean, he's not exactly like, he does have a past. I think most people are aware of that. But I just don't understand why Dog the Bounty Hunter would want to attach himself to, of all people, this case and the cast of characters that he's attached himself to, like joining quote unquote Seth's team. Like Tony and.
Well, do you want to know what I think? I think that it's weird that SF is pointing out only the date rape aspect. What is that? Is someone like making noises with something?
Oh, sorry, I was just opening gum.
Oh,
so sorry.
Oh my God, it was so loud.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I thought I was being sneaky.
No, you're fine. It definitely did not sound like gum. It sounded like you were like being rolled up in Christmas wrapping.
That's actually what's going on. That's
so
why
funny.
I'm on camera.
Who's ramping you up tonight?
Okay, 1 second. I'll mute it. Hang on.
Okay. You got to mute to open your gum. That's funny. But anyways, what if this is a tactic? Okay. The focus on these date rape drugs. How do we know that there's not something connected to Seth and date rape drugs? We don't, right? I mean, we have no idea what was found on electronics, what was investigated into. I just find this extremely so out in left field that
I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone when I read that. Like, I was like, there's no way. I feel like, I was like, there's no way this is real. And then I go and look at it and I'm like, wait, but this case has been absolutely bananas. Like, this case has been out. I mean, so I guess it goes along with everything else in this case. The blackmail, the possibly, just everything that's going on.
Everything's bizarre. I agree. I mean, it's beyond bizarre, but when we sit here, right, and we're just following this case and we see something this outlandish, and it's people that we know have covered other cases and we never saw anything, scammy or weird. I mean, I followed Nick extensively for 2 weeks through Danilo Cavalcante. I never saw any like scammy stuff. I'm not saying that he's not, but I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at people that I know have been integrated, all commenting on this. Dog the Bounty Hunter, SF Investigates, this Nick the Hat, JLR. I mean, it seems like this message is kind of spreading about in this little network over here on X. And they've always been a little network from what I've observed. And I feel like if it jarred us as the public, imagine being the one that did something. Imagine being the one that did something wrong and you read this shit and you're like, oh my God. Like, talk about being on a tilt-a-whirl.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. This is like, these are also like, I mean, most of, if you look too, ethanol's on there, which is alcohol. You know, so we're going to give them alcohol, some tranquilizer. We're going to give them some, you know, some benzos, like this, just, you know, a little bit of scopolamine, which is you know, you give that for anti-nausea. This just doesn't sound like
I'm telling you,
which is a sedative.
I don't think this is real. I don't think this is something they really planned on doing. I honestly, and I know you guys will think I'm crazy, but I think this is a tactic.
It could be.
I think that there's suspects or people that they know are using these cocktails possibly on women or children or whoever. I mean, we just had a human trafficking bust in Clarksville. All of this is going on at once, you know? It's crazy. So then we have
I'm so lost.
So it's like someone who's okay, let's say you did something to Sebastian.
Right.
And it involved these substances or something along those lines with these substances. Wouldn't this freak you out? Like, holy fuck, they know more than
exactly what I gave
like,
them.
yes, this is not meant for us, right? This is meant for whoever has Sebastian. In my opinion, I don't think there's any other reason for anything to be put out right now because they're not telling us anything. They're not giving us any, they're tight-lipped. But this stuff is not put out for our benefit. I believe it's put out for whoever did something to Sebastian. And I think the heat has been on since that reward from the FBI was put out and it put that ball in motion. That $50K was the first step. And then all of this fell in motion and it's getting more and more crazy because it's meant for them. It's not meant for us, you know?
It brings up the question though, Jay, like, how much is Dog the Bounty Hunter's reputation worth to him?
Oh,
you know, like,
yeah, he's not gonna
$50,000. Like, I just don't think that. I think that this attaching himself to a case where they're saying they're going to use like these drugs as an investigative technique undermines his credibility.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives them nothing. Like, you know, it doesn't do anything for him. I'm like, what is the advantage for him?
Well, I think when it's solved, it'll make sense, you know, and that's why we don't know right now. That's why it doesn't make sense because there's so much we don't know. Like, we don't know once they started investigating this, if they found evidence of certain drugs, you know, that were weird. Maybe they found a bottle. Maybe they found a pill. Maybe they found, I mean, we don't know. They went into the Proudfoot's house a dozen times and then they went to Seth's as well, took all his shit. I mean, we just don't know. We don't know what we don't know. But I feel like they know a lot.
What I don't get is I was listening a little bit to, or reading the comments a little bit when you were on, like, in the chat and Granny's watching. And I know that you think like Dog is connected to like maybe working hand in hand with Ellie, right? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I don't think he works hand in hand at all.
Did they communicate?
I think that if they need to, yes, he has connections to communicate. Absolutely. Okay. But I don't think that they talk regularly, and I don't think he's like side by side. I think that they would communicate if he's on a case and he gets to, yeah, absolutely.
So how do you think that LE is going to work with somebody that's giving out their own tip line though?
He's always had his own line.
But he's also working with this Nick the Hat guy, which I admittedly don't know much about Nick the Hat.
I don't, you know what? I don't either. But I do know that Dog, I mean, he's not going to, I don't think he's going to be involved with some kind of weird drugging people scam put out on X, you know, like put out right in your face. That was put out right in your face for the perfect person to read it and be triggered. I mean, look at what SF just said. I mean, he straight up said, I'm beginning to believe Seth may have killed Sebastian. I think there is high probability Seth is a murderer. I mean,
help a brother
this
out.
guy doesn't lie. This guy doesn't say these things.
Yeah, no, he doesn't mince words.
Deidre, I know Nick and JLR go way back. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think Nick is doing this to be nefarious either. I know a lot of people don't trust him, but I'm telling you, I've never seen or heard anything scammy. You can say he's weird. You can say he's been in prison, but so is JLR. I mean, they kind of walked the same path. I can't say anything bad because I don't know anything bad.
Yeah. I just I think what he posted though has that screenshot, and that's from Dog's, like, wasn't that from Dog's Facebook group?
No, actually it's from, well, no, that's from Tony's Facebook group. Tony posted that in the Find Sebastian Rogers.
Oh, lovely.
And he just put press release from Dog's group. He didn't comment on it, and he's not celebrating it. So that makes me think this is definitely not Seth and Tony positive, because if it was, don't you think that those shit bags would be like, well, we've got Dog the Bounty Hunter. I mean, Tony's been trying to get Brian fucking Enton for 6 months. If he got Dog the Bounty Hunter, don't you think he'd have selfies by now? I mean, you got to remember who we're working with.
Oh,
Tony Mathis.
With this dude, Tony. He's about as low as you can get. Yeah, and I didn't hear, like, when BHB was live earlier, I thought, but she also doesn't really like, Dog, from what I can tell.
No, she just likes to, she kind of mentioned his ex-wife, his past wife, that passed away.
Yeah.
Says, oh yeah, people said I look like her. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh, I heard that.
Just help a brother
I couldn't
out
listen
here.
much beyond that, but
It's
I
like,
did that
dude,
laugh. It was so phony.
His ex-wife did not have a moon face.
I just can't with her.
This is just all.
So it is really bizarre, but I mean, if it's not a tactic, don't you think that this would, like, Nick the Hat's shit would be taken down by now?
Who is Nick and then the Hat?
Oh my God. Okay, I'll show you guys his YouTube.
I'm so lost.
We'll explore this, okay?
I've been laying low.
Well, no, I know that a lot of you just started, like, he's been arrested. Look, people have called him out here. I'll show you. People have called him out, like JLR. See? Nick T. I don't even know how to say his last name.
Okay.
Okay, so he's I'm telling you, him and JLR kind of walked the same path, right? They worked for the same media company called Your Content. They both, wrote articles and stuff like that. And I think they both have the same kind of past. But what he did was, see, look, here's Nick and JLR right here on a live. 8 months ago. Okay, so I don't think that JLR would push something that is a scam. I just don't. He's not dumb, and he would never retweet that and support it. He just wouldn't. There's a method to this. There's a reason for it.
I wonder how much Dog the Bounty Hunter really knows about what's been going on in this case, though. Like, in terms of Tony, and I just don't know why anybody would want to, like, insert themselves at this point, knowing what all that Tony has been, like, rumored to be involved in. Like, why would you want to insert yourself into this, like, in such a way that, that's what I'm trying to figure out too.
Genevieve says, Jay, they are saying they have a history of illegally drugging individuals and plan on drugging anyone they want in this case.
What?
Who's they? Which one's they? But even though Tony confirmed, where did he confirm he talked to Dog? And even if he did, do you trust what Tony says? Over SF investigates? I don't trust the damn thing Tony says, especially right now.
Oh yeah, Tony. Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely not. He's nefarious, and I don't trust him at all. But I don't know him in person.
Jesus, you guys. Do you guys remember though when Julia came on my panel? She said that she wanted to bring her drug sniffing dog.
Yeah.
And I was like, why drugs? Like what?
I don't know why.
Dude, what if this all comes around and like Julia wasn't like fake? Like what? I'm all mind fucked tonight. I'm sorry.
I feel like I'm the one that's taking like a weird version of the like meds. Like, I mean,
Me too. I feel like I'm tripping right now. Is this like a psyop? Can we get some mushrooms in chat for our trip tonight?
I just don't know what to say.
It's this has been the weird, like one of the weirdest cases though. This has been so like out of left field. I've kind of like been on the YouTube side a little bit, but I've been on like the 2 a.m. side of this thing on TikTok.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, it's been a wild ride over there.
Is it still going on?
Oh yeah, it's still
Oh,
going
it
on.
is. Is Tony on
Course
TikTok?
he is. Yeah, no,
He's going up in boxes?
No, he's sending the 2 a.m. girls to do his dirty work for him.
Oh shit, it's gotten dirty over there.
Did you not see them on Queen Bee? He was streaming, apparently streaming. We were
No, I haven't been able to watch anything lately.
No, he sent Chase up to, Queen Bee's chat. And she went on panel.
Oh shit, I missed that.
Oh hell. Yeah,
hell.
Queen actually changed her like thumbnail and title to everything, and then barbecue. I know what you have a thing with barbecue, but she went up there and.
Okay, I did tune in at the very end after she had just gotten down, so I must have missed it.
And then Chase went back up there for a little bit, and then came back to
Was it bad?
Yeah, but Tony was apparently streaming too. Streaming them on TikTok, but he's like a puppet master. He does all this stuff, has the girls do all his dirty work while he sits in the chat and watches.
I missed that. No, WSU Mom Kim, we don't want any names and numbers, and don't come in here saying you're gonna give them out. What the heck? WSU Mom Kim, you are dangerous. You are a dangerous girl.
No, this is just like, okay, so worked for a high profile criminal defense attorney before I'd gone to law school, and now I'm in healthcare nurse. But I mean, I just can't. I mean, these medicines, there's no telling what somebody would say on this. Like, I'm kind of like reading them. I'm like shock right now.
I know it's very strange, but do you know what? I said this during the laundry case, and ever since then, like after that, all these cases that seem to blow up online, like you go out in normal public off YouTube, this case is not huge. You know what I'm saying? It's only huge here. It's weird. But it was like this in several other cases. And I've wondered if maybe like authorities don't use, tactics that are going to be weird because they're on social media. And for things to be, put out on social media, the public is going to see them all. So is this going to be kind of par for the course as
do things that are legal though? That's the problem. That's the thing. Like they can't go around advertising things that are completely illegal and inadmissible in court. That's what I don't understand. That's what makes no sense about this whole truth serum thing.
Well, I don't think that they plan on using truth serum. I think that's put in there for a specific reason. Like tactics, like how, like if they interrogate you, they can lie to you. They can tell you shit that's not true. Like this is probably shit that's not true. You know what I mean? I just don't think this is true.
Right. I mean, there's no way that
there's just no way. Like you said, it's not true. It can't be. It's too blatant.
Think of is that they're like, if they're doing what you were kind of like had hinted at, they're using this like cocktail of drugs to give to people in order to be able to, use them for whatever purposes they are trying to. Like, this just doesn't make any sense to me. But then this case doesn't. It goes along with the rest of the case, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, sometimes it's just part of an investigation, though, and sometimes the feds lie, the authorities lie to get the answers that they need. I've never heard SF lie about anything, but if he did, I would have to think it was because he couldn't tell the truth at that point. I mean, he's a PI. They're private for a reason. And there's a fine line, I think it's tough when these PIs have social media because, people want to know what they're doing. They, they're known in the public, but they can't share everything.
Right.
Social media is really becoming odd. The bigger that these cases get taken, and this one's like all 3 platforms, right?
Right.
It's kind of weird. It's like 3 worlds colliding in a way.
It is very strange. This, too, you have all these prior relationships. Like the PI world is also a very small world, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have Chloe, I think, used to work with SF.
Okay, so now SF says state and federal law enforcement are now aware of this. However, I still encourage everyone to report this if it's something they find to be reckless and dangerous. And then he shared it again.
Then he shared that too.
Oh, to be completely clear, it doesn't matter whether it's with or against a person's will. It is illegal to prescribe any narcotic without a legitimate medical purpose. Extracting a coercing confession is not a medical purpose and is a violation of federal law. Dude, I don't even know what to think anymore.
This is
wow.
so weird.
So weird. Like beyond fucking weird.
I know, I'm just, my mind's mush. I can't figure all this out.
But then like you said, though, you have to remember that SF is close with Chloe, who worked very close with Seth until she got close to something and got pushed out.
Okay.
And she was also vetting the searchers, which Seth did not like.
Pissed him right off, didn't it?
Oh,
She's doing background checks. I was like, wow, you should be grateful. Like, she's going above and beyond what she has to do.
Aren't they doing background checks on their searchers right now, though?
Who?
Seth, with his new PI that we don't know the name of.
Oh, what is the prerequisite? You have to be a felon, convicted twice. I mean,
44 arrest law.
That's the most comical thing I've heard. Them doing background checks.
Well, Betty will pass.
I think they're supposed to have a search on the September 17th, and Terry Lynn's gonna do it, which I think is also interesting too, because I thought Terry Lynn's tried to position herself as being anti, kind of a little anti Seth at times, and trying to, it's been interesting. She's kind of flip flopped her position so many times on who she's. If she's against Tony, with Tony, Betty, and all them, it just doesn't make any sense.
Huh. This is really strange. I'm just.
I feel like I'm lost.
Okay, so all this going on, let's step back from all of the details, okay? And let's put it in perspective. We've got Seth out here begging to be cleared. I mean, literally begging Court TV to help clear him. We've got Chris Proudfoot and Katie with this court thing that leaked, right? I don't know if Nina leaked that. I don't trust any of these. I want to make it clear. I don't think any of these people are innocent in my mind right now. Like, I'm open to anything with it.
Yeah, I'm open to anything too. I don't.
But isn't it convenient that that court thing gets quote unquote leaked that states, they're cleared?
And was that today or was that yesterday?
I got that late last night when I was still streaming, right? And then this morning at 8 a.m., there was an email from Chris being very polite, but asking me to remove it because it's a sealed case. And I thought, okay, I was like, yeah, absolutely. I didn't know. Like, I figured that would have been leaked from his side of things. And how do we know it wasn't? Get it out to the, the bigger platforms that are going to spread it and then ask them to retract it. But
Right.
everybody already
But it's
saw
still
it.
out there, you know.
Yes, everybody already saw it. So
Right.
then after that, so you get this going on last night. Then you had Dog kind of in the wings the last few days. He retweeted, you know, he did a podcast back in April on
That
this
was
case
Lauren Conlon, right?
with Lauren Conlon. Yup. And then you have today this come out. If you did something to Sebastian, would you be freaking the fuck out that
Just
all of these
Especially
things
with
are
all the
happening at
billboards,
once?
too, that are
Yes.
going up with Sebastian's face all over.
Oh,
it.
that came up this morning. TikTokers with the billboards. That was first thing this morning as well. It was like,
100
boom, boom,
more
boom.
Billboards.
and then if you take into consideration that police department thing in Sumner County, what is going on?
So the thing that was leaked, is that the one where it says Katie and Chris are cleared?
Yeah, it was part of Chris's custody documents before they were, they were getting Faith. And apparently they had to go prove that, they weren't guilty of anything so they could get her.
So does that mean they're cleared from Sebastian's case, or is it cleared
No.
for something else?
That just means that, they cannot be under, the prime suspects, I would think, in Sebastian's case.
Well, it was clearing him. It was clearing him so he could have he could get custody of his daughter for the summer.
Okay, because I was like, how do we tie those together? Okay, that makes sense.
So they stated that there was no foul play. There was only foul play listed in one news article that was out in the public, and that the respondent, which was Chris, and his wife were cleared by authorities. So that's what that said. And then I wake up this morning and the email's there, and he's like, ma'am, can you please, very, very polite. And then I took it down. I wrote him back, said I blurred it. And I told him I blurred it. And he was like, thank you so much, ma'am. Very polite.
That's nice.
And then the TikTok thing comes out about the billboards. And then this comes out about Dog and these drugs and all this weird shit.
This is so crazy.
I mean,
in the last 24 hours.
All in the last 24.
I'm usually not speechless. Yeah, no, I'm not one that's usually short on words, but this has been
Because think about it, if they clear Chris and Katie, does that mean that they identified someone else?
I mean, I would think so, or they have, because I thought you couldn't clear somebody with nothing, like no evidence and stuff like that. Like, I can't use my brain. There had to have been evidence. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. But it is.
And it is. It's mine. We're all on a tilt-a-whirl.
I know. It's crazy. It's just, I don't know how this is going to affect the next 24, 48 hours. It's going to be crazy.
I think so too. We need to all of us as creators, we need to form together and take time slots, #time slots, and just be live all the time for when this shit breaks, because we are all invested,
I thought about something like that. That would be nice.
If we knew things were moving that quick. Sue says, Jay, I wouldn't have blurred anything unless asked by law enforcement. Well, unfortunately, that's not how it works here on YouTube, and their names were on it, so he could have easily filed a privacy complaint. So it's easier to just remove someone's things when they ask.
I agree, for sure. I mean, because everybody is losing sight, I think, and because I did, and I'm trying to.
Okay, I gotta clarify this because this is being spread. It's not Sumner that's being raided. That's not Sumner that's being raided. It's TBI raiding Millersville. Here, we'll watch it again.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. And they don't really have any information. I mean, it's like nothing. It's weird. This is really weird. They were looking under car hoods. Fuck were they looking for? So this is in Sumner County. They raided the Millersville Police Department and then went to a home in White House. Yes, it is Sumner County. So 2 searches were executed, one in White House and one at the Millersville Police Department
Wait, so they were raided?
by the TBI.
Yeah.
Listen.
Now, the Bureau of Investigation spent the day investigating the Millersville Police Department.
Early this morning, the department was locked down as the TBI executed a search warrant. News 2's Kenley Hargett joins us live from Millersville tonight with more on the reason behind the search. Kenley.
Yes, Bob and Haley, this is what we've learned tonight. There were 2 searches, one here at the Millersville City Hall and Millersville's Police Department, and another one was in White House. That's what a home there. Both of the TBI had crews there searching, and what we're working to learn is what exactly they were searching for. Now, TBI spokesperson would not give us those details exactly what they were searching for. All they said was they were executing 2 search warrants today. Now, they've done a very thorough search of vehicles here at Millersville's Police Department, opening up car hoods to look around. A TBI spokesperson says they are not commenting again exactly what they are searching, and no arrests have been made. Sumner County's District Attorney Ray Whitley did tell News 2 that the TBI has been working on this for quite a while. Right now, no one is facing charges or indictments. He also goes on to say search warrants were issued again from both Robertson and Sumner County. Whitley says today is part of evidence gathering. Now, this has been the talk of the town around Millersville as people going inside City Hall told me they were very concerned. Now, again, this is an ongoing situation that's going right now with this search, and TBI is still inside right now, still working and gathering details for their investigation. We're going to continue to monitor this and work to see exactly what they were searching for, and when we learn more, we'll update you on air and on WKRN.com.
Y'all, what is going on? So White House, people were like, oh, I've heard White House in this case.
Yeah.
Because they used to live there.
County. It's also in Sumner County.
The Proudfoots lived there for a year or longer, maybe. They lived in White House, and that's where Sebastian went to school. And if you remember from the dispatch audio, it said when he gets in trouble, he wants to go back to White House.
Didn't you say, or somebody said something about Bellevue the other day?
Seth said he searched Bellevue.
So I wonder if he's talking about like Bellevue, the city of like Bellevue, like West Tennessee, like West Nashville, Bellevue, or if he's talking, if there's a different Bellevue up in, because I'm from this, like Hendersonville's not that far from me. I'm from Nashville.
It probably is West Nashville then.
I just don't know if there's a Bellevue in Hendersonville, like it's a type of, like an area that I just thought it was very weird that like.
So did I. That's why I made that little video. I'm like, where all have you searched? And he's like, Bellevue and a couple other places. He rambled off, and I thought, well, maybe it'll mean something to somebody, because I don't know the area,
Yeah, I'm asking a friend that lives in Hendersonville if there's a Bellevue out there that he can think of.
Mm-hmm.
So educated opinion that is in the chat, back up just a little bit. That's kind of what I was trying to say. Ellie does not clear anyone until an investigation is complete. We can use the Summerwells case as an example, as many people, including random neighbors, have asked to be cleared, but LE won't.
Damn, they raided the freaking police chief's house. Sean Taylor. What the hell did Sean Taylor do?
I don't even know who that is. I don't know anybody that we're talking about today.
Oh, this is a 4-year-long investigation, says Heather.
Oh.
How ironic. Yeah, I mean, that had to have been going on for a long time for them. I've never heard of, like, one of the, federal agencies raiding the police department. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think of that.
Huh. They said if you Google it, there's a ton to read about the Millersville Police Department TBI investigation.
Oh, okay. I didn't go that deep. It came on actually after I was watching Dog.
Betty's alleging all this Sumner County Sheriff's Department, interference and whatever. That's just, but it kind of with the TBI raiding this Millersville, it's like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Being in Sumner County too.
And then last week, I think it was, there was 7 trafficked people caught or whatever. Or, I'm sorry, rescued. And then they arrested like 3 or 4 people for human trafficking.
And then there was the nurse that was arrested at Davidson County Jail. Not that long.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. That too. There's a lot going on at once.
And that involved, sneaking contraband into the jail. And apparently that investigation, I think, is still ongoing as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they did. They arrested a nurse and 3 former inmates, but they still said they're not sure how they got them inside. And so they think that someone, maybe Nick Barris used the term on the take, had something to do with it, and that it was still being investigated. And I was attacked for putting Seth on the thumbnail, but he works there, dude. And that investigation started 6 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of like dirty people that are involved in sneaking in contraband, phones, and all this kind of stuff into the jail. And with an investigation going on and a bust and those arrests being made, it makes you wonder, like, because they were very clear that they didn't know how they got in, and it makes you wonder if there's still more arrests to be made in that case.
Yeah, that's what Nick said. He said that there could be more arrests, so I guess we'll see, right? I just want to reiterate what we just read from SF Investigates, because I think some people just joined.
Yeah.
So he went and posted about the drugs, and then we were shocked because, it looked like he was just talking about the drugs here. And then as we kept reading, he said, "These are highly dangerous substances, and it is mind-boggling to think this idea came from Seth and Tony's think tank. I'm beginning to believe Seth may have killed Sebastian. I have always believed this was a runaway situation. But with this behavior, I think there is a high probability Seth is a murderer, and Tony thinks he's some sort of fixer. Probably because Tony has the same type of hidden background. Both Seth and Tony appear to be dangerously unhinged, desperate to cover up their crimes. Crimes, plural."
Wow.
This revelation completely changes the landscape of the case.
I know, it's just turned on its head. I don't know what to make of this.
Only individuals capable of extreme cruelty and violence could devise such a plan. The press needs to step in and start asking hard questions, because everything about this is not only illegal, but blatantly unconstitutional. In the 1963 case Townsend v. Sane, the Supreme Court ruled that confessions produced through the use of truth serums were unconstitutionally coerced, therefore inadmissible in court. These criminals are neither investigators nor law enforcement. This needs to be reported immediately to the DEA, FBI, TBI, and Sumner County. We must stop this before more lives are harmed.
I just don't see why Seth would want to kill him, Like, I just...
Well, there's a lot we don't know, right? We don't know what's in the CPS documents.
It's just weird.
My theory has always been that there was something in those CPS documents, and he made Sebastian go away. That's one of my theories. It always has been one of my theories.
Jeez.
I've got other theories that involve other people, but, some people think to hurt Katie, to get back at her. I mean, I was thinking about something last night, guys. Let me run something by you. I got so much on my mind.
Okay.
So I was thinking last night, do you guys remember hearing, just nonchalantly, it was discussed on a podcast, that Katie would go to Memphis when Seth had Sebastian?
Yes, I do remember that.
Do you remember who that came from?
Let me think. I want to say,
did Seth say that? I believe it was him.
I don't think I've heard that.
And it wasn't made a big deal. It was just mentioned
Yeah.
that when he's got Sebastian, she goes down to Chris in Memphis. And I remember saying, you know, they probably go out. There's a lot of cool things to do in Memphis.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking about it, and I'm wondering if Katie didn't feel unsafe. I wonder if Katie felt she was being watched. I wonder if that's why there were cameras inside. I wonder if all of this was twisted to make Katie look like the bad guy. Maybe she felt scared. I mean, maybe she just went there to hang out. But still, you look at how she left after, you know, being at home. Sebastian goes missing. She leaves with Seth. Everything we found out about Seth, he's fucking scary. He's violent. He's off the rails. Okay?
For sure.
Or can be.
Or yes, yeah, has episodes of
Right.
He has that potential.
Yeah, I think she's scared of him. That's why she has an RO, right? I mean, it is what it is. How do we know that those cameras outside weren't disabled? Listen, there's a reason that law enforcement went backwards and said, okay, we not only want your footage from Monday morning, but we want earlier in the day on Sunday. We want your footage from their neighborhood when they weren't even home, right? Katie and Sebastian were out. What a perfect time to scour the neighborhood. What a perfect time to go and disable something that you don't want connected. They'd never know, right? They'd never know.
You have to know what their house has, though, too, Jack, for that. You would have to know, in order to do that, though, you would have to know what their house has and where they have it.
Right. So let me tell you this. Do you remember when Seth said, when he saw the flashlight video, he said,
Creep Town, dude.
I knew exactly where that camera was. I knew what house that was, so I knew the angle. How did he know their neighbor's camera? I would assume if he knows the neighbors, he probably knows theirs.
Do we have a clip of him saying that? Because all of a sudden it just flashed in my mind. Didn't he like put his hands up in the air, kind of similar to the what case was that, where the guy killed his children and his wife?
Oh, Watts. He keeps putting that right arm up.
Yeah, so I don't know what Seth was doing, but it's coming up in my mind that he did in a similar way to that crazy
Seth
murderer.
knows their schedules. He even said in this clip that I put out, he said, well, he gets up at 6. He's got enough time to eat his breakfast, and he's out at the bus stop by 7:05. And I thought, God, how do you know their schedule down to a T like that?
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Because he also said Sebastian
creepy.
was very good with time, remember? So it's not like Sebastian's like over there
Yeah.
hammering home what his schedule is with his wife.
Yeah, mystery Watts case. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to know how hard it probably would be for Seth to get Sebastian to give a door code to him? Not very.
Yeah.
Not very.
That's just wild.
And he said he set alarms for Sebastian to make sure he quote unquote took his medicine. But then in the next breath, he said, I don't give him his medicine when he's here. He does. So which is it? What's he setting an alarm for? Was he having Sebastian sneak out? I mean, I don't know.
I thought it was just very odd. Some of the things that, like, going back over the interviews that Seth had, and I never really got like the, warm and fuzzies from Seth, but then listening to like the words that he used was very alarming. I think it was in your video that they were like reviewing and stuff.
Of course. That's why these people come at me. They don't like what I've been saying. This has been going on since that damn flashlight video.
So 2 old crows, she says, every time Seth lies, he looks like Watts. Yeah, that's exactly what just.
So we're going to play some of the clips, girls, that I put together this week, because I think that it's interesting. Now, oh my gosh, with all of this going on.
But just when you think this case couldn't get any more
weirder.
Bizarre. Yeah.
Look what I'm pinning it right now. Look at what Meredith said. And he said he had to answer his phone. It rings. Make sure Sebastian's phone was always charged up. Yeah, there's a lot. Okay, so let's see. Which one do I want to play first?
Creep Town, dude.
I don't think they want him to take the truth serum. I think that's just supposed to be like a trigger. Or he's done something to people. Ooh, he said Katie slept like a rock when they were together. I'm telling you.
I mean, then that gives more credibility to her sleeping through if Sebastian did sneak out. Or was lured away and met somebody on the switch when he was like gone for 13 hours a day, you know?
Yeah, but they would have seen that from his devices, I think.
I
think they would have found something on his devices that he was talking to someone, you know?
Right. We don't know what they found, you know, at the same time. Like, we don't know what they found and just haven't said anything.
But if they knew he was talking to somebody, then they would know that he was, you know, might be with that person. Like right now, it's like, we don't know if he walked away. We don't know if he was lured away. We don't know if he was, something happened inside the house and he was taken out in a vehicle. Like, it's so wide open. That would really narrow it down. You know what I mean?
One of the things too is like with the flashlight video, why was like, remember how angry Seth was that was leaked?
Pissed. That's what I'm saying. He was pissed and discrediting it.
Why would you be like, you know, why would he be so mad about that video being like, I personally haven't looked at it enough, but I just think that the whole like jammer thing, I just don't find it
credible.
Like I just don't. Yeah, I'm like, how do you know what day you were even, you know, the cameras that video is actually from?
Hey, I'm trying this again. Can everybody hear me?
Hey, golf inspector, I can hear you.
Hey, hi.
I've been talking and I was like, okay.
Can I ask you what you had to do to get your audio work? Because we have a couple people that came up and it didn't work for them.
I had to get off and get back in. Unfortunately, that's the only thing that I tried. Yeah.
Yeah, I did like Safari versus Chrome.
I just want to make sure you guys know that the original statement about the whole drug thing and everything came from something called, if you look on Twitter, Law Offices of Joseph Lesniak.
Yeah, I saw that. That's allegedly Nick's lawyer for his business. So Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's where Nick is from. Him and JLR are both from Pennsylvania. So I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, Jules is from Pennsylvania. But I think it says Pennsylvania because of Nick. That's where he's from.
I just don't like it.
It is weird. But there's a criminal defense lawyer in there too, which I think is very telling. I think these are all little signs. That's just me.
Okay. All right.
I think it's too crazy to be something that anyone's taking like serious. I don't know. I might end up eating my words. I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, how can you not?
It's so outlandish that I don't know what else to think other than it's a tactic.
Well, did the bounty hunter, did he ever repost that?
Yep.
Did he, the whole statement?
Yep.
With the drugs and everything on it?
He reposted, let me look again. I think he reposted what Nick tweeted. So yes, he did.
Okay. All right.
So spiritual being, she says, I keep saying this in chats today, but the last 2 minutes of Crime Lines and Lies interview with Seth is telling, in my opinion. His response tells all. I didn't see that.
I just think that maybe this case is deeper than Sebastian. Like maybe it started out and led to more. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm questioning all those new groups that they put together for
okay, here's something for you. Here's a little clip. Listen to this one. You ready?
Lectures and some of my gabapentin.
Right, hold on.
It angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
Taking some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
Right.
On them. I believe in karma.
Did you hear that shit? So Pascal's like, oh my God, this stuff is just crazy. Like, and it's just angering the hell out of me. Like, we don't have any answers. Like, Pascal's like all beside himself. And this is Seth Rogers' response.
What's the search?
Talking about Sebastian and trying to figure out all this stuff. It is still really hard to hear all this information, no matter what. It angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
Taking some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
That's not what he was. I mean, do you see how this man is like all about him?
Yeah.
And how, and then he's taking these pills. Oh, it must be really hard, And then in another interview, he says, oh, someone said, how are you holding up? And his response was, well, my arm keeps me up, so I don't sleep very much. Keeps me up at night. And I was like, oh, wow. Not your son that's missing, but your arm. Like, what?
Yeah.
There's so many disturbing things, but I'm looking for the right clips.
Well, if he's not used to taking gabapentin and it was newer to him, or he increased it, it works on GABA in your brain, and you will feel like you're drunk if you're not used to taking it.
He seems strung out. He fell asleep during his poly. I mean, he's definitely been popping some pills.
Yeah, gabapentin will do that to you if you take enough. But yeah, it works on the same part as in your brain that alcohol does.
Mm.
And so he looks like he's had a few beers or the gabapentin to me.
Well, my husband takes gabapentin, but he never seems drunk. Maybe if you abuse it.
Right. And it used to not be a controlled medication, but I don't know how they classify it now because so many people were abusing it, using it different ways. Because it can make.
Well,
you
I mean,
crazy.
pretty much they got people addicted to opiates, right? And then said, oh, you can't have those anymore. Here's gabapentin instead.
Yes, I used to see patients like that. Not me, but I was part of the team. And we used to have a lot of those come in, and they just had to detox. And it's like you just have to grin and bear it.
I didn't realize that the gabapentin was such a hard drug to come off of.
It's a commonly abused medication. That's because it's easier to kind of get your hands on than like an opiate.
It is.
Doctors are more likely to prescribe it, so it was usually abused, more likely to be abused because you were more likely to be able to get a prescription for it.
Yep.
My daughter gives that to her cats for like grooming and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it might be controlled somewhere, Candy, because some people are saying
it depends on the state.
Oh, it's by the state. Okay, here is the search area. We were talking about Bellevue. I believe this is the clip.
Where else do you plan on searching?
All the way to Jackson,
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Like in parks, side of the roads?
Everywhere on the side of 40. I mean,
any route from
anywhere.
Hendersonville to Memphis. We're gonna keep searching.
When I left Clarksville and headed this way, I was searching all the way down here. Everywhere I go. You're on your way to work, look for it. You might see him. Call in.
Print out flyers, put them to any restaurant, business, grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. Just need to keep his face out there.
Until we find him.
We are supporting you.
Grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. Just need to keep his face out there.
Hand out a flyer to anybody that'll take it, everybody that'll take it. Keep handing them out until we find him.
We are supporting you. We appreciate everything and praying for a resolution. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you. And
I appreciate it for keeping his face out there.
We'll definitely do that on JLR Investigates. Appreciate it. I'm going to show the viewers the search, what you've been doing throughout.
So Jackson to Bellevue. Where's Jackson?
Let's see. I'm not familiar with. I mean, I know where I just don't know where.
Andy says Natchez State Park is way past Bellevue, headed towards Memphis.
So, yeah.
You know what I noticed is Jaden does not look JLR like in the eye. Like even when they shake hands, he like looks down. He won't like look at him.
And
yeah, that's true.
Maybe he's just nervous about the camera.
Yeah, could be, but yeah, he definitely you can see it
There's
like in
something
his
off with
body
the
and
Yeah, he's very
his
uncomfortable.
posture. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the Bellevue I was thinking about. Yeah, that Andy's mentioning.
The world.
I'm on a turtle whirl. Oh shit. Okay, let's watch this one, guys. I think this is the good one.
On me.
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian.
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool how? I never heard this.
The GoFundMe my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son. It was a GoFundMe that my sister set up for me to pay my bills.
Asking about a Cash App, GoFundMe, etc. There is a GoFundMe, and I talked to him about the GoFundMe. And look, GoFundMes take 50%. So then I said, "Do you have a Cash App?" And he doesn't really manage that himself. He'll tell you that. He'll tell you that right now. But his friend is helping him with it. So
for my son, it wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated.
I haven't seen anything from it.
I use it to pay my bills. I use it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back to pay my bills. I use it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back. People. It's just a little annoying. If the GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward. And
okay, well, you can get it on your own then, and yeah, it's a walking billboard at least.
Yeah, there's actually on the Facebook page, there's a lady up here in Clarksville. I think she's charging like $25 for a shirt.
I know that they took your phone and they took Katie's phone for a long period of time. I know Chris got his phone back within a matter of hours.
It says agents are now going over security video.
That must have burned his ass when he heard
I would think so. I would think so.
that part just cracks me up.
Yeah.
$25 for a shirt.
I know that they took your phone and they took Katie's phone for a long period of time. I know Chris got his phone back within a matter of hours.
It says agents are now going over security video provided by neighbors and some businesses in that area. They are also looking at data from the 15-year-old's cell phone and video game system.
We've had all of his electronic devices that have been seized and dumped.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
This is awkward.
I'm operating 2 phones right now.
No problem.
All right.
We're low key.
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay. Yeah, got you. Gotcha.
You know, the fact is I'm looking for my son. He's not here. Y'all took my electronics. What more do you want? Do they need my bank records?
Because knowing him and his curiosity, he might be there. You don't leave any stone unturned.
Have any knowledge whatsoever about your son's disappearance?
I don't. I found out over an hour after his mother found out he was gone. Foul play is still negativity. He's out there. We just gotta find him. We haven't found him yet, so we can't give up hope. We still have to keep looking for him until we find him. Where Sebastian's are.
Also, random vehicles coming through their street.
People have been coming in almost daily, and they've had to report them to the sheriff's department. They've come in TikTokers that are nationally known, trying to get pictures of the family and so on, that they've been flying drones over houses.
If we get permission from families to go and search your properties or anything like that, we'll go out and we'll look. They said today that they were going to be searching in an area. You know, we took that into consideration and we avoided that area completely.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this.
It gives me hope that my son's case isn't going to become a cold case.
Seth says that he
Seth tells me the FBI offering a $50,000 reward is great, but wants more from local law
I
enforcement.
wish that there was agencies that were emotionally invested to do their job.
Seth has hired a private investigator to continue looking for his son.
I will not fail my son.
That $50,000 reward is enough for someone to come forward with information.
I don't know what's going on, and I'm on a tilt-a-whirl. It's a 15-year-old missing child. He's my son.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office told Fox 17 News, quote, "No evidence at this time indicating criminal activity is involved," end quote. Seth tells me the FBI offering a $50,000 reward is great, but wants more from local law enforcement.
I wish that there was agencies that were emotionally invested to do their job.
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it.
I wish that there was agencies that were emotionally invested to do their job.
Seth says that
I don't know what's going on, and I'm on a tilt-a-whirl.
Caution there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe.
And I'm on a tilt-a-whirl.
All right, what do you guys think?
He's on a tilt-a-whirl.
With his bank of records. He seems like he's quivering there. Like,
yes, I was going to say, it seems like he's about ready to lose it right here. And when I hear that in his voice, it just like breaks my heart. And then I just imagine, what if he didn't do anything in his, I mean, how horrible that would be. It just awful, awful, awful. But I don't know what his baseline is, because it seems like on most of these, it does seem like he's on some kind of medication. And the gabapentin can be used for anxiety, and that could be what's going on too. I don't know. But yeah, it's when he breaks down like that, it's so real to me, and I don't know.
See, I don't feel that way when he breaks down. I don't get that empathy feeling.
I don't either. I mean, I get that when I listen to, like, when I go back and listen to Katie's interviews.
Oh yeah, Katie's absolutely that first one.
I don't hear, like, he snaps out of it so quickly. It's like he turns it on for the. I don't believe his is genuine. Especially.
Jammers said baseline.
Thank you, Jammers. That's cleared it all up for me, and I can continue. So
I mean, even Sebastian aside, I mean, think about what he's done with TikTok Tony throughout his son's investigation. That's deplorable in itself.
It is, and especially having BHB as part of their team. That's
all of it. I mean, they're all criminals. That Nina coming and grifting for her truck to get fixed, never came to search. I mean,
so weird.
It's a bunch of criminals, man.
God, it's crazy.
And maybe they're hoping that one of those criminals in that group that has some kind of info will come forward.
That makes sense. Absolutely.
There's a lot of shady characters. What's up? What's up, Golf?
No, so when I look at him, I know he can turn on a dime, and we've seen it. I don't know if you ever posted those, when he can just like go at it. So he can be nice 1 minute and then just boom. So that's scary to me, but I'm not going to judge him for it because,
what he's going through. Yeah.
Yeah. But also the other thing is, like you say, everything he does, none of it really makes sense. And the answers to questions is, yes, a lot of people say he's trying to evade them and try to walk around them. And it's not just about him, like making it all about him. There's something else above that. And I don't know what it is, but it's more than just making things about him. is my own, personal opinion on this. I have to think a little bit more on it, but
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't.
lot. It's a
It
lot.
is, because I don't think for some reason, I don't think this man is stupid. But what
No.
we see is like a lot of stupid actions from him that we
Yeah.
think is like, when he talks to Chris and he wants to bring in a dog handler into his house, and those things just don't make sense. How can he think somebody would actually say, yeah, sure, bring that person in? And,
Well, I'm glad that Chris didn't, because everything that's come out about these people
Mhm,
has been very weird. And I
mhm,
think that if I've learned anything, it's that anybody who's going to be on YouTube spouting about something
mhm.
when it has to do with a missing kid is not in it like for the right reasons. If they're, you know, going to those lengths to get themselves known. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't think it's impulsive. Somebody said it's impulsive, but I really don't think so. I I think it's more than that, and he's just not. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's a good talker though. So I can't even say that that he's not a good talker, because he actually is very eloquent when he talks.
Are we
Um,
watching the same clips, Golf Inspector?
yeah, I think he's like, I don't know
Who's
now. I mean,
eloquent?
but he's very well spoken.
Like,
He's well spoken.
Oh, I don't think he's well spoken.
I think so.
Mm-mm.
I don't think there's anything. I mean, he speaks better than I'm not saying all the trash talk he does. I'm saying, like, when
Yeah.
he gives interviews to mainstream media, he's very well spoken. He can, like, put that thing on.
He says a lot of really weird shit, though. If you actually look at what he's saying and the things that he says in response to the questions, like, Jay played earlier with him saying that off the wall comment about, in response to what Pascal said, and then telling people they're not asking the right questions, and then saying, like, oh, I'm drinking my water. Aren't you proud of me? Like, no,
Mhm.
he's not exactly
No, but that's
normal.
not for mainstream media. See, when he does mainstream media, he's a different Seth. If you compare him with like any interviews on YouTube, because he doesn't really take that seriously. I don't think so. It's just my personal opinion. I don't think he takes
Sure.
YouTube's that seriously as
Yeah.
he takes, like, media out there. So he's much more well spoken when he does talk to the media in that sense. But that's just my personal opinion, and I
Sure.
just
Yeah.
can't put my finger on it.
Yeah.
No, he's not soft spoken. No, no. Well, like, he can choose his
Hey
words.
guys, I'll be back in just 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I'll be right back.
All right, who's here to hold down the fort?
Me. Yeah. I just don't. I see a lot. Like, I see a lot of impulsive behavior from him. Like, he would be in the
Mhm.
chat and join people's, streams,
Mm-hmm.
and then, like, he wasn't. He was very, irritated a lot of the time. Like, irritated a lot of the times. The things that he said weren't exactly, didn't put him in the best light. Which actually was good. I mean, gave us more content, gave us more things to, like, compare to one another, listen for the discrepancies in what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think that he's I don't think that he's told the truth. I don't think he's delivered his. I think he was given a lot of passes very early on by everyone, myself
Mhm.
included, because we just looked at what Chris and Katie were doing, not really, like, broke it down in terms of, like, tried to look at things from what was their perspective, what could explain why they left their house, why Katie went to go be with Chris while he was working, why would she leave her, everything looked very suspect with them at
Mhm.
first, but
Absolutely, and I had the same. Obviously, I think everybody did, because who's the last person? Where was the child? And then all these interviews they started giving didn't put them in the best light, right? And then this
but
man came on the scene.
I think if you go back and actually look at the interviews, like, so the behavior panel looks a lot. They have a lot of stuff that is, I don't know if you've ever watched the behavior panel, but they analyze, like, people's language, their body language, and also what they're saying.
Mhm.
And they went back and watched some of the early interviews in this case, and that's kind of what inspired me to go back from the very beginning and start watching interviews again.
Mhm.
And you know, I saw things and heard things that I didn't really hear before with, you know, in Katie and Chris's interviews, that made me feel like she was being genuine in the emotion that she did show.
Mhm.
Jackie, you want to come up and tell me what your problem is? Jackie's all pissed off.
Uh-oh.
She said she's sick of creators playing victim. I don't know what that means. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, ladies. I just wanted to share the link.
No, yeah.
No, I mean, I know I was made I was made fun of when we had an interview. I think I was on Queen's panel and we spoke to Chris. But I really, to be honest with you, from day one, I always, wanted to leave it open to possibilities, and, had the option to talk to, or the opportunity to talk to both of them on different settings, which was pretty cool. And from that, I formed my own opinion, because, when you talk to someone and how they answer your questions and how they behave, that's how I sort of got a much, much better feeling for the Proudfoots than I got for Seth himself.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me, and I think a lot of people that meet Seth feels the same way. There's something about that dude that just, and I can tell you, I cannot put my finger on it, because we've seen him flip, we've seen him do this, and I watch his interviews with mainstream media, and they're so different from like how he is behaving on YouTube, where he's like seemingly letting it all out, right? Like stupidity and all, and
he knows when
idiotic
to
things.
turn on the sympathy act and play dumb, and what I call that is manipulation. Mhm.
Yeah,
I call
Probably.
that. I think he's the master manipulator. I mean,
help a brother
what
out
is it? What does it take to groom someone younger than you?
I was saying, what does it take? What kind of
Mhm.
personality does it take to take advantage of a child and
Right.
have them, we look at what he's done, what he did to Katie, like.
Okay, now with you saying that, hon, let me piggyback on that.
Mm-hmm.
We know that people like that don't change.
Right.
Right? I mean, we follow all of these cases. They don't change, they get worse.
Right. And that's the thing, like also what type of individual like would prey on it, like not just the having the skills to do it, but what type of person targets a child.
Yep, they don't change. People like that don't get better. So that's why I'm wondering, the story we heard about the Waffle House where he had Sebastian get the 16-year-old's number. Was it really for Sebastian?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he told the story about being at the Waffle House with Sebastian, and he had him go back inside and get the 16-year-old waitress's number. And I believe JLR spoke to her. No.
Oh, gosh.
That's,
wow.
Yes, see? Andy just said it too. Think about the waitress at the Waffle House. Did he send Sebastian up to get her number for him?
I don't think it was for Sebastian.
So how do we know this? Who you said JLR came
Seth
out with
said it. No, Seth said it.
Oh.
I don't say anything that is not from their
Seth
mouths.
said a lot of things.
Right, that's why. Yeah,
I don't go off rumors, and he had a neighbor that moved. I don't know anything about that. So no,
Right.
I go off everything Seth said himself. And I've been bashed, and you should read my comments. I mean, for only using his words, my clips are not even me talking and giving my opinion, and they're mad. It's weird.
I don't understand. It is weird. I don't understand that either. And I'm the same way. That's why I asked you how do we know this, because I knew that you would have heard it. You like it's a fact, and I always dig and dig and dig with facts, and yeah, some people don't like it, and I can't understand
They hate
either.
it. They hate it.
I know. I just don't understand. Me, I'm different. I want to know. I'm like a sponge. If you've got, I just absorb and absorb and absorb. I want to know the truth. Yeah, but yeah, they get very angry, very angry.
Yeah, there's nothing like the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous because people like to be on teams. I just don't do that. I do my own.
Mm-hmm.
If there's documents, I read through the documents, and if I can't understand it, I'll ask a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
And then,
I've really enjoyed, getting your perspective, Golf.
thank you. I enjoy yours too.
Yeah, I feel like you're pretty, you're really level-headed and you look at everything. I feel like you've been, fairly looking at everything and not emotional.
I mean, it's not emotional for me, obviously, because it's not, I'm not part of the family, right? I think it's horrible.
Right.
I would love Sebastian to come home, obviously. And I do what I can, but I'm not going to solve this case.
Right.
You know,
None of
let's
us
hope,
are here.
yeah, let's hope Dog the Bounty Hunter is.
Hopefully.
Well, he's turning up the heat. So whatever it is, I think we haven't seen this much movement in 6 months.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And the Tilt-A-Whirl comment was really
Yep.
that was really something.
Maybe that's what brought him out.
There are 104 billboards going up around the country too.
How many?
104.
Just help a
Oh my
brother out
gosh.
here.
That's good.
Very
Okay,
nice.
check this out. Here we go. At request of chat.
Jay, did you see where Jackie asked you to drop the link again?
Rogers, I heard you like 'em young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor.
Oh.
You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da.
Look at it.
Oh, I didn't
Yo,
realize
Seth
he
Rogers,
was a
I heard you
rapper.
like
I've
'em
not
young.
seen this.
You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor.
Oh my
You ain't
gosh.
like me. They ain't like us. They
Okay, so he's not a rapper. This is like a parody
When-
of another rap battle about R. Kelly.
Okay.
It was a rap battle with R. Kelly. He just changed the words. It's the funniest thing.
It is so funny.
He is a
It is
mess.
so
I
funny.
appreciate JLR because he's so himself, like
Mhm.
always. Always.
He is. He's genuine. What you see is what you get for sure.
Yep. Might not always agree with him, but he's himself.
All right, you guys ready to watch this?
Sure.
All right, we got some more Seth says.
Okay.
Crimes just came in the room and said, "What is that?"
I can't even imagine somebody that just came in.
Oh, Kendrick Lamar. Sorry. I said R. Kelly.
I'm gonna have that in my head all day tomorrow. Like people are gonna be like, "What?"
I am still the same person I was.
Oh, this right here, the first statement he makes right here is scary to me because we know how he was with Katie, right? Listen to this.
I am still the same person I was when she married me years ago. When she divorced me, I'm still the same person she divorced. Only now I'm a dad. Before I wasn't a dad.
Holler if you ever want me to stop.
My responsibility is not to her. It's to Sebastian. She divorced me. She doesn't get any of the courtesy that I give to others.
Wow.
I try to be diplomatic with her, and most of the time I am. But when I get an attitude from her, I will give her one back.
Pascal's very uncomfortable.
This wasn't to start a fight. This is not even a fight. Which I think is the funniest thing, is this is not a fight. If she wants to make it into a fight, she can. She's going to be fighting herself. Not me.
Yeah, he's very uncomfortable there. What's his name?
Pascal is very
Pascal is
uncomfortable.
very uncomfortable. Yeah. That's sort of scary because it's almost threatening.
Imagine being his ex-wife and hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Really also leaned into the camera at the end, like to say that, you know?
Hey, Catherine, we don't think a young girl would go after Seth either. Hence, maybe the drug connection. In my opinion, allegedly. So, yeah, I mean, if you heard that and you were his ex and you had an RO, yeah, I'd be a little worried too.
Yeah, that was something else for sure. He's
I
definitely
mean-
on something here. I
I-
mean,
See, he
Yeah,
would never
he's
do
slurring,
that.
huh? Slurring?
He would never do that on mainstream media, ever. He
Never.
wouldn't say things like that.
Never.
So
Did
I'm
you? I
saying he
can't play
picks it.
Brian Enton, but the Brian Enton one golf, he is pitiful. Pitiful. Oh, wait, you know what? I can probably play the audio. You guys need to hear his voice. It was like night and day. I can just play the audio. I can't show the video.
whose voice is this?
It's Brian Enton and Seth Rogers. And I just saw it for the first time the other day. And I was like, what? Okay. We're going to just do it like this. Can you guys see it or no?
I can't see.
Regina, your audio is not working.
I think they want you to replay the one we just saw as well.
Oh, okay. Am I moving ahead too much? I probably shouldn't play that anyways because I'll get in trouble. All right,
Yeah, don't
play
do
it
that
again.
then.
Yeah, let's play it again. I'll give you the link though.
Oh, okay.
Maybe someone else can play it when they stream or something, or you guys can watch it. He sounds like just like this, like almost feels really whiny sound. It's weird. All right, back to this one. Pascal.
I am still the same person I was when she married me years ago. When she divorced me, I'm still the same person she divorced. Only now I'm a dad. Before I wasn't a dad. My responsibility is not to her, it's to Sebastian. She divorced me. She doesn't get any of the courtesy that I give to others.
What does that mean?
I try to be diplomatic with her.
I don't give her, she doesn't get the courtesy I give to others. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but listening to this and then remembering that he disappeared 8 years to the date of what was it, when they got married or divorced?
That was when she filed.
What's that?
It was when she filed for divorce. It's 8 years to the day when she filed.
Okay. And then seeing this mess, hearing him talk like that, you can almost paint a picture that, yeah, he did something and he picked that day for a reason.
Revenge.
This is weird.
Sebastian wouldn't have known that day. Like, he's not going to be like, oh, this is the day my brother.
No.
Yeah, right.
Like, what are the odds? 1 in 365, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Hey B, you're up here. Is your audio working? Nope. Not working. See, this has been happening with some people.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
had to go into my settings and make sure that the headphones I was using was the one that was the default. So I don't know if that would help her, but remember, it took me a minute that first time I was on your panel. I mean, a good 15, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Listen, big picture, he did one with Brian Enton. I can't play it because they sued me.
What?
Yeah, Nexstar Media, which owns News Nation, sued me during the Gabby Pesito case for using their content, even though they said I was threatening their Florida market. Whatever. I can't play their shit. I got sued. I have injunction against. It was terrible. So I can't play their shit. And they watch. They watch to make sure I don't.
That sounds like it.
And they have a court injunction against me, so I don't really want to fuck with that.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm
He's
not
giving you enough material. There's enough material to go.
Yeah, and I actually put the link in chat twice, so you can watch it. Yeah, I know. I know big picture, it sucks. Okay, so he says she doesn't get the courtesy he gives others. We saw the courtesy he gave Trevor Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Most of the time I am. But when I get an attitude from her, I will give her one back.
Thank you, Aristocat, for gifting a membership.
This wasn't to start a fight. This is not even a fight. Which I think is the funniest thing, is this is not a fight. If she wants to make it into a fight, she can. She's going to be fighting herself. Not me.
Sunday, the day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that, and we went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he went in here.
One reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And, once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause.
His wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, since around 7 a.m., gets to his vehicle and realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, since around 6.
What were the feelings that you were feeling? To censor myself, fully freaking.
Okay. Let's go back where he says ex-wife.
Look at also, when he says that too, look at the, movement of his face, muscles and stuff.
And the look in his eye. And he couldn't wait to correct her either. I mean, to be on Nancy Grace, be on a national, worldwide show. She's actually worldwide, right? First time on there. And that's what you do? That's some weird shit. But let's slow it down. Watch his, and I was looking at his face too. I know everybody thinks I'm a weirdo, but you slow things down, you really see a lot. Did you guys go over the vigil with me in slow-mo? When we saw all their body language and holy.
I didn't see that.
That vigil was the body language there, they all looked worried.
Really?
I feel like something was brewing. They weren't feeling comfortable. And it wasn't just Betty. I felt like the presence was just making them all very much on edge when they shouldn't have been.
Oh, yes. I was thinking of the vigil before. This last one. Yeah, weird. I agree.
Very weird. It was very awkward. Everybody seemed very suspicious. They're looking around. I don't know. It was just a very weird vibe there. Oh, Loaded Hot says this wasn't to start a fight. This was something he did.
I was about to say that too. I thought that was very odd that he said this wasn't to start a fight. As if he knew what the intentions were. Like, you wouldn't have said this wasn't to do something when it's not something that you did or were involved in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't comment on what the intent of it was, if it was just purely Sebastian and what his intentions were, because you don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
So I
I
thought it was
agree.
very revealing that he said that.
I agree.
Did you see the SS in chat? It says if the panel slims down at any point before you end, I'd like to come up. Got everything
I can
done.
drop down if they want to come up.
No, you guys are fine. I just put the link in there. SS, you can come up anytime.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've heard, I was on a panel with him once. I like to hear what he has to say for sure.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's watch him. Here we go. I know we need a man's perspective up here too.
Exactly. It would be nice.
X, thank you. Since
Nancy.
around 6 at around 7 a.m. gets to his vehicle
Nancy
and
drunk.
realizes his wife and the stepdad have
he's like, oh no,
calling and texting him.
He talked right over her ass, right over top of her. He was like, nope.
Thank you. Since around 6.
What were the feelings that you were feeling? To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat, but I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming.
So this is the one that some people were saying a couple months ago. If you listen to her words, she went to look for him and she said she did like that he was already, and then she did like the motion of the neck when you do when somebody's gone or something, or dead or disappeared. I don't know what to make of that. I would like other people's opinions. It's just, if you back it up.
I think she meant because she was talking about Chris calling the police. She said he had already called, and I think she got out of order with how things went down. I don't think it was anything about that.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't get that vibe myself. What about y'all?
Well, and then when she does that, Chris coughs. So, and then she starts fumbling her words. So it's
yeah, I
kind
did
of
notice
eerie.
that.
It's kind of eerie. Yeah.
She might be nervous, and she might. I mean,
100%. Absolutely. I'm not saying she did anything. I just wanted to know what everybody else thought about it.
I think she's trying. I feel like she's almost. Yeah, she's very nervous. I feel like she's nervous because, behavior panel also points out she's rocking kind of back and forth a little bit. She knows that every word I think is going to be overanalyzed. And I think that's one thing that when especially if it's something like that major, like your child is missing, you're wondering what you're saying is coming off. And so I think that's contributing a lot to her maybe getting things out of order.
I think she's using her hand to gesture her driving around. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, what if, we don't know, but what if there was some things going on where she was scared of Seth and, maybe thought he was hanging around and didn't want to, didn't feel safe, or maybe suspected him right off the rip. Maybe they suspected him right off the rip.
True.
Because she also said, oh, he's very involved. If anything was going on, his dad would be front row. Was she just going along with Seth's narrative to keep Seth happy at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to, because when someone first pointed it out to me, I was like, oh my gosh. But it could be many things. Like I said, I just wanted to get opinions and see.
Well, to be honest, the last time I watched this, I was thinking that they were guilty. And I just don't know anymore. So
100%. Yeah, I'm just backing off on everything and just getting back to the roots. Like, this is about a child that is missing, and I have to keep my mind open to all possibilities.
But and also, in all fairness, if she would start making him look bad, Seth, that doesn't look bad. That looks bad on everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So I think
do.
They really wanted to focus this whole thing on Sebastian, which is what it should be.
100%.
And
yeah.
not about a personal relationship or any of that this turned into. Because, as I say, she could have said something like about him, but that would make her look bad too. So why go there?
okay, so when he coughs, she's talking about crying, and she says, I was screaming.
She said
And
something
then,
about the three-way or something.
well, she says, no, I just played it.
Okay.
So it says, I was crying and I was screaming, and then that's when he coughs. And he was like,
That's also odd. Someone brought it up in the chat. Like, I think it's very odd that none of them called Sebastian because we know he had a phone.
I thought that too. I brought that up too. The first thing that I would do if my child were missing is call their phone. But somebody told me that it was on the kitchen countertop, so she knew where it was possibly.
right, but
yeah,
Seth didn't know where it was.
why didn't Seth call him? You drive for 45 minutes hearing that your son just is gone, and
That's
you don't
true.
call his cell phone?
That's true. I didn't think of it from that. I was just thinking, from Katie and Chris, because the phone was at their house. But I thought that too. The first thing you would do is call, see if you
You
can get a
drive
hold-
for 45 minutes. I would call my mom if my mom was
Yep.
around. I'd
Yep.
call my mom and be like, oh my God, I'm on my way to Katie's.
Yep.
They can't find Sebastian. I would call Sebastian's phone. I would leave Sebastian voicemails.
Yes, absolutely. And I wonder if I don't know. I didn't think of it from the point of view of Seth calling him, but you would. I mean, I guess it's possible. Katie said, who knows? I mean, there's so many variables, and just when you think you got
Well,
it figured out.
he said that he called him when he got home from school at
Yeah.
3:30. So why wouldn't he call him when he thinks he's missing and he's driving for 45 minutes?
100%, yes.
Doesn't even make sense. He
Mm-mm.
didn't call anybody. Vinny asked him, did you call anybody? No, I was just focusing on not getting a speeding ticket. It's like, what?
Is that what he said?
Yeah. And Vinny goes, okay, I understand that, but you didn't make any calls. You didn't, call and ask for any updates. And he said, no.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, SS.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good deal. How y'all
See
doing?
you.
Yeah, good to see y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good
Where
to
we
meet
at?
you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, Jay.
Yeah, it's nice to have you up here. Thanks for coming up tonight.
Anytime.
We kind of talked about this last night, and I was like, we're going to have to do a panel. He's like, we got to do a panel before Bullhorn Betty goes to court. Because I'm dying to know what you're thinking about all of this.
I don't even exactly remember what the total context of that was, but I was just, so much stuff was going on with her at the time, and everybody keeps asking, like, why aren't we seeing these violations, and what's the deal with the charges, this, that, and the other. And, I have done a little bit of like predator hunting type stuff, and have been involved in a couple of, nothing major, but I know with digital charges and things in general, in my experience at least, a lot of times you'll think, man, what are they doing? This stuff's never coming. Why aren't they showing up yet? And then just randomly one morning you'll wake up and there'll be like 200 individual charges.
Right.
And it's
Right.
it just takes a minute because they have to go through all that stuff and they have to run it by people and see like, okay, does this verbiage, qualifies this? And I don't know. It's just, when cops have everything else going on, and I think that department I read had like 4 people in their tech department or their, what do they call it, cyber crimes or whatever. I just imagine it's like a lot to put together, especially with the kind of bust that's going on. So, that's one of my thoughts on the thing.
What do you think about this stuff that came out about Dog the Bounty Hunter and stuff?
I'm torn on it. I think that you raised some good points. I think my issue is, which, the way that you're saying it about it kind of being a ploy or a tactic, that tracks much more. My mind normally doesn't go there initially. I kind of like start out at I don't want to say simplest thing, but I'm just I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. Here's my
No,
thought,
I know what you're saying. You're going to the most like obvious, most common sense explanation.
Which again, at 6 months into an investigation that's this complex, it seems like I'm not sure that the simplest explanation is maybe the best one. Because if it was, we would probably have an arrest by now.
True,
but,
I agree.
But that said, the thing that's odd to me is I know in the courts they have an issue, or they've been having an issue with memories gathered or brought back through hypnotism because of the high rate of implanted memories. And I also read earlier that there are issues with any kind of confessions or things like that extracted with quote unquote truth serum. I don't know if there's validity to that. I haven't read the law. Those things just stood out to me as like, what's going on here? But then you posit that it could be a tactic. And I'm like, well, I mean, that the FBI, that's what they're going to do is study personality types. And if they look at this and plus,
that's what I'm saying, SS.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Plus what?
No, I'm just going to say they know, like, if there is crime scene, they know it. We know nothing about it. Like, we don't even know what they found. I'm not saying there's a crime scene per se, but they have more evidence than we do. So there may be things there they can make some psychological insights with. And we don't know if they have somebody that matches up with what they've seen. And if, like you said, maybe they're picking this stuff for a reason. So I can't see your thinking on that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think I, constantly wear a tinfoil hat because I do go like complex. I think like rationally, like I think back like since the FBI put up this 50K. Right. That to me was the first step in putting more pressure. That was the beginning. And when the 50K, no one came through, right? 24 hours, 48 hours. Yeah. Then, they upped the ante. And it wasn't just the FBI coming out saying, well, now we've raised it to 100. No, they had to put some spin on it. They gotta use more to get these people coming out of the woodwork, whoever it is.
Well, I do completely and totally see that, because also another thing I heard in this case is the police wouldn't tell them not to put up a reward, and they never do that. Well, I'm here to tell you they definitely do that. In Delphi, they didn't want a reward to start with in that case that was in Vortex Springs near you with that diver. They said the same thing. They wanted to wait for a certain period of time because of the psychology behind the crime. They thought waiting, it would have more impact. So a lot of times they might come out with one to start with, but it's not guaranteed. So, I can see that. Again, 6 months on, drop 50,000, drop a second 50,000. Then you've got these people coming out with kind of salacious stuff. You've got JLR releasing documents and covering this again now from the other end. You've got Dog, you've got Truth Serum, you've got Betty going to court, all that being rolled into one day. You've got Seth saying she's going to be there with her. You've got an investigator that's going to be there with Katie. I mean, it's a lot of things.
You have a criminal lawyer actually sharing on Twitter this Dog the Bounty Hunter and Nick the Hat thing.
It's
criminal
a lot.
defense lawyer is like there's like so many different aspects thrown into one.
Yeah. I mean, it's so, I don't know what it means, but it almost, you know, either there's like a really complex theory or it's spaghetti right now and everyone's throwing their hands up like, okay, fuck it. Like, let's just do everything we got all at once, you know,
Right.
and
Yeah.
hope something shakes out. I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
But
Can
we
I add
don't,
something to that? Because I
please.
think if you read through that press release again, something that struck out to me was at night has been retained by a private individual or entity to provide services to Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Rogers, to assist in the search for Sebastian and facilitate the arrest and prosecution of the individuals responsible for his disappearance. This collaboration is contingent on Seth Rogers' full and continued cooperation, which he has already demonstrated. Isn't that odd to you?
Yeah, that's a really odd statement.
You know what I get from that? I get that he's not cooperating.
Well,
Oh,
what about
okay.
Kate? What about the Proudfoots?
Well, I don't know about the Proudfoots, but I mean, we know
Yeah.
Seth says, well, they won't tell me anything. Do we even know that he's asking? I mean,
Yeah.
we're taking his
Yeah.
word for it. It's
True.
usually the opposite of what he says. Is
Yeah,
he
that's
even
true.
asking or is he avoiding them? Because he wasn't at his thing to clear him. Where was he? That event was to clear Seth. Why wasn't Seth there?
I can't figure it out either. Some people tried to say, "Oh, he was so upset from Betty's arrest, he just couldn't pull himself out of the
What?
bed."
What?
I'm like Betty's arrest. Like it's his kids missing. What the hell are you talking about? This shit don't make any sense. I don't know.
Oh, you guys, Kelly
That's
Mack just
wild.
said private third party entity in the Reed case was the feds. Oh, bing bong.
Rock and roll tide.
I think he's avoiding Ellie because he talks so bad about him. You really think he's getting off the live after he says they're not doing anything? They're
Yeah,
not infested. You think he's
yeah.
calling him up after that?
No, he
No.
ain't made with that kind of stuff. Hell
Fuck
no.
no.
Mm-mm. No, ain't no way. No
And I
way.
think he's been tickled pink that they've said all three parents are cooperating with law enforcement. I think he's like,
Yeah.
sweet. They see me as being cooperative. All right, I can roll with this.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I think that the document, to me at least, kind of explains one thing that JLR released. It explains to me why Seth has been so twisted on getting himself cleared. I don't know if he just saw it and has been reacting to that in there, or if they somehow leaked it to try to get his supporters fired up about clearing him to also put him in there because his ego is so out of control. He
I have
probably
an idea.
literally can't stand it. What's your
I have
idea?
an idea.
Tell me.
Well, I mean, he already said that Nina said they talk every day.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
That's
Nina
what I
probably
was
said
thinking.
it says they're cleared.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
he was like,
Yep.
what?
Yeah.
Well,
and
what the
so,
hell? Why aren't I?
And when we've heard people saying like, I don't know, this is weird. Maybe they're looking into him about this or that, you know, or like there's something going on behind the scenes. Maybe sharing documents like that back and forth with people is kind of what's being talked about. You know, people know things that they shouldn't. Stuff's been leaked that they shouldn't. And, you know, whether it's the stuff to do with CPS, whether it's these custody papers, I mean, that's serious shit.
It is very serious.
I mean, you just go around firing that stuff off to somebody like Betty. God only knows, you know, who. There's some people in her inner circle. There's got to be. I mean, who knows who she's sent that shit to or what she's done. I mean, I wouldn't trust her to mop my floor, much less hold on to confidential documents.
Is she Seth's Huckleberry? Cricket? Remember he said, I'm your Huckleberry.
You know what was interesting yesterday? When she was cooking, she said something about like those Salisbury, like whatever steaks that she was, whatever hamburger thing, Salisbury steaks.
Oh, Lord.
She said something, someone in the household doesn't like onions.
Mm.
And I'd heard that there was a rumor going around that he was down there, like maybe allegedly.
Oh, he doesn't like onions?
No, that like he was down in Florida visiting.
Like she was cooking for him?
Yeah, I just thought, well, I mean, I only knew Betty lived with Delilah. Like,
Well, somebody said that he went out of town, that Seth did.
Mm.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Is Seth on the run?
Whipping it up.
I thought that stuck out to me. Like, who doesn't like onions in your household? Don't you live by yourself, Betty? Like,
I thought that was weird too that she was even mentioning others because she's usually not that courteous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no.
very
I thought that was a very courteous thing for her to say.
yeah,
And it was
like that's very odd. Like that stood out to me.
very out of character for her to think of others.
Think of other like
Who-
other
who-
people that's very not like Betty. It's the world revolves around her, and it might be a possibility if someone else is out there and their feelings might matter.
the poster who knows says dogs can't have onions. That's true. I have heard that, but yeah, I think what,
I mean,
yeah, I think what
Dude,
you're saying is interesting.
she tried to feed Delilah her cooking and the dog wouldn't even eat it. Like if you put mashed potatoes on a plate, my dogs would have that shit gone. Her dog
for
ran
sure.
away from the plate. I was like, oh my God, she won't even eat it.
Probably all that damn garlic she's pouring in there. That can't be good for them.
Her dog seems to be scared of her, to be honest.
I mean, wouldn't you be? She just runs around her house screaming.
Oh, she was manic the other day and she picked up Delilah and she was literally scratching her back. And I thought to myself, my God, we're going to see blood coming from this dog's back in a minute. She was so aggressively scratching her. I was like, stop. Thank you, Jackie, for becoming a member. Hold on one second, guys. Thank you, Jackie. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I'm Jay with an E. I thought I missed something else. There we go. She probably has a necklace of garlic. All right, you guys want to play some more of this?
Yeah, roll it.
All right, let's do it.
Can you imagine
Oh
how
shit.
stressful?
We don't want that slow.
Yeah, that's trippy.
We already are tripping enough with this case.
Tracers.
That is, and
That Monday, 3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around, two people, two flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood, and coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which
Okay, I want to make it a point here. Do you notice when Chris and Katie were on here, she did not ask these kind of questions? Like she asked Seth if his carpet was removed.
Oh wow.
She asked him she goes on and on about these lights. 3:10 a.m. Like she is very much more aggressive,
I should say. Yeah.
than she was with Chris and Katie.
For sure.
Well, she's very calculated too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she is.
Like her or not, but she knows out of each person on that show exactly what she wants from them.
Yep. And I wanted to say too about what you said about the rewards is so true. Because like Summer Wells, a bunch of creators raised a reward and it turned into a huge like legal nightmare. And it did not bring anything, that helped the case out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like you said, it depends on the psychology of the case, what's going on, what kind of players there are, and if that's going to be enticing and bring credible leads.
Yeah, well, because if the only people who knows what went on are the two people who committed the crime, I mean, you can offer $1 million, you're not, it's just not going to happen. But in a situation where somebody might see something, or there might, I want to go
or may
fishing
have
on
helped
some odd day while they're supposed to be at work at your river or some shit. Yeah, it may have helped, whatever, weird shit like that. I can see that, but it's not always a guarantee that a reward's going to do what you think it'll do.
Right. All right, here we go. Back to Nancy.
that is, and
that Monday,
Watch his
3:10
face.
a.m. Who in the hay is walking around, two people, two flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood, and coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which leads me to
I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
My next question was Sebastian's mother, the last person to see him. Where'd you hear that at? She the last one? Was there someone else that came to the house that night? Or is there some other story?
It's amazing to me that there's people who think that he has something to do with it. It's just amazing.
What are your thoughts about Sebastian's mom? Do you believe she's the last person to see Sebastian before he disappeared?
I'd say yes. I mean, he was in her house. She's the one that put him to bed. She'd be the last person to have seen him.
His room is on the first floor, right? So his window is accessible from the outside? Where'd you hear that at?
It would be, I believe, but I know law enforcement went around the house and stated that none of the windows or screens had been tampered with.
It's amazing to me that there's people who think that he has something to do with it. It's just amazing.
Y'all just reminded me of my question. Oh my
yay.
goodness. This
Okay,
is a
go on.
big one. This is a big one, Tony. Please clear this one up. I'm sure you can. Seth went missing on the cameras at work from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m. the night Sebastian went missing.
Where'd you hear that
Say
at?
that.
No, that's baloney. He
That's
didn't disappear from
baloney.
work. He was at work the whole time.
This is what Terry Lynn told Jay is for Justice. I just want to run this by you. I have a 2-hour
So
absence
much, Jay.
where he's not on camera. If you get the chance, just holler at me. I will always have your back because I know the truth. Plus, I respect the fuck out of you. I will not be defending Seth Rogers any longer. I can't and won't because I don't believe any of them. If I spill, I believe everyone will know why they're not cleared. Love you, Jay, and I do respect the fuck out of you. Holler at me if you want, and I'll tell you. It makes sense now. So I'm not taking the bait. I'm thinking, damn, I'm being baited. She wants me to put out there that Seth hasn't been on the camera between 3 and 5. Oh, yeah, the love bombing is real. The love bombing is real. What if And Swiss Terry investigates, she Lynn knows isn't I've been through the fucking lying? ringer with love bombs and shit and weird shit happening, right?
Wait, what if Terry Lynn isn't lying? What if she really had a tip
Yeah. Yeah.
this is gonna end up really fucking weird? I just have a feeling.
I think that's where that may have come from.
I am feeling like this is gonna be so weird.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's too complex for me. You're probably right. It probably is complex as hell. You know what? Yeah, you're right. It's gotta be.
You try to go to the simple solution and it's not, it doesn't fit.
Yeah, no, I can't see it. But Terry, to be fair, she's so busy worried about going on a date with you, Jay,
help a brother
that,
out
who knows what she's liable to say.
Oh, she's not my type.
She got all the parking lots cleared in Hendersonville.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Big Picture, for becoming a member and for your super chat. Nice work analyzing the timeline of the statements. So I want to run something by you before we continue. There's something that dawned on me today. So remember in the dispatch audio when there was someone seen on the mannequin, whatever, right?
Oh,
Remember
word. Yes.
Remember the
yes.
mannequin? Oh,
Yes,
it's just a
I
mannequin,
do.
guys.
I
All right,
do.
that was at 8:02. Okay, I wrote down a timeline of that morning today. I am like, you guys, this is really bothering me. So
yeah, you up in it.
I am up in it. Okay, so 8:02 was the mannequin. Now hear me out. Didn't Seth say he left there for like 45 minutes to go look for his son?
He also said that he left there with law enforcement followed him back to
Yes.
They followed him that day, but didn't
Yes.
he say he left for a
Yeah.
bit and went and searched?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when that was by chance? Like what time he went? Like, didn't he say I was there for a while? I was watching body language and then I went and I left. I was there for about 45 minutes or something.
Well, yeah, with all that specialized training he's got, I mean, of course he'd be watching body language.
And didn't he say that it took him about 45 minutes or something to get there?
Yeah.
To get
Yeah.
It was
Oh, yes,
40
yes, he did say that.
Okay, so I have here like the if he left there at 7:20, that would put him getting in Hendersonville right about 8.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when that mannequin thing was seen, the heat sensor thing.
I do believe you're right. I want to confirm for sure, but yeah, it sounds right to me.
It would have been okay. So he arrives roughly about 8 o'clock. 8:02 was the mannequin, and then by 8:50, they were reconvening back at the Stafford house and starting over. Yeah. I did the Google thing that shows the traffic at night. If he would have driven from the jail to Hendersonville, it was like 32 minutes or something like that in the middle of the night. It was 40 minutes. It was, I put him leaving.
He would be going in the morning though.
Well, no, I'm saying if he left work when he was supposed to be sleeping or whatever. So I was looking at it like, did he leave work in the middle of the night? And if so, when would he have arrived?
And the weird thing is, if he left at 2:30, it's because Google, you can actually go back in time and it'll show you how long it would have taken you to get somewhere based on the traffic in the past. Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know it had that option. So I put in 2:30 and it got him there at 3:10. And they say Nancy's like 3:10 a.m. Those flashlights, and I'm like, oh my God, these times are freaking me out.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say, Jay. I can see it. I mean, 30-minute drive, you know.
I mean, it would get him there at 3:10, and then you hear these flashlights. We're seeing it 3:11. They're stuck, and he like giggles about it, like, well, those cameras were stuck on 3:11. Yes, it came from the dispatch calls. That's what I was saying. They said that at 8:02. They reported the mannequin. Just interesting. Anyways,
8:02. All right.
Well, those mannequins don't give up a...
Oh.
So can I tell you what?
Oh,
no, sorry.
Those mannequins, they do not give out heat.
No, I know.
So
but
that's
haven't you ever heard of them? Like, if
I mean, they're there. They're like a feature, right?
No, what I'm saying is, like, haven't you ever heard of like dispatch when they're, if there's like something that they don't want the public to hear, they like garble it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go back and like redact things.
Mm-hmm.
So we could be hearing the redacted version because there's a lot of things in there you can't understand.
Yeah.
So I feel like that is edited.
Well,
by law
also
enforcement.
a lot of times in my experience, kids around suburbs, especially that abut to woods or construction areas, the local kids will kind of have like a hangout spot in that area. And it's not abnormal for them to do weird stuff like hang dolls in trees or, carve stuff into trees, or maybe have a mannequin they put out there, or, it could even be some, redneck like sighting in their guns or something. I mean, who knows? But I do hear what you're saying. It could definitely be that. It could also, if you're saying it could be some sort of meaningful thing, it could be an area that the kids might have frequented just to play or something, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, you know how kids are that age. They slip out, they're going to want to go somewhere, roast the bone, kick it.
I know, but it wouldn't get above the heat signal, especially in February. That's what doesn't make sense.
Okay, word.
He's like,
I follow.
They had the heat signal with the drone, and then they sent the guys on the ground to go seek it out. And he's like, "You're right on top of it. You're right on top of it." And then all of a sudden, it cuts out, and he goes, "It's a mannequin."
That is awkward.
And he goes, "Sorry, guys, look like a person awkward from up here." And I was like, "What?"
That is awkward. Yeah.
The only other thing I can think of is, remember, this is school time Monday morning and somebody going to school or whatever, and they might have redacted it because
what if
of
it
that.
was Seth? What if Seth got there and was walking around back there and they saw him and they said, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just, I heard he was missing. I'm just looking for my son."
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know. They would.
Well,
they might cut that out. You know what I mean?
I've heard some people say it's discredited. I've heard other people say it's not. I don't know which it is, but I do want to bring it up because I've always been interested in it. The claim by the neighbor that there was a kid who got, I don't know, startled or whatever on his property and hid from him underneath his car. He called into 911 or whatever that day. I always thought that was such an odd story. And I know people say, oh, that was fake. Oh, it wasn't Sebastian or whatever. But why would a kid have crawled and hid underneath his car? Is that not odd to anyone? I've never been like, oh, I need to hide from this dude. Let me crawl under a car.
I wonder when she would have heard that story though, because didn't that same neighbor also say that she wasn't aware that the Proudfoots even lived there really with
Genevieve just said that story wasn't true, and she's usually like completely spot on. So I probably heard wrong or misunderstood or something.
No, it's on the dispatch
definitely
audio.
Said it, but I don't think the story's accurate.
I mean, he could be hiding behind, I don't know, under the car per se or behind the car.
Oh, she says it's because he hides in confined spaces with his flashlight a lot. And see, that was the part about that interested me, was that not even necessarily that was him or whatever, but the bigger thing was that I heard he hid in confined spaces a lot, and I don't know. I know in those construction areas, I know with places that have a little bit larger sewer systems, there's just, I don't know, there's a lot of avenues for kids to explore and do stuff. And I know if I had snuck out of the house and went somewhere, lost track of time, fell asleep somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, got up, went home, all of a sudden there was cops outside, I might be scared and, try to duck out or something. And then, I don't know, I'm just saying, the explanation for this could be maybe way weirder than we think, going off kind of Jay's school of thought. Because that's the thing about Maura Murray. A lot of people think there was a tandem car and she was picked up. That's why the scent dropped off just like his and all that. And I'm just saying it might be more complex than a simple parental thing. Anyways, ugh.
You're probably right. Hey, guys, before you start this, I'm going to pop off, okay? Thank you so much for
No,
having
you
me.
can't golf. You're not allowed.
I have to work in the morning. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Put it that way.
Have a good night.
Good night,
See ya.
golf.
See you next
Bye,
time.
everybody.
Bye.
Take care.
Does she know how to leave? Yep. All right. I am actually uploading something right now because I can't get audio, but I want to show you guys this freaking clip about that damn construction site.
Yeah.
You're going to shit. Okay. So, you know how I said, what if it was Seth?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know people think, oh, why you keep going at Seth? Like, why would it be Seth? Da, da, da. Well, he tells us in this clip that I'm going to play in a few minutes that he actually visited that construction site multiple times in the first couple days. Mm-hmm. So let's finish this first.
Yes.
Can I say something really quick?
Sure.
Crafting with Amy, she said she was placed on gabapentin for neuropathic pain. It made her a little drowsy at first, but nothing drastic. It didn't help with neuropathic pain, so I was taken off it. Crafting with Amy, ask your provider, if you haven't done this yet, to try imipramine. For some people, it works wonders, even on a very, very low dose. So try imipramine.
Thanks, Doc.
Well,
I didn't know you were gonna I thought you were gonna say something about the cat. Like I was like waiting on.
Not intended for medical advice.
Yes, no, that's just something that took my widespread chronic body pain almost away completely, and I was just shocked. So for some people, it works so well. It's not like a narcotic or anything, but yeah, just check into that if you haven't already with your doctor. Not
Word.
You ready?
Appreciate it.
Ooh-wee.
What's going on?
I think Jay feeling some type of way.
What's that?
Truth serum.
What's that?
I was just joking.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Oh, y'all can't hear it?
No, we can't hear it.
Oh, Jesus.
No.
It does that sometimes. Okay, we're back.
Or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then, Subject 2 reappears and follows Subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area.
Who would move that quickly, y'all?
Not a lot of people.
Nah. Who would move that quickly?
Quickly.
Somebody running a 40-yard dash. That's about it.
Or maybe somebody running from someone?
Yeah, well, yeah, running. Somebody getting it, period.
Mm-hmm. But towards the house.
Okay.
Well, it moves quicker than the other flashlights, Cricket. It might be sped up, but it still moves faster, you know?
And that is it. I know, there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant.
3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around, two people, two flashlights at 3:10 a.m.?
So I respond, I say, no, it's too dark. It's just the two lights. She says, damn, we gotta talk. That could maybe be two men. From 3 to 5, there's lost hours. The next day, that was at June 12th at 11:24. So then the next day on June 13th at 4:47, Jay, when I say 3 to 5, that's Seth missing. Like, not being on camera from 3 to 5 a.m. at work. Then she says, what I said on my live yesterday, I meant. I will god dang stand beside you and dare a bitch. I also believe if you look at the light video, I see the ponytail, period. She's saying that this is Seth's ponytail.
Dare a bitch.
In that Marcus video.
I don't know whose vehicle that is, but maybe the authorities are thinking, hey, did the father hire somebody, etc., to get the kid out of here because it's a custody problem?
Have all the homes been searched? Have the people in that immediate neighborhood all been cooperative?
From my understanding, a lot of them have cooperated with law enforcement, and that they've given up their video cameras footage to Sumner County sheriffs, and they've been pretty much cooperative with law enforcement.
How
about
me personally? I haven't been in that neighborhood since the Wednesday afterwards.
This is it. This is it right here. Vinny's like, what the fuck?
Look at his face right now.
I know. It's fucking priceless.
I've been around there. I've been to the beach high school, but as for going into that neighborhood, no. I've been next door to the construction area. I researched that. I searched it on the Tuesday after he left, and then I've been there a couple times to research it.
The fuck?
I've been to Beach High School. Been over to the fire station when they had the EMA Mobile Command Center there.
The what? Mush mouth.
Do you think it's possible that he would, because you know your son, that he would leave in the middle of the night, potentially barefoot?
Look at him rubbing his arm, too.
Maybe with a flashlight?
It doesn't seem like my son at all. He would never leave my house in the middle of the night barefoot. And if he did, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. You know,
Whoops.
We've left in the middle of the night. There's been times that we've gone fishing in the middle of the night. You know, we plan that sort of stuff. But him walking out the door in the middle of the night, no. It's not something he would do. It's something he's never done on me.
Well, how would you know, though? 'Cause
It's
you're not
something
there.
he's never done on me, but look at her.
Yeah.
What a shitty mother.
Yeah.
That's how he said that.
Yeah.
Just like he said in that other clip, he goes, well, I know she's not being an adult. She's not acting
Creep
like an
town,
adult.
dude.
She's not acting like a parent. And I thought, wow, you must have really talked down to her when she was younger.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine him 10 years old or her
Dude.
18, 19, how he acted. Ooh.
I picture her after having his baby riding in the bed of a truck in the rain. It makes me want to throw up. It gives me a lump in my throat and makes me sick.
Yeah.
Oh, so disrespectful and gross.
Well, one thing I just noticed, he's like itching his arms. Do you think he was at Betty's? With the bed bugs?
Oh, no, I think he's rubbing his injured arm. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
He's rubbing his ailment. I mean, didn't you notice when he's on Nancy Grace? He deliberately wore Star Physical Therapy because he wants the sympathy.
Yeah.
Where was the Sebastian shirt on Nancy Grace? No, it was Star Physical Therapy.
I about died though when Christina went up on Queen Bee's panel and one of Tony's 2 a.m. girls, and they didn't know that she had slept in the Betty's hotel room, And she was like, I just want to let you know, by the way, that you got, Betty had bed bugs. And she was like, the look on her face was like priceless.
Oh yeah.
Ouch.
That's a $7,000-8,000 bill to clear those things out. I mean, for real.
Amy wants to know, did he not have his shoulder vibrator? Remember those interviews? Those were rough.
Those were weird. I just figured out he looks like an owl. He looks like. Do you remember the Tootsie Roll commercial from the '90s with the Professor Owl?
And a 2 and a 3.
Exactly that. That's him. That's him. That's who it is. I've been wondering this whole time. That's it.
SS, you just opened up a whole avenue of grossness with how many licks?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Blech. Now we're all puking. Look at the little owls. We have night owl emojis.
Yeah, those owls are super cute.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
What is
the crystal burger though?
The what?
The crystal burger that you have. It's like the second emoji that you made.
Crystal burger.
Yeah, it's like a little crystals burger.
I saw you talking about crystals last night. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
They're like the little crystal burgers. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Somebody post it so she can see.
Okay, so it's clicker, clogs, a bullhorn, and then dentures.
No, it's the second picture. No, that's the Hershey Kiss. There it is. Kinder or whatever.
Who?
Kindy?
Yeah, those are dentures.
That's a Crystal's burger.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, it totally is.
They're wind-up dentures. They wind up and they chatter.
Note to self, that's a Hershey's Kiss.
It's not. It's my tinfoil hat.
Come on, get out of here.
How do you see a crystal burger?
I'm colorblind, like severely.
Oh.
I have all 3 types of color blindness, so it probably looks way different to me than it does to you.
I could see where it would look like a little hamburger.
It looks like a little lopsided hamburger that's been stuck down inside one of those little cup things they have.
That is so funny.
Yeah.
No, they're Tony's dentures.
Lollipops and dentures. And Terry Lynn, oh my.
Turlin's skin. Y'all are crazy. Dog the Betty Hunter says, is SS on truth serum, right? Meow.
I'm just keeping it real, y'all.
Yeah, that's a phone booth, not a Coca-Cola can.
A phone booth.
Has someone given you Rohypnol? What's going on?
I know, right? Yeah, scopolamine.
Crimes, I think he meant like he researched it, like because law enforcement searched it. He's saying, I researched it. But why'd he go there so much, y'all? Like, that's weird.
I wonder if that's because, isn't that the same area where the retention pond is that they drained?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the dogs allegedly, were barking and hit, there was, do you remember in the call, Jay, where they said there were footprints?
I believe that. 100%.
Sorry. The what?
Do you remember when on the dispatch call where they said that person said there were footprints over there?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. There was a mannequin over there by the pond at the tree line past the construction site. And then we've got this goofball going out there day after day and then saying, I haven't been in that neighborhood. Nope, I haven't been in there. But then he says, I knew exactly where that camera was when they showed me. I knew the angle. The fuck?
Yeah, that's a pretty weird thing to know. I damn sure wouldn't know in my own neighborhood. If you just showed me some shit like that, I'd be like, I don't even know who has cameras.
Dude, I'm telling you, you don't normally look for that shit.
No, you don't. You don't.
And he knows the angle and where I knew exactly where that house was when they showed me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's
your ex-wife?
Yeah.
She's only lived there for a year.
Ooh.
It's not like he's been, coming and going for 7 years picking up Sebastian.
Yeah.
Christ's sakes. This dude, I'm sorry. I get the feeling he was stalker because you know what else? I just learned, and I don't know if you guys knew this, that they moved out, the Proudfoots moved out to Tennessee, and he followed them only 4 months later.
So let me ask you this. I always hear the story about the homelessness or whatever. Is the period of time from when they left out there to when he came to Tennessee? Is that when he was homeless?
I'm assuming
And
after the divorce.
if so, what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. It's not really our business. I don't guess it really matters. But
Well, I mean, he
you
brought
know,
it up, but I mean, it is weird. He said he lived out of his car, but then he said he had all these jobs.
yeah.
You know, it's just his past isn't adding up.
Yeah, it doesn't. I just know he also said that she had to pay him alimony, which I can't even process that.
Oh, it makes me ill.
I can't. I literally don't. Ugh.
I know.
I can't imagine being a man and taking a. It's just
And
not. It's not going to happen. It's
you
not
know,
going
he
to
had
happen.
to request that, right? Or maybe she offered it to get him the fuck off her back.
Somebody else said
Could
that.
be,
Maybe she
yeah.
just wanted rid of him.
Yeah, you know, some women just say, you know what, I don't want child support because I don't want to have to deal with your ass. You know, maybe it was something like that, like money. Obviously, Seth is money driven. You know, maybe she thought that would keep him at bay.
Yeah.
It's sad, but sometimes, you know, you get to know somebody and you know what, you know, makes them tick.
That's true. That's very true.
She's kind of smart for doing that. I mean, honestly, if it kept him off her back and she was able to live her life, you know,
Yeah.
without being bogged down.
I
And then
guess
I don't know, like what happened to make him move to Tennessee all of a sudden?
Yeah, well, I guess my point was just, is there a gap from moving out there to Tennessee where there was some kind of stoppage of that? I mean, again, none of this matters, I guess, but I just, I can't help but think, like, how does he end up that if he's getting alimony and he doesn't have to watch the kid all the time? And I mean, like, it just.
Where's that money going?
Bingo. Or excuse me, bing bong.
Bing bong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he lived out of his car. Whose fault is that? I mean,
yeah.
But it's always the sob story with him. Everything is the sob story.
Yep.
I just wonder what made him follow. Like, if that was just, did he I don't know. Did something happen to be like, I don't have anything to lose. I'm just going to go to Tennessee.
Well, I would imagine, from just hearing Chris and them talk a little bit about helping him get this other job, I imagine that's not a one-off thing. I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think they waited, 7, 8 years or whatever, and we're like, oh, we're going to help you for the first time now. He got alimony at the beginning. He gets help with the job at the end. They leave and aren't out there. He's homeless. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I assume he probably clung to them a lot like you would cling to a family or some parent or something.
Yeah. Do you think that Chris could have maybe felt sorry for him being, that Chris on the other side of the coin is, fighting for custody of his daughter and knows how badly, he wants that. Do you think that he maybe had some sympathy for Seth, that he felt bad for him? Like, that's still his son,
Are you asking me specifically?
I'm asking all of you. I don't know.
I mean, I will take him out of the equation. Let me tell you this. If I was married to a girl and she had a man that had got with her when she was 12 and he was 10 years older, and this kind of shit had been going on, and she paid him alimony and he didn't pay child support, me and him would be on some serious bad terms, and I would do, I would want him to have a relationship with the kid if he was healthy enough and if he showed that he could be positive in that kid's life. But otherwise, I would be a brick wall, and I would do everything possible to make him step to me. Every single time I was around him, I would push every button. I would do everything I could to make it hard on him, because it's just sickening to me. But now I'm not, I'm just talking about me in a situation like that. I don't know how Chris felt, but I can't imagine being a guy and loving a woman enough to marry her and then having some dude that's done that to her. Oh my God. I mean, my blood would boil, literally.
I know. I wouldn't even want to look at him. I mean,
No,
I'm right
couldn't.
with you. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm right
I
with
would,
you.
I would want to assault him every time I was in a room with him.
Yeah. So what really gets me about that, and I agree completely with you, I think that would be normal reaction. But on the other hand, we have Chris, and they both have admitted, Chris and Seth, that they were talking, and Chris was working on Katie behind the scenes. So was Chris putting his needs and wants before Katie's, and his flesh and blood came first? Because if you knew that, how could you even want to send your wife's son there full time, you know?
It's so complex and hard for me to understand.
Me too.
I hear what you're saying completely. I do. But here's the thing at the end of the day. Everybody, you can love your stepkids. You can love them like your own kids. But there's a movie, The Good Son, where the woman's at the edge of the bluff and she's holding both of them and she can only pull one up and she's got to make a choice. I mean, I'm just saying, if it comes down to my kid has to be, I mean, if you're in that awful, terrible situation, I mean, you're gonna choose your biological child.
Right.
So
He maybe felt like pushed in a corner, like, shit, something's happened. I can't have Faith here with Sebastian here. So, I'm gonna work with Seth, try to get him on his feet, get his shit together so that he can be a responsible father. And he probably thought he needs to man up. This is his kid too,
I would definitely feel that way. I would definitely have feelings like, you ain't have any problem being around a 12-year-old when it was her.
Right.
You ain't have any problem teaching her how to drive. So, like, what are you doing, bro? You ain't got him in 3 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever. You get him 4 days, 5 days a month. Like, did you get Katie 4 or 5 days a month when she was 16 or 15? And
right. And Chris had raised Sebastian for how many years, prior. So I think I love getting your opinion, from a male perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's interesting to have a male's perspective too, because you understand like what's normal. Like, for example, when Seth talked about how he would like walk around the house without clothes on.
Hell no. Hell no.
It's so disturbing.
I mean, when you're a man, like, I can't even, like, I know women, y'all have it too, I'm sure, but men are always the ones in these situations that are the bastard, okay? We're like, I mean, and I know that the numbers are more equal than that or whatever, but, we're always the bastard. We're always so, like, when you're a man and you're in those situations, you try to be so above board and you try to do so right. Like, I can't even imagine being in a headspace where I'm just like dipping around the house and friends and having people over and doing that. I mean, that's crazy. Like, I mean, I wear sleeveless shirts. That's the extent of what I show when people are around. I mean,
yeah. Well, and how embarrassing for Katie that, she had to go check to make sure he was decent before her friend could even come in the apartment. That tells me that it wasn't a once in a while thing.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Jay.
it is Matthew McConaughey up here on panel. You didn't know that?
What?
They said you sound like Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah.
Hey, baby, what's shaking?
Oh shit! The rumors are going to be floating on these streets tonight.
How y'all
we're all blushing.
Right, we're all red in the face. That's funny.
Hey, Jay's pic be looking good though. That one with her hair all done up like she does it. She puts the top of the screen. I'm like, okay.
Okay. Wait, I need a reaction to that one. I am blushing now.
I see, yeah. Well, you know what? I just sent you a palette cleanser by email. Now, if you open it up and take a look at it, I cannot be held responsible if you want one of these, what I just sent you. But it's a good palette cleanser to kind of get off the creepy stuff for a second.
You calling me creepy?
You sent it to me, you said?
Yeah.
You're killing my whole vibe. Just like that.
Maybe like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, done for.
All right, I'll play it before we end. Is it funny?
It's just a picture.
Oh, it's a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I want to find the one spot in here that I wanted to make sure we played. That was the construction site one, though. I thought that was weird. But there's a part about them coming to his house I wanted to play.
You were great in Magic Mike, by the way.
Harry notes, which.
Oh, I forgot about this guy.
Sure, I know. So did I.
Oh, Lord.
We'll need a palette cleanser after that.
And his fake phone, like his fake collars.
Oh, I know. It's just so bizarre. It's like, come on,
Thank you so
guy.
much, Genevieve. You're a real sweetheart, for real.
You are
I'm a paid actor right now, Jay. Send me the chat. I'm just kidding. No.
Yep, that's true.
That's
Genevieve,
so
what she said.
awkward.
Yep. That's why we were all excited for you to come up.
For a
Like, no,
watch
don't
is already
wait.
hard enough.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't mean to hit play, but here, this is the part I wanted to play.
Okay.
You know, I've had him set timers on his phone so that he remembers that, hey, it's 7 o'clock at night. I need to take my medicine. I mean, he doesn't really have a concept of time except for, you know, he's got to, when he gets woken up in the morning at his mom's, normally around 6 o'clock, he's got an hour to get up, get ready, eat his food, and be out there to catch the bus between 7:10 and 7:20. Then he goes to school. He gets out of school at 3 o'clock, and I normally call him about 3:30.
Why do I think my son hasn't ran away? Because he's not at my front door knocking on it. There's been that many days that he could have been here. And I've been all over Montgomery County. I've been all over 41. I've been all over 24. I haven't found him.
You don't think he ran away?
I think if he was to run away, he would have put on his shoes. He would have grabbed his phone. He would have at least called me, whether he could have got to me or not.
Why is he staring like that?
I don't know. I was hoping it was frozen on accident.
Oh, there's the bat wing. This is so awkward.
I'm sorry to hear that, my brother. Real talk.
Can you not stay seated?
You know,
somewhere
one of the
for a
things that I've told him before, I'll tell him again if I ever get to see him, besides that I'm sorry, whatever happened to him, is that good things come to those who are patient and wait and endure. But sometimes we have to endure horrible things, which is what I'm finding now is horrible things in order to have good things come to us.
The fuck?
Right.
This is what I was talking about earlier, Jay.
Mm-mm. It's messed up, isn't it?
Yup.
Look, I'm drinking water, so you can't yell at me.
Isn't that effing weird?
I mean, everything he says is weird. His whole energy vibe, the walking around on camera, the everything, top to bottom.
We have to endure horrible things to get to good things. Is that revenge?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't.
Dude
He cryptic
talks
as
in
hell.
riddles, man.
He don't just say what he means. You just got to come out with it, dude. Just say what you want to say.
But
I think
he
does mean
doesn't.
that. I think he does mean that. Like, I think that's very
He said,
telling.
I'll tell him if I ever get to see him again. I'll say I'm sorry for what happened to you. But we have to endure. The fuck does that mean?
I don't know. He endures like a case of herpes, though.
Thank you, Canvas and Crime.
Just help a brother out here.
I just that gives me the chills for some reason.
Yeah, this is what I kept going over and over in my head, going, what, why is he saying, like, what?
Yes, he did say he didn't give him the meds. That's why we were saying like he was probably so off kilter.
That's one of the worst things I've heard in the.
Horrible.
What
Horrible.
that would do to a child who took that every day, unimaginable. I mean, he threw him into withdrawals twice monthly. You know, I mean, I know we've got a lot of addicts in this community who knows what withdrawals are like. Imagine being a 15-year-old and twice a month having to go through fucking withdrawals with this dude at his house by yourself 16 hours at a time in the dark. Like, imagine being scared of the dark too. Imagine what that shit would be like. Unimaginable.
Definitely.
Already has the damn incontinence issues, like we know, been through all the terrible shit the poor kid's been through. And this son of a bitch wants to sit up here and talk about her and how she's an unfit mother. Nah, fuck off, dude. Mm-mm.
Right. Can you guys hear me?
Sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but it just...
No, you're fine. My mic cut out for a minute. No, I was just agreeing with you. I'm like, that is just, it's beyond imaginable, to think that if he had incontinence problems too, that he wasn't allowed to wear protection from that, and then he told us the stories about, get in the shower and
I'm sure it was just, I don't know. Doesn't sound good to me.
Yeah, no. He clearly believes in medicine for himself, though.
Right.
Yeah, for me, not for thee. But also I've heard of parents before that do sick shit, like get their kids on that medicine, and then they'll do stuff like take half a script of it, but stretch it out and only give them half or some shit. I mean, real
Yeah.
sick shit like that. So I'm not saying that has anything to do with this at all.
Right, but
Please
it
don't take it that
happens.
way. But
it happens.
It happens, and we know he was withholding, and on top of everything else, I mean, my God.
Why
Yeah.
did he withhold? That's crazy. He'll never
He
reach.
said he didn't agree with it. Because he probably went against anything Katie tried to push.
Anything and everything she said, he went against. I guarantee it.
And didn't he also say that was the reason that they got the divorce? They were arguing over the medication.
Yes. That's the reason she divorced me, because I wouldn't sign off on it. Like, oh my God, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
You know,
that's
what
it
he's
is.
told everybody his whole life, you know?
That's what he told himself, too.
Yep.
I think he's like actually at the point where he's kind of like,
Perpetual victim
down there. He started to, he's actually believing some of this stuff now at this point.
Nah.
Like, he's so delulu that he actually believes that some of the stuff that Katie couldn't possibly have any other reason to divorce him, you know?
I think he knows damn well what he is. I think he's very devious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get good vibes at all. I don't get a naive vibe at all from him.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either.
It scares me.
Well, and you know what's crazy too? If he was only taking half the medication because he wouldn't give it to him, then it wouldn't reach a therapeutic level where it needs to be, so it can be effective, and that can account for his rage issues.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, because if you go up and down on some of those medications, you're not.
Sure.
It's worse. I had a doctor tell me once that because I was really bad about taking some stuff. I've got crazy ADHD, and then on some other medications too, like for depression and stuff. And I wasn't really taking them like I should have, so I never reached the therapeutic level. And when I went to go to see my doctor, and I was like all over the place. And he said, you either need to stop them entirely or take them all the time, because doing this halfway, nope,
it's worse.
Yeah, it is. It's much, much worse.
My daughter takes Adderall, and she was over here last weekend, and she literally slept the whole day. She's like, I forgot my Adderall. She's like, this is how I am when I don't have it. I'm like, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
One day, I'm like, that is some powerful shit. And they're giving this shit to 10-year-olds. Wow.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. And so many young women are on it. I can't tell you out of all the ones I've dated in the last, few years, how
a lot of people are on it.
I would say 80 to 90% of them were on it. I mean, it's just it's nuts.
Well, you know
it's
what's
nuts,
messed
but
up?
she's right about the in between being worse.
Definitely.
What's that?
You know what's messed up is that they prescribed that for an eating disorder. Even though it's not meant for it, because her insurance wouldn't cover the med that is, I can't remember what it's called, that's meant for it.
Probably Adipex or Vyvanse.
Something, it's the same effect. It's like a stimulant, same thing. But
I've been around the girls, and they're trading circles with that shit. Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, gosh, that's just to have one day and you're just dead to the world. It's scary. I can't imagine like if Sebastian was taken somewhere without his medication. It's so sad to think about, what he would have went through with just that, and not being home, and it's heartbreaking all around.
That poor kid. To think of that medication, he didn't have a chance. He just didn't have a chance, and that is so sad.
It breaks my heart.
It's just terrible. He definitely had to be worse.
And we see all the time though that in these, broken families where they use the kid as a tool, and it's so scary to think about.
It damn sure is. And you do see it all the time, using the kid like a pawn to hurt the other parent. This is so selfish. I mean, playing with somebody's life like that. But so many people see kids just as an extension of themselves. It's like an accessory or something almost. It's gross. Well, they don't have autonomy.
when you heard Seth in the beginning and he said, you know, then I became a dad. You know what he meant by that? I think he meant once I became a dad, that he comes first, not you.
Yes. Yes.
And that is just such a, I mean, poor Katie just had so many weird dynamics going on with this guy, with all, you know, with the kid, with their relationship, with, you know, her past. I mean, imagine just all those dynamics. It's just so much.
To Kenny Miller, same, bro. Same thing.
What'd he say?
He's just talking about his relationship with one of his women. I was just saying that same deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's funny when you, like you were saying about your daughter and the Adderall. I've said this before so many times. When you get in that tired phase because it's kind of wearing off or whatever, and I used to say I need an Adderall just to find my Adderall. I constantly lose things. It's so bad. I've lost my phone probably 8 times today.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're not
it
saying
is.
he was on Adderall. We're just talking about stimulants.
No, of course not. I have no idea what he was on. I just know that any kind of medicine that you're given for psych is not meant to be pulled off haphazardly.
Right.
No.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
Exactly.
They take a while to work too. I mean, like, you know, to see the full effects. But yeah, you definitely that's one of the main things is like, do not take your kid off them abruptly.
Yep.
Because it can cause, you know, major problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all like, yeah.
All right.
All right. I've got a picture here. Is this yours? Your cat?
Yeah, when he was a baby.
This is your cat, Poe?
Uh-huh.
Y'all, oh my God.
My Bambino.
This is going to break the monotony for a second.
I thought it might.
I'm going to go grab a drink.
That's my little Bambino Poe.
It's
nice.
like a.
I'm gonna grab a drink too.
Yep, he's got those short legs. It's like he has most little people. You probably know, the little people. Most of them have achondroplasia, and that's what he has.
I was wondering that.
Yep.
Great way to be like, yeah.
Yep, my little Poe. Poe has like human toes. Yeah, naked cats, their fingers and toes are so cute. Yes, so in Florida, they mix a munchkin with a sphinx, and then they keep doing that until they get to this little guy. He has dwarfism. Wow. Yeah, you could say that. He's got achondroplasia. But I just adore my cat.
I have 3 dogs, so.
I love dogs too. Love dogs.
I had to go cut mine down, like shave him down for the summer after tomorrow, probably.
What kind do you have?
I have a Labradoodle, an Aussie Doodle, and a King Charles Cavalier mix.
Oh my gosh, I love the Cavaliers. My gosh, beautiful dogs. Those sound like really cute. I love his ears. I know his ears look gigantic. He did kind of grow. What's that?
He's like a little bat, like the bat, you know.
Mm-hmm. And I do love bats too. I even looked.
So is little Poe a baby?
No. This is actually the breeder took this picture, so I didn't even take this picture. And so she sent that to me while I was waiting for him to get old enough for my daughter to fly out to California to pick him up.
Oh my God. So
He's
cute.
a sweetie. Yeah.
Looks like a gremlin.
But look at his cute little wrinkles on his legs. It's like he did grow into his skin a little bit. But yeah, Munchkin and Sphinx mixed together.
And his little wrinkles on his forehead.
I know, I love those. You know what? When they lay in the sun, they'll get a little bit tan, or their color will change a little bit. And then if you like pull those wrinkles apart, you know, just petting him or something, it's like lighter in those grooves. It's so cute.
It's adorable.
Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks for showing. I thought that might
You
be.
have like a full out zoo. You have your bird.
Yeah, I used to have 5 terriers and 2
Jeez,
hairless cats.
Wow.
I can. It's just me trying to get what I wanted when I was a child and couldn't have. So,
Hey, I appreciate the honesty.
oh, for sure, yeah, because my upbringing was horrible. So, when I grew up and had a house big enough and a yard big enough and a city that would accept more than just 2 dogs,
You
I
jumped
what I
on
did.
it.
I
Yeah, you
did.
went whole ham.
I
That's
did.
awesome.
I did go ham, but thanks for showing
SS,
that.
do you have dogs or cats?
Yeah, I've got a rescue Chihuahua, and then
Aw.
I've got a couple of outside dogs. They're rescues too, but not in the traditional sense. And I have a farm, at least here where I'm at, and
Oh, you
people
do?
throw them out. Do what?
You have a farm?
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Yeah, people throw animals out here. I guess just because it
I mean,
looks nice or
it's
whatever.
sad.
So I definitely have them. But the Chihuahua chose me. I didn't. I wasn't
Aw.
even going nowhere to
That's
pick
so
her.
sweet. Good for
I
you.
went
I just
went to some
love people like
event.
you. Sorry.
Oh no, I appreciate it. It's nice. No, Well, I mean, I guess I'm a farmer, Genevieve. I farm and forage some, but it's more for fun. I'm a commodity broker for my actual job, but the farm's just like I don't know.
Is
It's
it a
just a thing.
hobby?
It's more like
Is it a working farm?
Thanks,
yeah,
Kels.
yeah. I mean, it is. I got peaches, plums, apples, blackberries,
Nice.
blueberries, tomatoes,
Oh, I'm
peas,
so jealous.
eggplants,
Damn.
cucumbers,
I'm gonna come
squash.
raid your garden.
And me
Yeah.
too. We'll
I got
plan it.
I got like I got like 4 ponds, 2 creeks. I mean, it's like it's
Oh
it's
my
pretty.
gosh.
It's pretty legit. Like
Wow.
I'm not even trying to front. Like it's a pretty nice, it's a
It is
pretty
what it
nice
is.
piece of property. Yeah, for real.
Wow, good
Sounds
for you.
nice.
Yeah, I like it.
KJ, start asking the subs to start sending you money so we can go to his place and visit. Just
Right. We need a road trip to SS's farm.
Well, come on, I got plenty of room. No, Genevieve, I don't have koi, but I mean, I'm totally open to the idea. You want to work that out.
That would be
Are
so
you from
cool.
Tennessee?
No, I'm not from
No.
Tennessee. I'm not a volunteer.
Well, you have
Where-
an accent, so.
Yeah, I can't quite place it.
Do I have
Texas,
an
maybe?
accent?
A little
Nah.
bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not from Texas. I'll give you one more guess.
Okay. Kentucky.
Nope. Roll
Damn.
Tide, baby.
Rolls up. Okay.
Alabama? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Right outside of Birmingham.
Okay, so
Nice.
close
I'm gonna visit
enough.
there.
I mean,
I'm from Trussville originally.
Oh, there you go. Roll Tide.
From where?
Trussville. He knows where it is. If you're
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
you live in Birmingham,
That's probably not 20 minutes from me.
I almost
Sweet.
guessed Oklahoma, and then I thought of TikTok Tony, and I stopped myself.
Well, I do go out west a good bit for my job. Like I stay in Arizona and California. I'll stay in Arizona like for maybe 3 or 4 weeks at a time, a couple of times a year, and then I'll stay in California the same. And then I go down to South Florida for maybe 5 or 6 weeks. So, I mean, I get around, but yeah,
That's really cool.
I dig it.
I bet you do. I would love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I work
was
for
just-
a company in San Francisco, so I get to see like a lot of kinds of life and people.
Oh,
and
so you
stuff.
travel for work?
Yeah, for some specific things because it's just you can make a lot more money by being on the ground, like when stuff's getting imported at certain times of year. So I'll go down
Sounds
to the border.
important.
Hmm.
Well,
Sounds like SS is kind of impotent.
Yes, it does.
He sounds a little important over here.
Yep.
I got a big boy job. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to finally meet a
Yeah.
male on the tubes here that has a big boy job.
Alicia Drummond. I go to Naples usually.
Naples, where? Florida?
Yeah, in Florida. Go to Naples. I got
My
some
sister-
family.
My sister lives in Naples.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, there's some fun stuff down there.
A lot of retirees down there. It's a nice area.
Yeah, there's damn sure a lot of snowbirds, retirees, everything else.
Big time. Lots of money in Naples and Venice. It's nice
now
too.
they are for damn sure. They tearing all the old homes and stuff down, and they're building monster stuff in their place. It's
Oh,
nuts.
did you hear about the latest with Governor DeSantis? He got caught in a little scandal.
I did not, but I haven't been down there since May probably.
Well, this just happened. It just came out this week. There was a whistleblower that worked for some company that was like an architect it was architect, and he was
Right.
told to draw up plans for luxury hotels and condos in Florida State Park land.
What?
And he leaked it, and there was protests. I didn't even hear about it until after it was all said and done. There were protests. People were bitching because they had like 5 different state parks named.
Didn't Walt Disney do that?
Well, no, it wasn't state property because he bought all that, right? And then he
Word.
made his own little government.
I thought it was a state park.
But no,
Never
they
mind.
want to take down our state parks here and, build shit on them. And DeSantis was like, oh, I had no idea. And then this whistleblower came out. Well, they retracted all the plans now. But it's like sneaky DeSantis.
Yeah.
I love whistleblowers. They're my favorite people on the planet. I absolutely love them.
Jay, did you ever see the show Whistleblowers?
Mm-mm.
Oh wow. Yeah, it was only on for like 1 season. It was really good. If you like whistleblowers, it's on I think Paramount maybe.
Y'all, I've had a blast, but I have 3% left on this phone.
Oh, Jesus,
I
SS.
have to go. So.
Gosh.
Come on, all those freaking outlets in your house, and you didn't have it plugged into a charger?
Well, no, I got to use headphones, or it'll like do the feedback thing or whatever, right?
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh, geez, SS.
It's time for us to part.
Well, I'm glad you came up. It was a pleasure.
Me
I
too.
am too. Had a lot of fun. Thank you, ladies.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
have a good
Yeah.
night.
Take care, y'all too.
Bye bye.
Peace.
Can you guys believe we had Matthew McConaughey up here all night?
No.
Oh, like can I get
Like, oh my God. What a nice guy. Thank you, SS. It was a pleasure having you up here.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was.
Yeah, no, like that's definitely Matthew McConaughey. If I
Yeah, for
Dude,
sure.
I'm telling you. Everybody's picturing Matthew with no shirt on. Come on, you know you were.
He's a good
I
sport.
definitely was. Like, I mean,
You know it. You know it. I just had to put that back up for you guys.
but then we started to throw up in our mouths.
Look at Pascal. Pascal is so funny, though. I mean, I know he's not trying to be funny, but his facial expressions are
Yes,
just like
I agree.
everything.
Yep, I haven't watched him for a long time, and I forgot about those faces that he makes. Just a subtle change, and yeah, for sure.
I mean, he
tell
was
it's really
mind blown.
too.
Mhm.
Like he just was like, I think this case, you like whenever he would like go back to cover it because he stepped away for a while, like you could tell that he just didn't, he doesn't he didn't some of the things that Seth was like,
Yeah. I think he realized this wasn't just about Sebastian, maybe.
yeah,
You know?
too.
Yeah.
whole
I mean,
thing
when
is
things
so
get a
sad.
little dirty, I mean, sometimes you just got to step away. I mean, there's no other way to do it. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right. It's gosh, and then too, like the things that happened with the like in the other case that Tony was involved with, the Caleb Harris case, it just that was one too that Pascal covered and kind of stepped away from a little bit.
Wow. Country Sunset just said, Jay, is the black guy by Tony at the prayer? Wait,
Yes, that was him.
Oh, yeah, it would have been, huh?
That was Pascal.
No. That's not what they're talking about.
Oh.
The last vigil, there was a black guy standing behind Seth.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And they just asked if it was one of those, if his picture was one of those inmates that was arrested at the jail.
What?
The guy, okay.
Yeah, I remember you like you kind of zoomed in on him for a little bit, didn't you?
Well, he was standing behind Seth and he was like
Yeah,
on his phone the whole time, right?
Awkward because he barely looked up.
No, yeah, he didn't. He didn't look up really. Hang on, I'll pull it up. But there's 3 inmates that were arrested with that smuggling thing, and that's what they're talking about.
That thing. I didn't.
Mm-hmm. The thing in the jail or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know who the. Whoops. I don't know who this guy is. Here, I'll show you real quick. But he's literally there the whole time.
Yeah, I think it might be his friend from work.
No, that's not
No,
Jones.
that's not a.
That's not Mr. Jones.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I didn't even notice him.
I remember thinking he's kind of like.
Well, he was on his phone and he was, just, I mean, he did look around at this point, I guess, but
Yeah.
he was looking down the majority of the time. I don't know who it is.
Look at Tony's face.
I know it. I'm telling you, like, anytime you pause on this vigil, it's like awkward. You can't ever find a moment that's not.
Yeah. Once you mentioned it, it was like, absolutely.
Well, when Seth put his hands up, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, right here.
What?
Watch him.
Okay.
Watch Seth. See him?
Yeah. And Karen kind of looks away and makes that face.
Yeah, because they don't like what this dude's saying. This dude's talking about the recovery of Sebastian's body. This dude's talking about a child running out of a house naked and having to explain to CPS that it's autism. I think he's giving Seth his own little scenario here if you want to know the truth. Did that happen?
I didn't hear everything you said. I didn't watch the
It was a very awkward vigil speech, I'll say that. Like, I was just like.
It wasn't a vigil speech, I don't think. It was very triggering because look at Seth's face. He's like, dude,
yeah,
why are you talking about the recovery of my son's body? You know?
The guy behind Tony and Seth, yeah, they're all like looking like, what?
Yeah, they can't believe what's coming out of his mouth.
Look up was when that guy behind him, that's when he started.
He said, oh, sorry, we're talking about the recovery. And then he's like, oh, sorry, I'll keep it clean. And Seth goes, yeah, you better keep it clean. And then Seth looks at the crowd, and that's when he puts his arms up like, what the fuck?
Oh, Genevieve tells who he is over here in the chat.
Who is it? She's the one that just asked me if it was an inmate.
He is a transgender guy that came with a white dude. The two stayed together all day. Never before saw that guy. Yeah, read Genevieve's thing, her post.
Were you there?
Oh, Jones was there too, though. Okay.
Transgender? What are you talking about? You just asked me if this was one of the inmates that were arrested. And now you're saying it's a transgender? That doesn't even make sense. Jay mentioned him. I'm confused with chat right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading her comment too. I don't know about that. I don't think.
Okay, watch the body language here. You don't even need to hear what this dude's saying. You can tell. Look at Seth. Fuck's this dude talking about? Yeah, you better keep it clean. That's what he says. Trying to keep it clean. Now watch Seth. He said, you better keep it clean. Look, it's Tony spits. Karen's like, oh, fuck. What's going on? This is where Seth looks at somebody and says, what the fuck? He can't believe what's coming out of this guy's mouth. Look at Karen. Karen's like, what?
Now,
that's really saying a lot, you know?
That's true. Yeah. Who's Karen?
Karen's the one that's in the blonde right there.
But how does
She's
she
been
fit in?
involved since the very beginning. She's her and her son Jaden.
Oh.
They've been there since the very beginning. They just bought a house in Florida. So I don't understand why a woman who's moving to Florida got so deeply involved in this. It's weird to me, but you guys want to hear what the guy's saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
It was very weird, so I think it's interesting.
It's very weird. Like, is this guy like a double agent? Okay, here we go.
It's not playing the sound, Jay.
Thanks for letting me know. So this guy's talking about keeping it on Sebastian. He's bringing it back to Sebastian. He was talking about social media. He's like, I don't really pay attention to all the drama. And then he talked about social media, and he said, not really a TikTok guy. And then Karen looked over at Tony like, oh, it was all very purposeful.
Things in the rescuing and the location of Sebastian has gotten, you know, I'm trying to keep it clean. They've gotten deterred is the best word I can use. And that's the, you know, and I'm a very spiritual man, and that's the hands of the devil. The devil wants you to look the other way. He wants to make you look the other way. He wants to take your focus off the good and move it to something evil. And unfortunately, we've seen a little bit of that. But we're his army. The people standing here is his army. And that's what we got to remember. We have to remember this is our focus and what we're doing, just like we're doing it here tonight. You know, we hung around, we stuck around, and we fought, you know. And I didn't know as much as things have gone on here recently in my life and other people's lives, you know, obviously Seth's life, but the word fight, you know, and I think we need to bring the fight back to locating and finding Sebastian.
The word fight, look at Seth. He's like, are you effing kidding me? So
who is this guy?
He is someone that has a foundation for his son. And he was there to speak about his foundation. And this was part of the vigil. I'm telling you, he's working for the feds or something. He totally was poking.
He said so much, but didn't say anything at all. Like, I couldn't follow him.
The keep it clean. Well, you have to really listen to what he's saying.
Okay.
And that's why we watched it slow. We did a live and we watched it slowed down because the body language and listening is everything. But the keep it clean, he was talking about the location of Sebastian.
Oh,
he was talking about the location of Sebastian. He's like, oh, sorry, I'm trying to keep it clean. And Seth goes, yeah, keep it clean. But you have to listen and really, you know, listen to what he's saying. Like the word fight, we need to bring fight back. I mean, there's just so many like trigger words in this.
That's where our focus needs to be. That's where our energy needs to be. It's just so imperative now because once, you know, I feel it. I know the original investigation has lost its luster, right? It's kind of just faded out, but this group hasn't. And this is what and how, if you watch, I watch a lot of investigative stories, cold case stuff. And if you look into those cases, it was the families, it was the communities, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years that never gave up. And they end up finding the child, or they find whoever they're looking for, or they find, you know, whoever did something bad or horrible to the teenager or the child at the time. It was the parents and the siblings that continued that fight. And that's what Sebastian is relying on with us. We're his army. We need to continue it. Not just today, not a year from now, not 2 years from now. We're going to find it.
She needs emotional support.
Okay? But continue that fight, that focus, because it's so important. Because he's out there, okay? And he knows he has the best dad, and he knows he has a great community, and he has people who love him. And we have to just make sure that we focus on that and keep his name and keep his face in the community, no matter who doesn't like it. Okay? No matter who doesn't like it, because that is why we're here today, and that's what we need to make sure our message is clear. and I know it's very hard. I have my own personal, I guess, rules of law. I do have Facebook. Not a TikTok guy. Instagram every once in a while. I like to see my friends and family's kids, things like that. But I have a rule that I do not comment on anything for two reasons. One, gets me in trouble. Two, nobody cares what I think. Nobody cares. And we have to understand this is about us and our community. And we don't care what they think. We don't need to care, okay? And since I started that rule, my life has gotten great. You know what I mean? I don't have to check my messages. I don't have to check my inbox. But that doesn't stop people from coming after you, okay? And that is where we have to be stronger than they are. And we are. And we are. That's why we're still standing here. That's why we're still standing here. So that's my message for tonight. This is about Sebastian. And we need to keep the focus on that. And
They
we
just
also
want him
need
to stop.
make sure
I know.
He looks like
that
he wants to take that
Seth-
cord and wrap it around his neck.
Oh yeah, look at Seth looking at him. Look at that look.
Yeah, he's not very happy.
Or is he looking at Jaden? Is he looking across at Jaden?
I don't even know who this Jaden guy is.
He's been around since the very beginning. He's never left.
Yeah, I've heard his name, but I don't know anything about him.
You know what's so odd to me is that
Hmm.
you know, like Tony flew in TikTokers to like stream this, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and paid for all the stuff. It was just very interesting. Like why why fly in, why do you need to fly in TikTokers and bring in all these people that have done all these things for you? Like your dirty work.
That's Jaden right there. He looks like he's lost about 20 pounds since this whole thing happened.
Gave it to Seth.
I'm serious. He doesn't look good. He doesn't look good to me.
He looks like Junior on Reno 911. Is that his name? The one that
I
had
mean,
the
he
hat?
didn't look like this when at the very first search. Something. I mean, he could barely stand up when they were
Yeah.
praying. He was bent over. He's been way more emotional than he ever should be. He's more emotional than the damn parents, which is odd to me. I just don't know.
Did you see over here in chat, Dog the Betty Hunter? This guy should never be behind a mic again. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, Crimes. He doesn't look well to me.
Yeah. It's almost like you get into a case and you start to like uncover things, you know, as you
Mm-hmm.
follow it, and it starts to kind of like make you a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you kind of start having to, you know, it seems like maybe the case is like taking a toll on him, the things that he knows or that he's seen.
Right.
That he's been a part of. Because I mean, I don't
Well, I think that's why there's the $100,000 reward for someone like that.
I mean,
That's
I don't
incredible.
think
Yes, Bams, that was Jaden with JLR. Certainly was.
yeah.
I'll show you him at the search with JLR. And that's the kid that wouldn't look in the eye. I was
Right.
like, what the
Well,
heck?
Yeah, you were pointing that out earlier.
Yeah, you seemed very just, I don't know how to describe it, but you can look yourself. Where is it? Oh, here it is. All right. Okay, there he is there. Okay. This is March 22nd. Okay. That's
About a
March
month out.
22nd.
He looks like a whole different person.
And then, wait, let me get back to him.
Who's that guy in the Redskins? Like, I've never seen him in anything else.
That's Mr. Jones. That's his coworker.
Now, is he the one that sings?
I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I don't know. I also wasn't invited to the, wasn't driving to Clarksville.
No, Mr. Jones, I think, did he sing at the vigil?
I believe so. I think somebody encouraged him or something, or he just, I don't know, but he could sing really well
Okay,
from what I
yeah.
recall.
Yeah, Karen did the first vigil, and Jaden is her son. I personally, I mean, no offense, I don't know them, but I think they're odd to me. their involvement is odd to me.
How did they become involved? Were they from the area?
I guess. I
She
really
left,
don't
like,
know.
one of the Facebook groups.
Okay, that's him there right now. Look at him now.
Yeah.
He ain't well.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't even look like the same person, really.
No. What's getting at him?
I feel like this case is taking its toll on him.
Yeah,
Something
it
is.
looks like it, yeah.
Was Jaden a gaming buddy? I don't know. I have no idea where he came from. All I know is they started these vigils, and then he was here with Seth for this thing, and he acted just very standoffish, man.
Yeah, he looks like he knows something that's really bothering him, but he can't say what it is.
Yeah, dude, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's definitely like not right with, him.
So Mr. Jones was in academy with Seth. He said, I told him when I met him, I'd do anything if he ever needed it. All he had to do was ask.
Yeah, he seems like a really
Didn't
nice
Seth
guy.
allegedly not graduate with his original class at the academy?
I don't know.
I've heard
What's that?
Seth didn't graduate with his original academy class. Like
I don't know. But I don't know how cool Mr. Jones is when his wife's in Terry Lynn's chat saying that Seth was missing on camera at work from 3 to 5. So I'm not sure Mr. Jones has really been around. I mean, this is March 22nd. I haven't seen Mr. Jones since the vigil where T-Rev was. Have y'all?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that was the last time I saw Mr. Jones.
Yeah, because Terry Lynn said his wife was the one in the chat that said Seth was missing off camera, and that's how she found out.
Wait, what?
Terry Lynn said that Mrs. Jones, his wife, was in her chat. That's how she found out that Seth was missing off camera.
Oh, wow.
Did the neighbor ever say that he was off camp, like he was missing from work too? When she went on JR? The neighbor.
How would she know about Seth being at work? I'm talking about Seth being at work.
Doesn't she talk to Terry?
Because she talks to Terry.
Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard her say anything about Seth being at work. I'm talking about this dude's his coworker and his wife. The coworker's wife was in Terry Lynn's chat saying that Seth was missing on camera at work.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And Mr. Jones hadn't been around. I mean, look at these guys. They won't even look at JLR. The fuck?
Oh, is that who's talking to him?
Yeah. This was I remember this day. I remember it and it was what someone said. Like, it was like a photo op. It was not like a legitimate actual.
JLR straight up said it was a total photo op. So was the arm wrapping. He had his godmother, Sebastian's godmother, wrap his arm and told JLR to film it.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I know too that he had walked up to certain creators and said, hey, like, you're going to want to make sure and get this on camera.
Wow.
When he was up there confronting EP at that one other vigil and whatever. Or whatever it was before the vigil.
I think Mr. Jones is straight, man. I think he's a good dude.
I do too.
I think he's there genuinely to help, and I think that something happened and maybe he got cued into something.
It could be. But did you see how Seth just about a minute ago when he first hugged what's his name, Jones, and then he put his arm around the other guy? It looks like he didn't have any problem at all putting that right arm up on that guy's
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he wants to. He had a really strong strong handshake in this one too with that right arm at the end. Watch this. Look at that. Look at that extension, Mr. Rogers. Wow. Watch this. They act just that Jaden, he just seems
I know.
so
There's something go.
shifty about
Yes.
something.
Yeah, just to watch him, there's definitely
Look at
something
that.
going
Yeah, that
on.
shoulder looks like it's moving pretty well.
Look at that look, though, man. Damn,
I
is
know,
he?
it's
Mm.
he doesn't
Jaden
look
just looks
comfortable.
really heavy to me. He looks like
Mhm.
he's
Like he can't wait to get away from
almost
Seth.
like, yeah, almost. I don't know. I'm having a hard time reading it, but it bothers me
Yeah, Sin over there in chat says he looks scared. Yeah, he kind of does.
because I think Jaden is straight, man. I think he's got, he works. He's got a girlfriend. It was rumored that Seth made a nasty comment at Red Robin to his girlfriend when she took a bite of her hamburger. He said, "I got meat you can put in your mouth."
Oh my god.
But apparently a screen name with the name Jaden came into Brittany J's, and that was all debunked by that. But I don't know. I mean, everything we heard Seth making creepy comments to searchers, volunteers.
I mean, I would know that he's said other things too. That's not the first time I've heard that he's said inappropriate things or things that have made people go, I just don't want to be around this guy. Like, he just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Right. And
Women
I
have
almost feel like Jaden got too close, for wanting to find Sebastian. Like his mom led the way and he kind of got in, and then I don't know, maybe he knows something that is eating away at him. I don't know. He doesn't look the same to me.
No.
And I don't like it. I'm not making fun of him. I'm saying there's something
Oh, yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't look like the same person at all.
Well, and the more and more that comes out about Seth, and then looking back that Katie didn't stick around for what she left about a month out to go be with Chris. Is that right? About that time.
2 months, I think it was.
Was it? Okay, I can remember. But you can see why she would not want to be left alone in that house with
Mhm.
I mean, my gosh.
Yeah, see, I didn't pick up on any of this until Seth really started talking more,
Mhm.
And now that we've heard all of these stories and seen the court documents and everything that we know, yeah, I would have left too.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially with him
without question.
him hanging around at that construction site and hanging around at that high school. No
Yeah,
bueno, man.
Yep, no way.
Stay in your own town. Go put flyers in Clarksville. Why are you hanging out in my neighborhood researching an area that's been, researched and researched and researched, like he said?
Yep.
He wants to be close to Katie. He wants a moment alone with her. And I think that's why the TBI brought her and Seth back for that second little interview where the DA was there and they showed him the video that he claims is a trash truck. It was just him and Katie that time.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't think I've ever seen them in anything together.
No, it was an interview at the TBI. We didn't see it. We just
Oh,
heard
okay.
it was her and Seth were called back to the TBI for an interview. Just the two of them. No Chris. And I think that was also a tactic for Seth because they know he wants to be alone with Katie. He thought this was going to be him and Katie in the search for their son.
Especially
and
on that
maybe she would
day.
realize, what she left behind with their little nuclear family. I mean, we don't know. This guy is angry 7 years after she filed for divorce. Angry.
Yep, to the day. I mean,
That's eating away at somebody.
Yeah.
It's not healthy, I can tell you that.
Oh, no way.
It's fucked up.
I think it's interesting. I'm reading, I went to the group that I guess Tony and Karen and them run on Facebook. Have you seen Dog the Bounty Hunter's poster? He made a new poster about that.
Yeah, we went over it earlier.
Yeah. It's interesting to me.
Thank you, Verlene. I'm sorry. Thank you, Verlene, for your PayPal. I appreciate you.
That was nice.
Very nice.
You have some good people in your chat.
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, you really don't see comments going back and forth that are negative. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we try to allow, opinions as long as people aren't
Yep.
trolly with them, Everybody seems pretty
Exactly.
cool in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said he didn't date for 7 years because he was recovering from the abuse and the trauma from
So do you
Katie.
so do you think he's just been seething for these 7 years where he didn't go out to get another partner? Instead, I don't know.
I think he's got some built up anger, resentment, rage.
Yeah,
And that shit does not bear well over time,
it does not.
especially when your ex-wife is no longer riding in the back of a pickup truck.
Ugh.
She's got an Infinity SUV. She's got a beautiful home. She's got a husband that protects her.
Mhm.
Your kid has nice things. I mean, she has a whole new family,
Yeah.
extended family. It's everything he never provided for her.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's so sad if he really did something to Sebastian just because he wanted to get back at her. Like, since he said that she hurt him,
Oh,
like
he said she ruined his life, didn't he?
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I mean, ruined his life. She fucked up my life twice. First time was when she filed for divorce. The second time was when my kid went missing. Putting it all on Katie.
Yeah,
And
there's
the things
something
that he
weird.
does too at her.
He's pissed.
What do we know where those items came from that Tara Lynn discovered on in the creek that night?
No. I can give you a guess.
I mean, I have a guess too.
Well, how about the box? Did you happen to see me go live about the box she texted me about?
No, I missed the box.
Okay, if you missed the box, let me tell you about the box. You're going to crack up.
Okay.
So she texted me a picture of a cardboard box, and written on it, it said Katie's high school picture.
Who did this?
Tara Lynn.
Turlin.
Okay. Thank you.
She was out searching and she says, "Look at this shit I found." It was a damn cardboard box that looked new, and it was written on it Katie's high school picture. And it looked like someone stepped on it a couple times to make it look like it was discarded. And she's like, "Look what I found." Like, I think she wanted me to go, "Oh my God, who did that?" Seth had to put it there, I didn't take the bait. But yeah, that was one of the things. And then she had she said it was a bloody mattress pad. And then she changed her thing and said it was urine. She kept it in a bag because she was waiting for Julia to come there and sniff it out to see if it was Sebastian's blood. Didn't give it to the cops. Said the cops didn't want it. Well, obviously it wasn't evidence because they didn't want it. And then she found the pants. And then she found a fucking sock. And then Seth's team found those fucking glasses. And none of it was Sebastian's. None of it. None of
So she
it.
just claims that she found this cardboard box out in the wilderness somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh,
And it
my
said
gosh.
Katie's high school picture.
Wow. That's pretty bold.
Yep. And that was the same time when Seth was saying he had evidence bagged and tagged in his truck.
Oh,
yeah. Out of here, man.
Driving around with it.
Yeah. Oh, law enforcement won't tell me anything. I wonder why.
I just feel so bad that Sebastian was kind of I wonder too why he's the only one that hasn't gotten all of the stuff back that was turned over, right? He really wants that switch back, which makes me wonder, if Sebastian's, why does he want the switch back so badly?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he so desperate for all of his son's electronics?
Yep.
It kind of makes me wonder, is there something
very sus.
I mean,
did she
have
say that
$100,000 that allegedly that's been given to you for bills and stuff, which is more than he probably made in 2 years. working his job at the jail.
Right.
So, I mean, and plus, then I remember listening to you, Jay, when he was talking about his rent going up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And how, like, you know, I'm like, that's cheap for, like, what everybody else's is right now. Like,
Right.
Clarksville, so you're not having to pay those Nashville prices. Like,
Yeah. Get your ass back to work if you're worried about it. Shit.
yeah.
Yeah, do we know if he still has his job?
Mm-mm.
I've
We
heard
don't
people
know.
asking about that. Okay.
We don't know for sure.
Was there anything
I
inside
think
that
it's.
box?
Oh no, that's what I was gonna say. No,
Okay.
no, there was no picture.
So
it
it's
was,
just
it was a box that said Katie's high school picture, and there was nothing in it. It was fake. It was planted.
now
I
did
guarantee it.
was
it in
she
a
like
parking lot?
I don't know where she wouldn't reveal. She wouldn't reveal her location. It was a secret. Secret. Fuck my God. This has been, you guys, we're going to need like to all go on a vacation after this case is over because
I
we are all
know.
going to be so mind fucked after this. I've never seen so much. I mean, I did see it in Gabby Petito's case. Bullhorn Betty allegedly found Gabby Petito's water bottle out at the reserve, which I call bullshit. But I've never seen faking evidence like I did with Tara Lynn and Seth with the glasses. That is very, very disturbing to me. And then what I didn't like about how Terry Lynn took that a step further, like she would call the cops and be like, I found these pants, and then she'd bitch. Oh, they're not getting in the water. This guy's not getting in the water. Just like putting down law enforcement.
gosh.
And it's like, you know what? This is such a joke. And meanwhile, you're making a bunch of money because you've got people watching you
Yeah.
thinking that, you might be really out there finding something.
Or that you actually are not, doing that. You're actually maybe doing it for the right reasons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you know what's really scary about that on YouTube is if you dare question someone, you look like cold-hearted or you're jealous or you're this or you're that. Because like if I would have called it out before like things got sketchy, no one would have listened to me. They would have said, at least she's out there. What are you doing? Sitting on your ass at your computer? Like I would have never heard the end of it.
Yep.
You have to
without
almost,
a doubt. Without
and
a
that's
doubt.
why people are like, why don't these creators come out and tell us things, when they find out? Well, we don't know because we kind of have to wait for things to play out because we don't want to put something out there that's not correct. So we have to be careful with what we're putting out. And then when we get a hint that something's not right, and you just know when the time's right. You have to like use your judgment, especially when you're dealing with real life cases. You can't just, get information and go live and go, this is this. I mean, you can't, you got to be responsible too. So it's like a catch-22. So like with Terry Lynn, I got shit for sitting on those texts since June. But in all honesty, I thought she was just trying to bait me to have me put stuff out. So to discredit me. So I just ignored it.
Yeah.
But when more things started to come to light and pieces started to, come together, then I saw it through different lenses. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Let me take a step back and look at this all again. And then you see it a different way,
Yeah, definitely. So was she like filming her at finding the box? Or did she
no,
not
to
catch
her
that?
live audience. No, this is what was sus to me. Okay.
Okay.
So she turned the camera from her live audience and she's like, I can't show you this because it might be evidence. Da, da, da. Well, she sent me a picture of it in text, but didn't show the audience. Just said she found something and then panned away from it. But then she texted me what it was. So that's why I'm not going to go live and be like, oh my God, Terry Lynn found this box. Like, dude, you didn't show your audience, but you want me to show mine? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my gosh.
I don't play those games, man.
Yeah.
I don't play those games. And I just think that's just game playing bullshit. And that's not Sebastian driven.
Oh no, the focus is just I don't know how often. I mean, they might say his name, but are they really stepping back and going, "This is a real child. These
Well,
are real parents."
well, come
And
on.
this
She had the phone call with Chris Proudfoot where she was flirting with him, and then
what?
she didn't put it out. She gave it to me to put out,
Oh
and I
my
bit,
gosh.
and I bit, and after I bit that first time, I didn't bite again.
Yeah.
I dare a bitch, Lucid.
Yep. What the thing of it is when you know what do they say? When you know better, you do better. Yep. And sometimes all it takes is just that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, I didn't know Terry Lynn from Adam when this started. And then the first time I talked to her, she was like, "Oh, Jay, I've been watching you for years since Chris Watts." I mean, that's 6 years ago. And I thought, damn. And when people
Oh.
say that to you, like, you don't want to say, "Oh God, I don't remember you," because you don't want them to think you
Yeah.
don't remember them because
Yeah.
they're acting like you were so important to them. They
Yeah.
put you in this. Yeah, she really put me in a bad position from the first time we got on the phone. And then it was just like manipulation,
Right.
because you don't want to call someone out who looks like they're doing a good thing,
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure.
Because it makes everybody as like, well, like you said, like, their boots on the ground. They're actually doing
Yeah.
it. Out
Yep.
there searching. Who are you to criticize what they're doing when they're, out there for,
11 hours,
11
she doesn't
hours.
sleep.
Yeah.
That's weird too. Why is everybody so wired on that side? Betty, Terry, Seth is slurring. I mean, what's going on? Tony never has his eyes open. They're just all bizarre.
It is pretty weird, but I wonder if he was given some kind of like benzodiazepine to take during this hard time,
But it's not just Seth. It's all of them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Terry Lynn streaming for 72 hours straight is not normal.
What?
That's not normal. I mean, I'm just going to
No.
say it like it is.
That's I mean, your body starts to go, you will go into psychosis.
That is crazy.
Lack of sleep.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
72 hours?
Yes. She just kept starting over because, like, you get kicked off Streamlabs or StreamYard after so long. So she just started a new one.
Oh my
I'm going to find
gosh.
this kid. We got to find this baby. We got to find this boy. It's like, I was like, my God, what? And her whole chat is like, please go get some sleep. Please go home and get some sleep. We're worried about you. She's driving around. She's getting honked at. I'm just like, this is not even fucking cool at this point.
No. Not at all.
Yeah, this has been
I need a printer. I need a printer. I need a dog. I need a dog.
Oh my gosh.
Have the other cases you've covered, Jay, been anything like this?
No.
Okay. I'm just
Fuck
wondering,
no. The only one that got remotely close to this is Summer Wells. Summer
what I
Wells
hear.
was
Also involved
pretty nuts. And you know why? They also had a media manager. He started a website. He started a YouTube channel. He started writing for the Wells. Everything that was put out on their webpage was written by him. It was creepy. And he was this creepy local dude who, like Tony Mathis, had all his hands in like, oh, I have a drone business. I'm a real estate. Like, I'll do droning of your real estate.
Jeez.
All these different, I'm a fucking journalist. And then he became the Wells media manager, is what he called himself. And he was the most creepy guy on the planet. And from that point, then we had another YouTube group come in that was high on drugs, hanging out over there at the Wells. And now since then, they've had their children taken, their daughter tested for fentanyl in her hair. I mean, this shit's, but it's bad shit crazy out here. I'm telling you.
Gosh.
I'm telling you. So nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing with these people. And that's why I'm so cautious of these YouTubers that come on the scene, pop up out of nowhere and want to talk about a missing kid. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Who are you and where'd you come from? Because it's weird. It just feels weird.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
And it always seems like it's these kids cases because those are the ones that, you know, everybody gets emotionally invested in. It
Yeah.
brings in the views.
Wow.
And then you had Bullhorn Betty get involved with Summer, went to Don Wells' job site with her fucking bullhorn and got him fired. and was
How did she how has she not had to pay for that in some
proud
way?
of herself. Proud of herself for doing that. I mean, everybody cheered her on then. They hated Don Wells. What I've seen is our community improve because back then they cheered that on. Like Don Wells, everybody thought he was guilty. There's no evidence that Don Wells did shit.
Yeah, I was
And
going to ask you about that. To me, now I haven't watched him a lot, but I'm well aware of the
I mean,
case.
I
But
don't know what he did, but they have no evidence that he did
Right.
shit.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
everybody was cheering Betty on for taking
sickening.
his income away.
That is sickening.
Sickening. And you know what? Shame on us for, I don't know if I cheered that on, but a lot of people did. I don't think I went against it necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, I've never cheered her on per se, but I don't think I was, saying this isn't right. And I think that we've all learned from that. And I see everybody looking at things with a different perspective. I've seen people through this start to defend Don Wells.
Yeah.
One of the worst things I'm not a parent, but one of the worst things I do have a little bit of experience in just being falsely accused of something that you didn't do, and is even whatever. And just because people didn't understand what I was actually doing, I couldn't really talk about at the time. And it was, I can't imagine being accused of something that you're innocent of, and you're being accused not just of jaywalking or, anything like that, but you're accused of actually murdering your child.
Yeah, that would just
Having
be
something to do with their
insane.
disappearance. And, that's where I kind of have some empathy for, Katie and Chris. Like, at first I was
Yeah.
like, when I heard him go on web sleuths and stuff, I was just like, oh, he's so angry. But then I got to thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, if someone was accusing me and my wife of doing something, I'd be angry too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, looking back,
Especially if I
yeah.
hadn't done it, I mean, the community around here was really ready to convict her. I mean, before a few weeks in, I mean, everybody was doing it. They couldn't go anywhere without people, following them. I mean, you have people taking pictures of them in church, holding faith. And sending it to Betty.
Crazy. Ugh, that's just disgusting.
And then they're accusing her of these awful things, and she's also dealing with having if she truly is innocent and she doesn't know, did someone come in her house in the middle of the night, or what happened? Why did I wouldn't want to stay there either,
No, I
especially
wouldn't.
by myself. I wouldn't want, and I have neighbors that are thinking I'm guilty and looking at everything I'm doing, analyzing and being like, oh, driving by my house to see where my car is, how long it's been parked there, what time I left that morning. And,
Ugh, God, can you imagine? That's just awful.
I just can't, I started to kind of put myself in her shoes. And then I was like, the way that Chris is reacting isn't, at first I was like, this anger is something that I could see him, but then I was like, no, this anger is out of a protected, men oftentimes feel the need to protect their spouses and stand up for them. And I viewed it as a different motivation for his anger and reasoning.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he's gone in phases, almost like a grieving process. And Jay was saying that, didn't you say he emailed you or called you and asked you to please take something off? And you said he was very, very nice about it.
He was very polite. But I think that, at first, I think we viewed him as controlling because we didn't know him.
Right.
And he
Agreed.
comes off as but he did say, I'm very blunt and I'm very direct. And he was telling us the truth, and we didn't listen to him. Instead, we judged him. And I don't know if he's guilty or innocent, but I can tell you now,
brother out here.
I don't see that control. I see protection. And the more that I find out about her ex-husband, the more I
it explains the
Totally understand it.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. Absolutely.
And that anger and that, I mean, think about it. When he said to Seth, you can't talk to a fucking log. I mean, can you imagine having to deal with this motherfucker on the daily or on the regular?
No,
Having to be Chris and having to deal with this motherfucker. This woe is me. Nothing ever works right. I can't get through academy. Chris had to tell him to put on his big boy pants and get his ass there. I mean, it's pathetic.
Yeah.
It's pitiful.
Blue Victorian Beauty, do you see that in chat? She wants to call in. Is she wanted to come on the panel or?
Yeah, I'll give her the link. But another thing too, I mean, why for this is he wearing an Amazon Peak shirt?
Is that what that is?
I'm just curious. Why? Yeah, it's an Amazon Peak, the delivery driver's shirt. I mean, on March 22nd, did he not have t-shirts yet?
Or not own anything green?
I mean, I'm just wondering. I don't know. I don't know when all of that came out. But, I mean, yeah, back to Chris. It did rub me the wrong way. I did feel like he was controlling. But I feel now that he is definitely protecting his wife. Definitely.
Absolutely.
And I think that he was trying to protect his daughter by there was something that wasn't right. And he was trying to protect his daughter too, I think. But I don't know the lengths that he would go to do that. So that's why he's not off my list.
One of the interviews I think would be interesting to go back and listen to is the Smiley interview.
Yeah, I think so too. I haven't listened to that one since it aired.
Yeah, it's been a while since I listened to it. But I remember thinking, wow, this is a train wreck, for
Who was on that one? Was it Seth or Chris or both?
of them.
Oh.
Well, what about that last couple of minutes that person in chat was talking about that she's been trying to get the message out? I can't remember the website, like Crimes Lives something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When someone earlier in chat, she was saying that something about we should really watch the last couple of minutes of the interview with Seth today, something like that. And she said it was really telling in the last couple of minutes.
I don't even know who you're talking about with streaming. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe if she's on, she can let us know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I should have taken a screenshot.
Walking Seth around like he is a child who needs to be led around. Chris and Katie had to help Seth get a job. Yeah. No. Oh, it's no.
Town, dude.
Yeah, let's not talk about other channels because I know who you're talking about now, and I'm
okay.
not. Yeah, I don't want to promote that, please.
Oh yeah, no, I just was throwing that out there because I don't know who they are.
Yeah, not good.
All right.
Not good. I just want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate you stating the truth. You are always so humble. Thank you, Blue Victorian. I put the link in chat.
Oh, that's so
if you want to
nice.
come up. I think that talking through these things is the way to go. I can't tell you. I've had a couple people seriously that it's so sad to me that are emailing me that this is their first time going through a case, an active case on YouTube, and it's freaked them out.
Yeah.
They're scared.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Absolutely. This is the first one. Yeah.
I have no problem, talking to someone because I've been there. I went there with Summer's case. Like it was a mind fucker, and
I bet.
So I understand that. And I know that a lot of people are like, oh, I see people in chats I watch and some people are really rude. Like you need to get a grip and this and that. But I understand you can get all up in it. And Sin wants to come up.
Who?
Come on up, Sin. My moderator, Sin.
Oh. That's so nice of her. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you. That's so sweet. I appreciate you stating the truth. Yep. That's something that I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you go and find and you start watching someone on YouTube go to their oldest video. Go check out what they did before they started covering true crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it'll give you an idea of who they are. Like, are they just trying to find out, fit into where it's trending on YouTube? Because a lot of times that's what it is. They've tried to do makeup. They've tried to do this. They tried
Yeah.
to do that, and it didn't work. And then so their heart's not in it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. For
there's
sure.
just a difference between creators who are in true crime because they're passionate about, the victims, justice, following the thing through, whatever the case may be, watching trials or reading documents.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much you can do. And then there's the ones that are just trying to, build their channel, so to speak, channel builders.
Yeah.
And why would you want to waste your time listening to a channel builder talk about a missing kid? Here's a perfect example. There's a new YouTuber, and I'm not going to name her because I'm not going to do that. But she's new to the scene, and she popped in on the Madeline Soto case. And this woman talks about Madeline Soto every day. Every day. I don't know how you can do that. And it's almost like to the point where I feel like Madeline Soto is being re-victimized by these everyday live streams about her abuse. It's gross.
I agree. I 100%
So then
agree with you.
tonight, there's a live stream scheduled, or a video, sorry. A video was dropped. And this person's been doing it since Madeline Soto went missing. So March to now, right? 6 months.
Wow.
Now we've resorted to the title. Jen Soto, Stefan, and Madeline in the bedroom. And I thought, wow.
That's crazy.
It's disgusting is what it is. She was SA'd by this man for 6 years.
That just breaks my heart. I haven't.
And someone on YouTube is going to make a title of a video. Jen Soto, Stefan, and Madeline in the bedroom.
Ugh.
Fuck off. That's why I talk about the truth. Because that shit makes me sick.
It is pretty sickening. And I just, when I think about Sebastian and just how horrible this thing is, because the focus is being lost. And it just breaks my heart.
I don't feel like the focus is being lost at all. I mean, how's the focus being lost? He had this shitty situation in life. He has shitty situation when he's missing.
Yeah.
I mean, we should be heartbroken that he even had to live a life like he was, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because he goes missing doesn't mean all of a sudden his situation with his dad or whatever it was is going to be great. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
The fact is, we're all still here talking about it. And the fact is that law enforcement just put a $50,000 reward and it was topped up to $100K. I don't think that's bad at all.
No, that's really cool. I just mean that, as it gets farther and further out with some of these creators, not you, but kind of like the one you were talking about, it's not about Sebastian. It's about...
Well, that's why people shouldn't watch them, right? Because they're always going to be there. They're always going to be there. They're not going anywhere. There's always going to be people like that. So as a viewer, you have to be smarter than that. And you have to look at who you're watching, look at their history, and decide if you trust them or not. Don't just blindly trust everybody.
Oh, yeah, no way.
You know what I mean?
No, yeah, absolutely no.
That's the most dangerous thing on here. And it's dangerous in the
agree.
true crime genre. I don't care about if someone's going over court documents and they say, hey, I'm a lawyer, and they're not. I don't give a fuck. It's not hurting anybody. But when you're saying, you're such and such and you're involved in a missing kids case, that's dangerous to me.
I agree with you. 100%.
And there's so many liars, so many. And don't be afraid to question people and things.
Oh, for sure, definitely. Or if you hear something and it doesn't sound right to you, look for yourself. Do your own digging and researching.
I mean, you really have to, because if you get
100%.
duped, it's kind of on you, You get duped by a creator, it's on you.
Yeah.
I like to watch different creators, even people that I don't necessarily agree with, just to sometimes make sure I don't get tunnel vision, so to speak. Like,
Yes.
make sure that I'm like challenging, like I'm listening to the other side.
Sure, you should. And you should. Just be sure who you're listening to isn't feeding you a bunch of bullshit. Because we had like a creator on here during the Kylie Rodney case, which that one was a whole nother fiasco with YouTubers getting involved too. They lied about a bunch of shit. But anyways, we had a creator on here that actually took a blurred video, a blurred photo of Kylie Rodney's body in her vehicle in the water and unblurred it to try to see her body.
What?
Now, I mean, yeah, I'm not making this up.
Oh no, I believe you.
I mean, this is what people do. This person is still there, getting thousands of people in their chats. Okay, they don't pay the price because people don't stop watching, and it's going to be that forever. So my advice is, if you don't like it, don't watch it, because it truly, if they don't have viewers, they have nothing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I don't like
But
to
it'll never happen.
support anybody like that. No way. No.
Because
I'm
of
not
morbid curiosity, people will watch, and they do. They sit in the bushes and they watch.
Jeez. And so, who was that you were talking about? I don't know that I know who that person is.
Kylie
Oh,
Rodney.
I'm not. Kylie Rodney was a 16-year-old.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's been some sick shit, and as long as we keep allowing it and we don't speak up and talk about it, it's gonna keep happening. It's accepted,
Yeah, I agree. I
and
definitely
it's
agree.
absolutely disgusting. Imagine that. No, it's not plunder at all. No, not at all.
I don't think I've ever watched her.
She's good. She's factual.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't. Have I ever watched? Maybe I don't know. I don't think I have. I don't watch very many when I want to get right down to the truth and the facts. That that I maybe only have 3.
I'm just more sus about the new creators that came out in this case, because this case is so
100,
messy.
Yes, it's
You get these agendas, and it's just.
What?
Yep, and yeah.
I'm side-eyeing everything in this case.
Who's really come out in this case, like on the YouTube side? I know a lot of TikTok side, but
I don't.
I'm trying to think.
Who's come out?
Yeah.
I really don't know, to be honest with
Like
you.
on the YouTube side, it seems.
I've seen a lot of people though that I've never seen before. I know that.
Yeah.
My algorithm has changed. I see a lot of channels that have 2,000 subscribers. I don't know who they are, but that's new, 2,000.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just side-eyeing everything because this case has just gotten out of hand. We never know who's got an agenda, who doesn't. We had built up creators like T-Rev who people trusted fucking doing shady shit.
There's a very well-known she's on X a lot. You'll know who I'm talking about, Jay, I think. Former Alphabet Soup agent. And
who?
Her former Alphabet, the Alphabet Soup.
Oh, yeah.
Former agent with the Alphabet Soup.
Mm-hmm.
That if you look at with this case in particular, I've looked at the interviews that she's done with Seth and I think Tony was there for one too, but and it's very obvious that there's a definite agenda there, and it's undeniable that it's just kind of being used to further certain persons
agendas.
Yeah, basically it gives gives credibility to people that otherwise wouldn't have it if they didn't have this person out there kind of promoting their platform. Where'd Jay go?
I don't know. That was weird. So, what is your name again, or what do you go by?
I go by
You go by what? Sorry.
Snap.
Crimson.
I'm sorry, we got booted. We're back. We're back in black. I'm sorry, we got booted. Sorry, you got cut off.
Yeah, I was just asking her when you were gone. We were up just the two of us for a split second, and I just asked her what name she goes by. And did
No,
you
I
say
caught the end of what she said.
what? Who said?
What I said, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
What were you? I'm sorry. It was weird. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. Things
Fine.
happen.
Did you ever did you cover the Riley Strain case at all, Jay?
Not really. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of creators kind of dipped up, like when they went away to Riley and then came back to Sebastian too. I saw that a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I didn't cover that one. I think I was doing something else.
yeah, I actually did follow that one. But it wasn't long and drawn out like this. And then that's how I found out about Sebastian because of Riley Strain. But maybe I would have heard about it, somewhere down the line. But yeah, that whole Riley Strain thing was so sad. His mom, oh my gosh, just broke my heart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his parents were really sad.
Yeah, they seem like they're really good people.
I will say too that is an example of having a spokesperson that's out. Like, Riley had his family was lucky in the fact that they had Chris Dingman, who was willing to like constantly talk about, keep the focus on Riley and getting
Thank
Riley.
God they didn't have TikTok Tony. I mean, what a night and day.
And then TikTok Tony comes in, and and people are like, well, he's not like a professional. I'm like, well, neither was Dingman, but he still didn't, wasn't up at doing all the things that Tony's done.
Yeah, he seemed to be a good guy, their spokesperson, from what I recall. But
yeah,
He seemed professional.
yes.
And what makes you wonder too, like I feel like Tony has actually brought in a lot of doubt into this case.
Dude, I know.
About
I'm not gonna lie. I thought for a minute until he showed his peen, I thought maybe he was like a fed to like, be
Yeah.
close.
Yeah,
but,
true.
But then when he showed his peen and like, I don't know. I just have a really hard time with that now. I think he's a money hungry creep.
Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity. He likes the spotlight.
Right.
Didn't I don't know what they're called, 3 a.m. girls? Is that what
The
they're called?
2 a.m. girls.
2 a.m. I don't know who they are. So I told you I don't watch many.
Well, some people call them the 3 a.m. girls.
Okay.
We call them the 2 a.m. girls.
2 a.m. girls. Okay. Didn't they come out and say that they fessed up that he really did it, like it wasn't an overlay? Didn't they finally come forward and tell the truth?
No, they're still actually denying that was an overlay.
Okay.
They're at least his like core 2 a.m. girls.
They're still saying it was overlaid.
Oh yeah, and I'm like, no, there were plenty of people that had that screen recorded and or were watching it live, and it definitely wasn't. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say how much time I looked at that trying to make it anything but what it was, and I was like, all right, I've gone through everything. I've tried to come up with anything I could, but that's, I mean, you see it every day. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like,
yeah, you can, once it all comes into view, you can like hear the pants come undone or the belt or something, and the toilet flushing, and I mean, all that. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
He's such a douchebag.
I
Okay,
know.
check this out. So I went and go check on Dog Chapman to see if he's posted any. So I was just looking through these. Look at this. So I know we read this earlier, but where he says got a big one coming up, and trust me, this ain't no small fry.
What?
Bing bong.
More information to come tomorrow. This
is an old post.
Yeah.
Oh God! Like what?
What I'm pointing out is he says got a big one coming up, and trust me, this ain't no small fry. Who's a big one? Chris, Katie, are they big? Nope.
Yeah.
Darn it! I thought this was like today.
No, that was yesterday, and then today he's shared more shit. 38 minutes ago. It's gonna be like laundries. Fuck. He tweeted like
his daughter was actually tweeting for him during the Petito laundry case. And we were following, I had like 4 screens. I had like Twitter up here. I had the flight radar over here. I had the news over here. It was like 4 screens going on watching this manhunt.
So your office looks like a cockpit of an airplane. That's what I call them when people have that many.
It was sweet.
I bet.
Small fry,
We
something like that.
It was
Yeah.
exciting. I mean,
I've had
the
fries
manhunt
longer.
part. So, Caitlin Quisenberry tweeted, Sebastian Rogers has a new advocate and a celebrity, #bounty hunter. Then Caitlin Quisenberry from WKRN tweeted the video. Wait a minute.
Criminal happened to Sebastian.
I don't think I've seen this one.
Yeah, this
Whose white truck? Is that Seth's truck without the lawyer thing? Fuck.
Maybe.
I have a question.
Okay.
Did Seth, this is a question for you, Seth. Did you get the rap from the lawyer before or after Sebastian went missing? When did you get the lawyer rap on the truck? Before or after? Does anybody know?
Oh, like a wrap on his vehicle?
No, a rap on his cock. Yes, a rap on his vehicle. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, yes.
I wasn't sure if I was hearing you right. No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, and another thing I want to know, Seth, who's the woman right here in this video who's replacing the picture on the flyers? Look. Why do they have pictures? Why are they putting them over top of the actual? See that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
See the pictures over here?
Yeah.
They're covering that. They're covering the TBI picture. Do you see this?
Yeah.
They're pasting this on. I want to know why.
Maybe because it's color.
I want to know why. That's the TBI photo. That photo is not put out by the TBI. Why would you change the picture from the TBI? I want to know.
I can think of is that one's color, but they could have done the other one in color, so I don't know why.
I think it's weird.
Maybe
there's several videos of this woman who has pink nail polish taping these photos on top of the TBI one. And it's always bothered me. Why change the pic? Why not just hand out the fucking flyer? Why are they doing this? I don't get it.
I don't
and
know.
Especially the picture with the plate on his chest. Why that one?
I don't know.
Katie wasn't there. Why that picture?
Maybe
it's
somebody
weird.
offered to print a bunch of the
You
pictures.
don't change TBI. You don't change law enforcement flyers. You
Oh,
don't.
Yeah.
You
I
don't
agree.
do it.
Leave it to the professionals and back out.
Be in Florida? I do not. But he could be. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Cheesy. Because Seth wanted a pic that made him look older.
That was the last picture, though. That one that they had on the original flyer was the picture from
the weekend before.
Or the day before, at Costco.
Yeah. What the hell?
Did you really say cock wrap?
Huh?
What?
About the wrap. Did you say cock wrap? Is that what you said?
You said is a wrap on his truck? I said no, a wrap on his cock.
Okay, all right.
I was just kidding.
No, I know, but it made me think of something really, really funny.
Well, he has a advertisement on his truck. So I'm wondering if it was put on after. And the reason I ask that was his truck spotted as a white truck, and then he's got this big advertisement on it now, so that couldn't have been my truck. Just thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
I think Cheesy was the one on the panel giving the 2 a.m. girl so much shit.
I have to play that because I haven't seen it.
Oh my god, it was great. You should You should play it.
Oh my God. Elevated Truth. This day has been a shit show. Tell me.
Is he?
Tell
Hey.
me.
Hello, Elevated Truth. Jesus,
Six
they have
Up
been a
Media. A
shit show.
creator named Crime Sleuthing edited a photo of Sebastian. I saw Seth using that edited photo in Britney's as his avatar. He was using a fake picture of his child. Yep. I saw that too. The one where they gave Sebastian an elf ear. It's weird. 911 crime time. I still think Seth took another jailer's car that night.
That's a, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you'd be like, hey man, can I borrow your truck to go get something and park it? And they're gonna get off their shift to or their post.
Uh-oh, wait. You there?
I think she may have.
Was that you talking or her?
That was me.
Oh, okay. You cut out. I don't know. And then she dropped. That was weird.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe, hey, you could borrow it. Sometimes you borrow I don't know if you're allowed to leave, when you go for your lunch break, but it makes me wonder, could he have said, but I think that would have come out, that, oh, he has to borrow my truck that night to go get food or something, but.
It's very strange. What do you think of Uncle Taco? Do you think he plays a part or no?
I don't know. I remember it's been a while since I listened to the one time that he really did speak out. I think that he has been pretty MIA lately, which is kind of suspect, very suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like this case is so, and the people involved are just, I can't trust anything that they say, and it's because they're not, especially on a certain side. I just feel like, everyone, it's very not, you can't trust anything that they say. So it's just making it, everything's just so weird in this case. I mean, especially after today, I'm just mind.
Taco has come out of the woodwork lately. So he's been in chats.
He has? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, he's been around. He's been around lately, and that's kind of odd too.
Oh, with all this stuff that's just coming forward, I can't believe all these things.
I don't know what kind of car he drives. I honestly don't think he has a very nice car, because I remember him saying he didn't have a way to get to Tennessee. I think his wife, Michelle, said something on when she came on. She was like, Seth was going to come pick him up. I don't know. They're weird. They look alike too. It's weird.
Have you seen the when Robin went and talked to the psychic?
Yes.
I thought that was very
deplorable. Deplorable. You mean the chick on YouTube?
Yes.
Oh my God, it was awful. She's talking about she talks to Sebastian every day. He hugs her and the puppies, and he's deceased. Is he with Aunt Sharon?
Yeah. I mean, it makes me, and one thing I cannot also forget is that, they keep having these vigils for him, scheduling these vigils out. Let's do one in October. It's you don't think he'll be found by then? Why are we
Yeah, that's weird too, the pre-planning.
I mean, why aren't you holding searches instead of vigils?
Well, and why did SF post on Twitter a while back, Seth, do you remember the babysitters in California or something like that? I'm telling you, there's more there's a lot more that we don't know.
Do you want me to see if I can see if he wants to come up?
Who's that?
SF.
Oh, are you talk to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. It's midnight though. Is he even awake?
Yeah. He's in
Who is she calling?
He's in California right now.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay.
He lives in California.
Awesome. I would love to talk to SF.
Who is SF again? I'm so sorry. I don't.
He's a private investigator.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
All right, I just texted him.
Be safe, our whip. Our whip says, Lord, we have an active shooter in the neighborhood. Just came across my screen.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Jesus.
GB Folk said the same thing. I keep forgetting who he is. So I don't know. There's something about it that it just doesn't stick in my brain.
It's SF Investigates. We always just say SF.
Okay.
It's only 9 p.m. out there in Cali. That's crazy.
Yep, I'm 10 o'clock.
I'll send him the link too.
Maybe that's who the 50K is targeted towards. Yeah, lock your doors.
Yeah, definitely. That's crazy. This world is just going to crap.
You know, with Uncle Taco, though, like, I looked up his, like, criminal history, and all he has is, like, he grew some pot and, like, sold pot, and he doesn't have anything bad.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he doesn't have anything violent or anything like that.
Yeah, I could see him doing that just by having seen him on just a couple of videos. I can see that he would do that.
I do think he's odd, but I do think he's harmless. And I really did feel like his wife was telling the truth when she said, I was pretty shocked when she came up and she said Seth didn't tell them for 2 weeks that Sebastian was even missing.
What? Oh my gosh.
No.
Mhm. I was shocked. I was like,
What in the
what?
way?
I'm like, wait a minute. Wouldn't that be the time when you'd be like calling your friends?
You'd need them the most.
2 weeks?
2 weeks. They didn't even know he was missing. If they're telling the truth, I felt like she was being honest, but I don't know these people.
Yeah.
I've been fooled before, you know?
Yeah.
But they excused it. They were like, oh, I think he was just overwhelmed with everything and, you know, searching and everything going on. But he didn't ask for my address. He said, do you live in Tampa? I can't remember exactly, Tampa or Clearwater. He didn't ask for my address. He asked me, do you live in Tampa or Clearwater? And I got spooked and blocked him.
I can see that for sure.
Yeah. I don't need to, no.
Yeah, you just have to play it safe. So is it true that Seth did not do an interview until 3 weeks out? And that he didn't start searching until the 3-week mark, I think. I don't remember for sure.
I don't
Said
know
would
when he
call.
started searching, but he came out and talked after the Proudfoots did.
Yeah.
They came out first, and we found out later that Web Sleuths had been asking him to come on panel, and he had been not responding or declining her invitations.
Wow.
Yeah. A lot of things came out after the fact, so it's okay to change your mind. It's okay
for
to like
sure.
side-eye someone and then find out more later and realize that, you know, you don't need to be side-eyeing that person.
Yeah, well, especially in a case like this, there's been so many ups and downs, and
Well,
crazy.
I mean, on March 7th, they're searching a landfill and no one's speaking. So I think there was a lot going on that we don't know about.
Yeah, probably.
Because if Seth has been asked about the landfill search and he doesn't even seem fazed by it. If my kid is missing and you tell me you're searching a landfill, I can't even breathe. I'm on my knees.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
I hear an echo with somebody.
Is it me?
I don't know.
Because I got kicked off. I don't hear one, but I got kicked off, and then
I can hear myself in the background.
Let me.
Do you have headphones on?
I do.
Maybe are they loud? Or maybe can you turn it down just a little bit?
Yeah, I can try.
It might just be that.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that.
Do you guys hear it or is it me?
Do you hear it now?
It may be you.
Can you guys hear it?
I cannot.
I can't either.
Puff, puff, pass. Austin says this whole case is just weird.
It is.
It really
is.
fucking is, y'all.
SS can star in the Matthew McConaughey can star in the movie. Like, I don't know what role he wouldn't be best, but
Hey, what's up, Richard Zabelski? Smoking Jay says I'm not passing. Oh, it's me that's hearing the echo. Weird. I hear myself like just faintly in the background.
When's your next open panel? I'll try to get SF up here if he doesn't respond.
Oh, whenever. If there's a time you can set up, I would love to have him on for a bit.
Because I know he was walking into a SAR team meeting, so I don't know how long those last. So
Yeah, I mean, whenever. I would love to have him on. And you come up with him too. And we can all chat.
all right, yeah.
What do we want me to call you? I'm not calling you UA.
No, you can call me Crimson.
Okay.
Crimson, right?
Yeah.
Crimmy.
Crimmy.
I give everybody nicknames eventually.
I do the same thing. I
All right,
absolutely do.
Jaybird.
Jaybird.
Yeah, Jaybird.
Oh God, she really played me, man. And it kind of pissed me off. And I feel like JLR feels the same way. Like he feels like he was duped by Seth, like he came on the scene and then he was used as like photo ops and stuff. And it honestly pulled him from another case that he was going to go cover in another state.
Mm-hmm.
And he went from Riley Strain to Seth instead of going to Alabama for this other one. And then to find out, it was just a bunch of bullshit. And I get it. It pisses you off because you feel played, you feel duped, and you always try to like be smarter than that. You always try to be, one step ahead so you don't get played. And it's been just weird all around.
You know what I thought was weird too, that stuck out to me is how, because Seth talks about like how he doesn't have social media, right? Like, he made a very big point to say how he didn't have Facebook and didn't have all this stuff, but then later on he did say he had Facebook and he would upload his pictures. But, but the thing that was interesting to me is when Tony got involved in this case, there was a list of creators that he had that he had like that he was told to like reach out to and align himself with. And I was like, how would Seth have known who he needs to align himself with if he's not really on social media? Because at that time, these were like also not just YouTube creators, they were also TikTok creators. And I'm like, he's not on, if he's not on these platforms, how would he know who he needs to align himself with?
Mm-hmm. Good point.
So it makes me wonder, like, was he choosing certain creators based on, the fact that he felt like he could manipulate them?
Absolutely. 100%.
The fact that he felt like, but almost like, did he kind of do a little bit of his homework, so to speak, before Sebastian even went missing?
I think so. I mean, didn't we notice in the beginning too that both him and Chris were very schooled on the Summer Wells case and also referenced it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very weird. And it's very weird too. You're right. The creators they picked, and no shade, but some of them can be naive, very emotionally driven. I know some of them have really good hearts, and that's what bothers me, is that they were used.
The other thing too is, that certain creators, I feel like, were also, how do I put this? Like, the creators that were chosen to like go after, there were, people that weren't gonna like question, like, they were, at least on the TikTok side of things that I was seeing, it was people that, everyone and maybe it's the same on YouTube, but like you want to have that access to the person of the, you know, intimate insider knowledge of the case that you're covering. And, you know, that's what, you know, everybody on TikTok that I was following was, you know, all in on Sebastian, and, you know, they were willing to do anything to kind of have this, you know, in with Tony, thinking that he had all this information. And, you know, it was just, a lot of them ended up like losing their morals and their platforms because they turned into people that, at least maybe it was their true colors, but, and they just had
I feel like they got reeled in, girl. I really do. I watched kind of the beginning of that unfold, and what I saw was a bunch of young, I mean, I'm 50 years old, okay? So I saw a bunch of young girls who are trying to probably make money on TikTok. They have small children. I mean, how ideal, right? Make money on TikTok. And I think that they thought that they were doing something good. I think that they were duped into thinking that they were making a difference, that they were doing this for Sebastian. And once they got in over their heads, I mean, look at Tony, Mr. Blackmail. He'll pull up anything on you, your family, anything that will embarrass you or shame you. That's exactly all he wants. He picked people that can be easily manipulated
or
and
that
blackmailed.
he can dig up dirt on, and go after, I mean, the things that, like, the thing is too, what he's doing is making him look, even making, you know, Seth look, as well as him, look guilty and everything. Like, I know he wasn't around when Sebastian went missing, but the fact that Seth would knowingly keep him on there, it's like, why would you want to keep somebody
doesn't
like
even make sense.
It doesn't make sense unless they're, you know, they're doing
nefarious things.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder too, like the vigil, you know, that they had in the ride that they had last time, like, you know, why would they donate? I get Sebastian liked animals, but Sebastian's missing. Donate, like, do something for Michaela's mutts, like, after Sebastian's home. But first, why don't you raise money to find him? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me ask you this. If law enforcement tells you as a parent, don't do a reward. This is like, a reward isn't going to help. And then that parent does it anyway. I know they can't stop them.
Right.
But why would a parent, unless it's totally a corrupt investigation, go against law enforcement that early on in the case?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all.
It's too soon to have doubt. You haven't even given them a chance to search, let alone, I mean, you know what I mean? And then we have Seth on day 3, straight up his sister starting this GoFundMe, not for a reward, but for Seth. Hold on. I got to drop off. I'm going to come back. Don't freak out, but I'll be right back.
Try not to freak out.
Okay. Yeah. It's just interesting seeing the YouTube side of this case as well as the TikTok side, because the TikTok, like, everything has just been crazy.
Okay, let me see. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I don't hear it anymore either. Who's trolling, B? Oh, yeah, I do. Fuck. B, who's trolling? Why are... Wait a minute. Crimes, what's going on? I'm about to be very disrespectful, and I don't want to be leave me alone crazy. Mods, help. What's going on?
I'm trying to go back and read and see.
Who's bashing you in JLR? I don't have any mods here anymore.
No, I thought there's.
I don't even know what's going on.
I don't either, and I've been reading the chat. That's why I've been quiet, but I must have missed something.
Between Dog, looks like Dog the Betty Hunter and crimes are going.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Because somebody doesn't like JLR? They don't have to like JLR.
Yeah.
Why are you in all caps going batty? Chill. Chill. And good night, Auntie Cheryl. I just can't believe I don't think we needed a mod. I think that he can not like JLR.
Everybody doesn't have to like the same people.
Chill. I know I'm too baked for this.
You cheater, you. No, I'm amazed though in the chat. This is fantastic. I don't think I've ever been or watched a chat that has just been this respectful.
Trust me, crimes. JLR's not going to lose any sleep because Dog the Betty Hunter doesn't like him. He'll be all right. She told me I better stop bashing JLR. Oh, shoot.
Woo.
Anyways,
like
I would love to have another live stream though and talk to SF. This is
Okay.
Yeah, that would be really
getting
cool.
real interesting.
Yeah. Fight. Truth.
He is so funny.
I like JLR, but I pick him all the time. Pick on him all the time.
I need to hear that
Thanks,
rap again.
Regina. Oh,
Yeah,
that
that rap
that's
was-
funny.
It's so funny.
He's a character,
County
man.
jail rap. Like
That's calm JLR, believe it or not. He's settled down in his years. Let me play it again. It's too funny.
It is so good.
And then I think I'm going to go to bed.
yeah. I get to go and
Love this discussion tonight. I think that I needed this.
I really did too. Thank you so much for letting me come up.
No problem. Andy says he
Yeah.
wants to hear SF because he had BJ going off. I loved it. Oh, she's mad at SF because he.
Oh,
Oh, I
he
bet
just
she's
texted me
pissed.
back.
Oh, he did? What did he say?
Yeah, he said meeting is just getting out. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
Can you because I was asking, can you come up on the panel? I said just join for a minute or two.
Yeah, I just want to ask him about his tweets. Ask him if he can come on and ask and just explain a little bit about the tweet business tonight. Brittany's mad at SF because she's Team Seth. He's a mod for her. Come on now.
No, he's not anymore.
Oh, he's
What?
not?
Yep.
She
No.
stripped him of the steel?
No, well, he may still be. May still be only so that she knows.
Uh-oh, you're robotic.
Yeah, breaking up a little bit.
But Tony,
Uh-oh, you're robotic. Crimsy.
what?
Crimsy? You were
What?
you were robotic for a minute. I didn't hear anything you said.
I was gonna say like when Brittany J made a thing basically telling Seth like Tony if he really cared about you like he should step away from the case, and so Tony didn't like that, and so he said Seth will never be on your channel again.
On whose? BJ?
Yeah.
Wow.
He rage quitted.
Yeah.
As the tubes turn.
Yeah, if he's not able to, I'll see if he can come on tomorrow, join you. I'm like, I
Tomorrow,
need a
that'd be great. What's tomorrow, Friday?
Explanation of your tweets. No, Thursday's tomorrow.
Oh, it is Thursday. It's after midnight. Damn, I'm not used to being up till after midnight. This is a new realm for me. I'm like, wow, it's already Thursday, and I look at I'm like, oh, tomorrow must be Friday. I'm usually in bed. I'm usually like laying down by 8.
Oh yeah,
No
because
joke.
you post really early.
I usually do, but this case has got me on overtime.
Yeah, no, for sure. I forgot how early you will post some videos.
Yeah,
I'm not
usually
going.
I'm an early riser, you know?
Yeah. Well, if not, I'll get him to come up and explain his tweets for you.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Go to bed, so.
Okay,
But thanks for having me up.
yeah, will you email me so that we can
Yeah, drop your
link
email
up?
in the chat because I was trying to find it and I couldn't.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. If you can just, then we can talk and figure it out, you know, what time and stuff. That'd be great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
that'll
up.
be fun. Yeah.
No problem.
And thank you again, Michelle.
Yes, thank you. This is so therapeutic for me. I can't even tell you
I'm
what
sorry
it
I
does for me.
scarred you with the cock rap, but you know.
Oh, that reminds me of. Can I say the word cock again?
Go
Are
ahead.
you limited to how many times it can be
No,
said? I don't know
not
the
at all.
rules.
Not at
Okay,
all.
so when I was working with a dermatologist, we had
Oh,
somebody.
fuck.
We had somebody. I love derm. I love it. We had somebody come in who has vitiligo. You know, the different colors.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't the one there in the room. Thank goodness. I might have hit the floor because he also had it on his penis and he called it his calico cock.
Oh, disgusting. I'm gonna throw up. Ew, that you know what that reminds me of? Freaking
No.
Stephen Stearns in the freaking court documents that said he had like some kind of discoloration on his peen.
And Betty said he was really
Sick.
too.
Sick. All right, well here is
so good looking.
Oh god, I know she's deplorable, isn't she?
Who is?
Yeah.
Betty, Bullhorn Betty said that Stephen Stearns is very, very good looking, and she would have expected him to have arm candy.
Oh yeah, what is that about?
She is a psycho.
I know. I caught a clip of that somewhere. I don't remember where.
Good morning, Potato. Potato's in the UK. She's just waking up.
Oh, nice. Two-tone.
She's very posh in the mornings with her tea. All right, you guys, this is our going out video. This is to end everything on a good note, and we're all on a tilt-a-whirl till tomorrow.
Definitely.
Stearns looks like a ball sack. Yeah, she's so disgusting, y'all. He's the weirdest looking creature I've ever seen. All right, here we go. Here's some JLR entertainment. You ready?
Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you.
All right, hold on. That's where I had to blur out the Proudfoot.
Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suck.
Wait, it'll start over. Here we go.
Okay.
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like him young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. Da-da-da-da.
I love when he preps for it.
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like him young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't.
I can't with him. They ain't like us.
That is
You ain't
so
like me.
good.
Holy shit.
That is so
Charmaine.
good.
Charmaine. She says this is real. I love the first time viewers seeing this. That's great.
Yeah, today
Do
was
we
the
need-
first time I've seen this.
Oh, that's the first time you've seen it too?
Yeah, today. Just when we watched it earlier. Yeah, that was my first time. I didn't know this existed.
Oh man.
Boy, he puts T-Rev to shame.
You know, right? And he's not even trying.
I know. It's
Wait,
natural.
JLR doesn't even try and he puts T-Rev to shame. And
I know.
T-Rev tries to put out professional productions. JLR sits down with his phone.
cracks
It's
me
so
up.
good.
With that phone, just holding it like,
And
I'm
we
like,
wonder why
he's
he's
tired. Like he's gonna have like carpal tunnel from
and
holding
we
that
wonder
phone.
why he's pimping these streets. Come on now. This is it right here.
Bet number one. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. Da-da, da-da, da-da.
Fucker. He's got his
Yo.
he's got his fucking thing zipped all the way up to his neck. He is a trip.
Hey, Seth Rogers, I heard you like 'em young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. Da-da, 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 da.
I can't get enough of it.
Where it stops.
Is it just me? I just can't get enough of it. It's so fucking
Oh, I know.
funny.
You should put this like in the intro when people are
Oh.
waiting for your. I don't know how
boy.
it goes, but that would be cute.
Oh
That's
God, he
so
is.
good. So good.
Yep.
Ugh.
That's
I'm
official.
so
in
glad
the
Taylor taking us out tonight.
Okay, so when the documentary or the show comes out,
I've heard that's actually maybe true. I've seen pictures of like what they have it listed at, like the name of it and stuff.
I'm
For
telling
what?
you, for a show or something,
No, like
a docu,
yeah,
About Sebastian?
yep,
Wow.
like a real footage type one,
like a real like like going out,
like
getting a
what
name,
on
like,
the ground, yeah.
like getting a name and yeah.
Wow.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, this is definitely
I feel
one
like-
for the books.
Especially with today's news, like I mean,
Yeah, craziness. What did moderator just say? Everybody's agreeing.
What's that?
Regardless Sebastian's social skills, when people are meeting someone unfamiliar, it's instinct to get dressed, shoes, and go. But when you know the person, you're relaxed and likely go out without shoes.
Oh,
for
that's
quick
or if someone says, I got your boots.
yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need your shoes. I got your boots. We're going fishing. Let's go.
Just come out in your socks. I got your boots.
Mm-hmm. Because you know what? Even Eric Craddock said, I'm not going to say he was barefoot.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
And I was like, oh, does that mean he was wearing socks?
Yeah, like what does that mean?
Do you remember? Oh, God. Do you remember now the big discussion with socks on Jennifer Coffindaffer? Like
I don't think so.
They talked about when she had Tony and Seth on, they talked about socks for like 20 minutes.
They did? I'm going to have to find that.
Was
Yeah, it
this
was-
the most recent one? No, because that wasn't when like she came out like talking
It
about
was-
the Sebastian Rogers case not that long ago, but I don't think it had Tony and Seth on.
It was just
Go
one
look-
time, I think, and it was both of them. And it was when Seth started to cry about Katie. And then Tony was like, Jen,
Oh,
let's
yeah.
move on.
Oh yeah, I did see
It's that same one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that one too. But I was gonna say like the last one that she did on Tony and Seth, like on Seth Sebastian case or whatever, was so like obviously like everything that Tony and Seth like. I mean, it was like they wrote the script for her and she was reading off a script. It was very.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
I thought it was interesting when she had that lawyer on, though, and he kind of talked about the restraining orders.
Oh yes, I really liked that one. I did see that one.
That was kind of against Betty.
Yes.
But that's interesting to know that I'd have to go back and really listen, I guess.
Yeah, I can send you the one that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think it was last week or something. But yeah,
It'd be interesting to go back and watch that sock segment. Maybe we can watch that tomorrow. Because I thought it was bizarre how they really focus on socks, and then he talked about Minecraft socks. And then Terry Lynn found a sock It was weird.
Jeez.
And then we had Eric Craddock. I'm not going to say he was barefoot. So we're like, oh, was he wearing socks?
And then with Boot Barn, somebody brought up too that, usually you buy a pair of boots and you get
buy one, get two or some shit.
Yeah, buy one, get two. Like, where's the other 2 pairs you got for free?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they were also like in his size, the pair that he allegedly bought for Sebastian. Were Seth's size.
Well, you know what he did too? He said that he made a mention in one of the things that I watched that he said, I wear a 10.5 wide.
Who said that?
Seth.
Oh my gosh.
So he made it seem like, oh, well, I got him 10.5 boots, but I wear a wide.
What a weirdo. Who cares if his feet are wide?
Oof. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, boot imprints, you're not going to tell, like, you're not going to be like, oh, those are a 10.5 wide.
Nope, I don't think so.
Dude. But, dude, have you seen Seth's freaking feet?
No,
Those things have got to be.
Like,
well, I mean, look at he's short and wide. I mean, his feet have got to be, flat. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Arches have fallen. Like,
oh my God, SS wears a 13 or a 14 wide.
What?
Damn, SS. He got some big ass feet. My nephew wears a size, I think it's like 16. He has to like order them.
What?
They're crazy. They look like professional basketball player shoes. They're so big. Sarah says it's so weird that JLR freelance writes for At Night Media.
What?
Why do you think that's weird?
I don't understand.
That's the Nick company.
Right, but why do you think that's weird? Like him and Nick could go back a long ways. So they used to both produce stories for your content, and your content is under the umbrella of that At Night or whatever.
I guess because since he's now leaning more towards Seth as being a suspect, and maybe since they're like talking about how they're only going to do it with Seth's cooperation, maybe that's what they're talking about. Like, why that could be strange.
So that's you.
That's the only thing I can think of. But I wonder if Dog knows what he just stepped into.
Dude, I don't know. It'll be curious to see. I mean, he's still tweeting as of, an hour ago. No one's retracting.
I give him about under on 2 weeks before he's out of this. I give him under 2 weeks. It takes less than 2 weeks for him to be like, oh, I think I've done messed up.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Then Tony can tell him, I'll cut your brakes lines. All this.
Okay, so Sarah wants to know, where can we all watch? It wasn't cheesy going off, it was voices. But where can we watch that video? Okay. Queen Bee, right?
Yes, it's QB. It's Queen Bee, and let me go see which episode. It was.
I'll share the link in the chat when I find it.
Okay, it's Queen Bee. It's the one that says Little Skid Row. It was streamed 2 days ago.
Sumner County on
Little
the front.
Skid Row, spreading more lies. Nude flash. F your demand. Tony's 2 a.m.
Oh, I got it. Okay, 2 days ago.
An hour and 40.
The thumbnail says, "Shut the fuck up."
I don't know why. It went, yeah. But about an hour and 48 minutes in, it starts going to go an hour and 49 minutes in.
All right. Did you guys hear that? About an hour and 49 minutes in,
Yeah, I couldn't really hear her.
An hour and 49 minutes in, and the link is in chat.
Oh, okay.
And someone just said Nick the Hat tweeted. Let me see what he put.
No,
This
Tony's
is
been
this is
sending.
gonna be a shit show.
This
Fuck.
is Tony sending. This is Tony sending his 2 a.m. girls to go on the panels, and he's telling them what to say, basically.
Right now?
No, this was that. Like that's what he was doing that night.
Oh, got
Like,
you.
Easy ass. Like
Just
has
help a
Tony and
brother
Seth been
out
on
here.
any panels lately? No, he's sending people to do.
Oh,
Speak for him.
okay. Check this out, y'all. This
Oh.
just reached another level. Knight, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member of the Cooter Club. All right, 2 hours ago, yo, Tennessee, we're back, and not for the sights. From Zimmerman's Trail to Sebastian Rogers Mystery, we're on it. This isn't just about work, it's a mission. If you've got info, hit us up. With Dog the Bounty Hunter, we're not just hoping, we're doing. This isn't your typical manhunt, but make no mistake, we're hunting for answers. If you know something, speak up.
Wow.
And it says their contact, let's bring them home. And now you've got 100,000 reasons to join us.
That's so cool.
Let's watch this and see what the hell this is.
Sebastian Rogers. Search.
Hold on. Oh, we've already got a production. All right, let's go.
Area are asked to please lock all external doors and vehicles and remain in vigil. The manhunt of escaped convict. Review your surveillance cameras and contact police if you observe anything suspicious. If you see this individual, do not approach. Call 911 immediately. Days and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. Search crews have walked thousands of miles this week looking for him. They've used specialized technology and sent trained dogs to help navigate the rural terrain.
It's just been a lot of search and rescue all over the property.
Residents are once again asked to check their properties for any signs of missing teen Sebastian Rogers. The new search effort is led by online search groups who are working to make sure no one forgets about him. Now, months after Sebastian's disappearance, he is still the center of a nationwide Amber Alert as the TBI continue the investigation.
Calling some breaking news this morning, a new search is underway for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. Here's a live look at the scene. This is from Jerry Barlow in our News 2 First Alert Unit.
6 months ago, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Sumner County home. Tonight, investigators say the search for Sebastian remains active. The teen vanished in February from his family's Hendersonville.
You know, we profile missing children all the time, every night. So my question right now is anyone still searching for Sebastian?
Several agencies, including the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, leading searches for the teen before eventually scaling back. Well, Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, tells News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry his team will get in.
Now the hunter, Dwayne Chapman, known as Dog, has stepped in to help Seth.
This is one of the most horrendous cases of missing children that we ever worked on.
But Dog says he wants to find anyone responsible for Sebastian's disappearance.
The bottom line is if you hurt a child like this, you've got a problem. So that is the main motivation for me to be hunting who did this.
Dog and his team created a new missing persons flyer for Sebastian Rogers. In it, they explain how they're working independently from law enforcement, reevaluating the information collected, and following up on new leads. They also say they've added $50,000 more to the reward, making a total of $100,000.
You know, because that is a lot of money. I don't care if you're rich, you know, that's a lot of money, but you can't hide who did it.
The music?
They should have played Eye of the Tiger.
I don't know.
Favorites.
I don't think they put that together today.
Part of the At Night family, private intelligence, television, and what does the last thing say?
Truth serum pharmacy.
Compound pharmacy.
Truth serum compound pharmacy.
What the fuck? What does it say though? For real, influence.
I can't tell you.
Private intelligence, television influence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess along
That's
with
some
like
bizarre
we're gonna
writing.
influence you to tell the truth. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, wow. One World Corp. What are all
I'm gonna
these
go ask some of my
names?
coworkers
What
tomorrow.
is all
Hey,
that?
can I get a phenobarbital, ethanol, midazolam, and cocktail?
Just go to your local compound pharmacy.
No, I'll just go to my coworkers and be like, "Hey, did you write this?"
Does anybody can anybody read what this says in the background?
Just names.
One World.
What is all that in the background? Like, is that supposed to just look cryptic? I feel like he's trying to be cryptic.
I don't know what that is. I mean, like,
Yeah, I
mundo.
can't.
Un mundo means one
Like-
world.
It does.
Yeah, but I don't know what the rest of that stuff means.
And maybe it says one world in all the different languages. It's a whole production. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Dog is siding with Seth and Tony. I really don't. But I'm not going to say anything more.
I guess we'll see if
We'll find out.
Yeah. Oh man.
And I
Well-
just don't know enough about this to
Sad
even
that I
know.
won't be able, like, that I have work on the the 10th. Otherwise, I'd be up in Sumner County.
Okay, so wait. I have one more thing to say about
Okay.
Dog and this whole thing. So Betty was, I don't know if you saw this, but she said earlier that she heard Dog was going to be at her court hearing.
Oh yeah, I did see. Yeah, I saw. I don't know where I saw it, but
And then
yeah.
she said, oh, so we're going to have, and then she said, Seth is coming with her. And so she said, so we're going to have Dog the Bounty Hunter, the whole family together, all at my court hearing. I'm like, why? What? Why would Dog the Bounty Hunter go to her hearing?
That's why
Maybe he is siding with the Proudfoots if he's going. Oh, I guess if he could also
Delusional.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow.
Maybe he wants a first-hand seat for a train wreck. I mean, that's why I would go.
Yeah.
True. Captain says, I think Dog might be setting him up, but hey, I'm stoned. I agree, Rhonda. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. We never know. We never know. I think it's a setup too. It's too weird not to be.
Yeah, can you imagine there's like a camera crew that's following him and they're going to take Betty and arrest her and it's going to be a big production.
But you know what's crazy is that we'll never know because the FBI never, ever, ever explains things, ever. So like with Brian Laundrie, we had Dog here. He was going in the swamps. He was whatever.
Wow.
And we never knew, like the FBI never came out and briefed us on the Gabby Petito case. They don't do that. We'll never know their tactics. We'll never know if it was a tactic, but we'll know the outcome.
Yeah. 6 more days.
Get 'em, Dog. I know it is tomorrow for me. You're right. All right. Well, this is good night for reals.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Krim. I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Good night.
Good night.
Well, guys, thanks for joining and sticking around all night. I think that it was nice to talk this shit through, you know. SS, thank you for coming up. It was great talking to you. Hope we can do it again. So tomorrow, we're gonna be getting SF Investigates up here. And hopefully he'll be able to answer some of our questions. I look forward to it. Thanks again, Krim, for setting that up for me. Regina, good to see you. Thank you. Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you, moderators. You guys are the bestest. So everybody try to clear your brains tonight. I know we've got a lot on our brains. It's a lot we took in today. It really was the day from hell. So everybody go clear your mind. Go watch Queen. Go watch Voices chew out the TikTok 2 a.m. girls. That's what I'm going to go do because that shit makes me laugh. So get off the tilt-a-whirl. Put your tinfoil hats in the bin. And I will see you tomorrow. I'll set up an event and you guys can go hit the notification, but I probably won't do it till the morning because I'm tired. 149 was the minute mark. Oh, here's that link again for Queen. Queen Bay. Queen Bay. 149. All right, guys. Good night. Sweet dreams. Until the next one.